I want to go pro. It's a nice idea that a lot of Valorant players have had, but only the most passionate, the most committed, put in the time and effort that's required to turn that dream into a reality. Every time they load into the map, every time they select an agent, every time they open the game, they find themselves one step closer to becoming a professional Valorant player. At the end of this tournament, 6 lives are going to be changed as they will get the opportunity to finally become a pro. We're going to find the next wave, the future, the next generation, the upcoming stars of the professional Valorant scene, and we're going to do it right here. This is the PAX Almost Pro Valorant 2021 Open, presented by PAX Arena and Metro Esports. Give you guys a little bit more context. Let's hear directly from the Metro CEO. Hear what he has to say.
Hey everybody, my name is Sean Berry. I'm the CEO and founder of Metro Esports and the owner of the Metro Squad Professional Valorant team. We're so excited to partner with Logitech and PAX to find some of the best gamers in the world. We want to scout you. We want to find out who's the best so that we can bring you onto our Philadelphia Metro Squad team. So what's the process for selection? Well, it starts right here at PAX Online. Play well in this open and give our scouts an opportunity to find you. And then the next step from that is a private invitation to our National Combine in Philadelphia on August 21st. There we'll have a team of representatives on hand to assess your skills, your ability, your communication, your teamwork, all of those intangible assets that make you a great player. If you do well there, you'll be selected to one of the final 12 spots that we take out to PAX West in Seattle, battle on a giant stage, and win one of 6 coveted professional contracts to join the Metro Squad professional sports team. Once selected to that team, you'll be relocated to the great city of Philadelphia, where you'll begin to train for hours on end and compete on the world's biggest stages. The best coaches, the best analysts, and the best brand, Metro Squad, wants you to join us. We look forward to seeing you in Philadelphia as the next step, but you have to do well here first. So I bet you're wondering how to get selected for the Metro Squad. Well, there's some key areas that we look at, like gaming potential, mental toughness, communication ability, in-game awareness, teamwork. All of those things are important criteria to help us select and find the very best pros in the nation. You're going to have a chance to train and compete with the very best in peripherals with Logitech. We're so excited about that partnership, and we want to find those few that can represent that Logitech G on their back. Join our Discord. Go onto our website at metro-squad.com and give yourself a chance to be great. If you want to compete on the best events and the biggest stages in the world, we encourage you to join this team of super duper professionals. We're excited again to meet you and hope to see you again soon.
From hundreds to 12 to only 6. I hope by now you guys have realized that this is not just your standard tournament. Metro Esports is scouting. They're going to find 12 finalists to bring out to their facility over in Philadelphia for a combine. You hear about this stuff in traditional sports and in some esports, and now they're bringing it here to Valorant. They're going to be testing out different aspects and capabilities of the players, and at PAX West, 6 players will be selected to not only live out their dream, but to actually act on it. They're going to move to the facility. They're going to have the support of Metro Esports. It's going to be an incredible experience. I can't wait to jump into it. I'm so excited. My name is Albert Halloran Haley III. It is my pleasure to be your host, but I will not be doing this alone. To help call the action, we're gonna have Bala TW, Kura Haneko. Guys, I am so excited about what we are going to see. I feel like this is the cutting edge. Kura, you have a ton of casting experience in Valorant, and you see these tournaments, and sometimes they last for a day or maybe 2. There's a prize pool on the line. In this case, there's $10,000. But how much more special is it to think that at the end of this road, 6 players are going to be picked up, become professionals, and move out to a training facility?
I mean, I feel like this is an absolutely insane opportunity, and I really commend every team who's participated in this tournament for taking that next step.
Bala, I know you are as excited as I am about this. What are some of the aspects you want to see out of the players at an individual level to really shine and get one of those top spots?
Yeah, I think to me, persistency, consistency, all these types of words that you could ascribe to performances or something that, over the entire tournament. I know Metro Esports is going to have the stats guys looking at stuff, these types of things where they are always on the beat in terms of their sight holes, in terms of their executes and stuff like that. I think is really crucial to, start picking up a Valorant team. So I'll be looking out for that too.
One of the things that I think is really cool about this tournament overall is that it's not just about how well you are at the game. While that is incredibly important, that is just one pillar of talent things that they're looking for in this overall tournament. Gaming talent, obviously important, but competitive potential, the ability to communicate, mental toughness, which is one of my favorite aspects because there are so many times where a team in a best of 5 is down 2. They're in the final round. They have to show up and perform. Being able to bend but not break is so incredibly important. Cora, how forward thinking do you think it is to have a tournament like this that actually looks for those different aspects?
Yeah, I feel like, communication is just going to come up to looking at how they're playing on the map, right? If you're like, all right, I'm right here, we're going to need to trade. So I think trade is going to actually be really important. I know in my games, that's like not something I really see in ranked. So I think that's definitely a good indicator for this tournament.
No, you don't sit out there. Well, this is not the very beginning of the tournament. This has been going on for a number of days. We're jumping into phase number 3. Let's take a look at the bracket. And the first match of the day will be Zero Marksman taking on the Mozzie members. Now, I'm really excited to see this team. Kura, I had a chance to speak with you a little bit. Could you tell me about some of the players that you're keeping an eye on in this upcoming match?
Yeah, definitely. So for Zero Marksman, I'm going to be looking out for Okeanis, playing either the Jet or the Raze. Seems like he does top frag quite a bit. Another member I'm looking out for is Unshaken as well, because they have been pulling out the KO. And I know I haven't really been seeing that too much, but I think that could be really critical because I think he is more of like that information gathering agent, and he can be that initiator, kind of a breach per se, just by shutting down everyone's abilities by going in.
I'm really glad that KO is going to be showing up here in the tournament. Ball, a question that I have for you is, do you think KO is going to affect the meta of what we see over the course of the tournament for the rest of the Almost Pro Open?
Yeah, 100%. I think KO is definitely an agent that has shook up a lot of different things that teams have been trying to do. So if there's a KO in play, you literally have to change the way that you're approaching certain things. You have to be tracking his knife cooldown. You have to be tracking his position, especially when he's ult online, because instantly all your smokes could be down, for example, if you're playing a Viper or other different type of agent as well.
Very true, very true. We're going to be getting into the map picks and bans here momentarily. Cora, a question that I have for you. If you were one of the talent scouts, would you want to see someone maybe innovate in terms of taking an agent that doesn't show up necessarily all the time, maybe a strategy that is somewhat new? Or would you want to see, just very sharp execution of what's been tried and true in the current meta?
I think I would want to see what's tried and true in the current meta, just that sharp execution, because if you have that, you can kind of easily transfer over those skills to maybe playing KO. So it seems like KO right now has been taking the place of the second duelist. So just looking at the duelists, if they're really solid in everything else, they can probably pick up KO quite easily afterward. Just give them some time.
Very true, very true. Picks and bans are going to be starting up just now. Now I know Kura's a big split advocate, but Balla, what map are you looking forward to seeing here?
I was really hoping to see Breeze right off the bat, but okay, we're gonna have to warm up a little bit until we get Breeze going. But this is a nice map pool. I mean, we have Haven, Icebox, Ascent, Zero Marksman, Band Split, and Mozzie Members Band Find. I think these maps are going to be very, very fun to watch the entire way through. The one interesting point I think is that Mozzie Members picked Icebox, and I was looking at their team, and I think that this is a team that comparatively to the field has a lot of experience together, and Icebox is one of those maps that tends to be team focused. Even though a lot of people say you could just run it down, I think it's kind of the opposite when it comes to actual organized 5v5 play.
I agree. I think there's a lot of depth to this map in particular. Kura, in terms of the psychology of some of these decisions, what do you think the message is in selecting maps like Icebox or Haven?
I mean, I feel like for Haven, these teams do play. The one map that both teams don't play is Breeze. So I'm really not surprised to really see a ban or picked here.
Right.
Bind, I know Mozzie Members has not played Bind before, at least in their competitive history together. So I'm not too surprised to see that. Because Zero Marksman also has been playing it quite a bit. But for Haven, Icebox, and Ascent, I feel like that's going to be more of a Zero Marksman map. They have put a lot of time into it. So maybe Mozzie members don't want this to go to a map 3.
That's a really good point. It's something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on as well. When you kind of have that ace in the hole of, if we do get the map 3, guys, it's kind of our home turf. We can feel really emboldened by that. The opponent, the onus is immediately on them to get the 2-0 or potentially stare down a significant disadvantage like that. All in terms of the map rotations and with regards to this tournament, do you feel that a larger map is more indicative of an individual skill in terms of scouting them, or would you rather see some of the smaller maps be selected?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the caliber of the teams that have showed up or shown up for the tournament, right? Because when you're at a lower level, which I don't think we are, I think maybe those larger maps will not show individual skill at all, because I think that some of those teams that just have a good team play aspect can dominate on those, no matter how good the other team is, if they don't have that team play aspect down. So the smaller maps for sure can show off a little bit of individualism. I think of some of the top players in the scene, thinking of Tens and stuff on Vine, the things that he's able to do against other of the best teams like Fnatic. It brings that excitement. It brings those close angles where you could really take initiative.
It's true. It's true. Balla, you bring up a really good point, because at this stage, again, this is not the beginning of the tournament. This is actually loser side. So the team that loses this series is out of the entire tournament. The level of play has been pared down. At some of the beginning portions of a tournament, you can see wide skill disparities. Kura, at this point, would you say that all the teams that have made it this far are pretty much evenly matched?
I would say some teams have a little bit more of an edge just because they've been playing together longer, right? We have teams like Virtuoso, EZ5, and I think also Zero Marksman, while the other 3 teams are quite new. I know some teams have been playing together before in like previous teams and they all come back together again, but they don't really have those reps and those practices in.
Balla, do you think it's a huge advantage in a situation like this to have that long time roster history? In an instance where, at the end of the day, this is going to be selected at an individual level in terms of scouting here for Metro Esports, just in terms of making it further into the tournament, do you feel that that's a big advantage?
Yeah, that could be a deep question. We could talk about that for hours. You know what I'm talking
I know.
About?
That's why I asked.
I think there's obviously there's benefits to being together as a team for longer, and also benefits to showing off your individual skill. If there's an individual scouting aspect to the tournament, then yes, being a team that plays together will allow people to be put in positions that'll be quite nice. On top of that, it shows off the ability to work in a team environment, to work in a structured, execute style or team style and whatnot, and work under an IGL. All that stuff is super important to the individualism. And so yeah, I think for sure, I think the answer will boil down the line to yes, being a team for longer will help in that aspect.
Okay. Now, Kura, in terms of thinking of the future, my personal hope is that the team that does show up here for Metro Esports goes on to do amazing things, because I would love for this to kind of be the blueprint in how some of our future protagonists in the scene come together. Do you feel like there's a really good chance for that when you look at the pro scene and what's on the horizon for the team that we do find out of this?
I mean, I really think there is, right? We have those tournaments like, I don't know, the NSG weeklies where people have been actually showing up. I think, was it EZ5 that just won the last one? And so they've been showing up. I know Virtuoso has really been showing up as well. I saw on Twitter today, they were like, we just cracked the top 20 on Despite.gg. And I'm like, ooh, they're definitely a team to keep an eye on.
Okay. In terms of top talent for Valorant, obviously, we have the upper echelons, we have the tier 1, we have the pro level. But in terms of finding, those hidden gems, that unearthed talent, Balla, do you think in this tournament we're going to find someone that hasn't really been on anyone's radar, but this is their opportunity to really break out and establish themselves in the scene?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, maybe you say it hasn't been on anyone's radar, but in the Valorant scene, it's kind of a lot of these guys that I'm looking at, teams like Virtuoso, people on teams like EZ5, there's a lot of people who are on the radar, but underneath that, definitely, I think there's an opportunity to do that because they're going up against slightly established talent, and they have a chance to not only be scouted, so they're working as hard as possible, but also take a piece of the $10,000 up for grabs as well at the end of the day.
$10,000. The first place is going to come away with $3,000. That is not a bad haul for a couple days of Valorant. One of the things that I really like about the scene overall is that the ranked mode is kind of a scrim in and of itself because so many top players run into each other in the ranked mode, and they've done such a good job of fostering and facilitating that kind of public level of play that feels competitive. Kura, how do you feel that's going to affect some of the strategies and rotations and just play styles that we're going to see over the course of the tournament?
I mean, I feel like you don't want to like leak your strats during those comp games. You're like, all right, I'm just gonna try some new things. Like maybe it works, and then I bring it into scrim, and because we don't know anything that happens in scrims, you know, it's very secretive. So we don't really find that stuff out. But definitely maybe some tendencies like, oh, this player like really likes playing aggressive during scrims or something like that. That could come up.
You say that nobody knows what's going to happen in scrims, but I think nobody knows what's happening in ranked either. Everybody's
Okay,
like, what the
that's
heck
true.
is going on? There's so many abilities. You know, it's kind of hectic in those environments, but that's what prepares you for the match style stuff when people will hit you with the crazy combinations of abilities and whatnot, and you have to be ready for that. So I think ranked does a good job at preparing.
I mean, especially
Bali,
with
you
the
bring up
pub teams.
Bali, you bring up a really good point of the importance of abilities and utilities and being able to stack them, utilize them well. That's a big part of the current meta. Do you think that's going to be the trend going forward?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think that these combinations, these abilities stacking and set plays that people do are the key point, I think, right now of the meta. Is very important to be trying to figure out where the synergies lie.
Absolutely. Without any further ado, guys, let's jump into the very first match. It's going to be Zero Marksman taking on the Mozzie members. Kura, Brawlin, take it away.
Thank you so much, Haloran. And yeah, Zero Marksman versus Mozzie members. We already saw the maps. It's going to be Haven first. And this is two teams in my mind that definitely have a chance to really rise up. Zero Marksman the other day, when they were getting into this double Leland bracket, they took down the like kind of Sonic score, actually, that was playing through this tournament. That's one of the top teams. I think they're like top 10 NA at this point.
That definitely is. And I mean, I just remember the 13-0s that we talked about yesterday. That team was looking very scary. So since they took them down, I'm expecting a lot.
Yeah, I am too. So we'll have to see what agent select is going to be on Haven. That's the first place that we're going to go. And you talked a little bit about how Haven is a pick that both of these teams play. But Zero Marksman is, you said they have a little bit more history than Mozzie members. How do you think that stacks up on Haven specifically?
I mean, I feel like for that, I think they're going to bring out the KO for Haven. So having the KO together, especially with Okeanis, I'm just going to like kind of stress that combo because I really love the Jet Breach combo. So I think the Jet KO combo can be like the new shiny toy that they're going to be bringing out, especially like A long or C long, where you just see usually aggressive pushes coming out from defense if they choose to do so.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. That A lobby control is something that a lot of teams are focusing on these days. It's been a big part of the meta. The other thing is the controller meta, right? Astra versus Omen, and how the NA teams are kind of switching things up. We've seen Viper play on Haven as well, so that could be a possibility too, right?
Yeah, I feel like I don't see too many Viper players from either of these teams. I don't think they're going to choose it on this map in particular. I know maybe Bind or Icebox is a little bit more likely, at least for Potato, because I believe they do play it on both of those maps.
Great. Well, we'll keep that an eye out as well. And as we get to the later days, I know Virtuoso is a team that plays a lot of Vipers, so
yes,
maybe we'll see that pulled out on Haven down the line. I think this will be a lot more traditional, right?
Yep. Definitely will be. And I mean, right now, I feel like the meta is mostly shifting to Omen because, of course, Astra did get nerfed, I feel like quite a few weeks ago, where all her ability, like cooldowns are super long, and then the stars also got nerfed with how many you get. I think the cost also went up too. So as we just see, Omen's getting locked in from both sides.
Yep. Omen's on both sides, but like you called out, there's the KO on Zero Marksman's side, and they have Okeanis on the Jet. So we're going to see that combination exactly as you expect. Though one thing to note is that Mozzie members playing mostly NA standard, pretty much the things that everybody plays: double duelist, Omen, one sentinel, and then Sova. On the other side, though, it's double initiator.
Definitely is, and that's quite interesting on that. But seems like, yeah, as you said, it's gonna be even though it is a double initiator, KO has really taken the spot of the duelist. So it's going to be a bit interesting seeing the null command versus that run it back, because I think run it back does a lot in Haven just in terms of giving you information and allowing you to be aggressive. As I said, I want to see teams be aggressive on C and on A.
Yeah, the difference being that Phoenix, you 100% come back to play, whereas KO, you have to get revived and picked up from one of your teammates. But the suppress is the big portion of that, not necessarily coming back to life. So when that goes off, there's really no delay possible as we hop into the first round. It will be, of course, Zero Marksman on defense. You see KO over towards the A side, and then on offense, Mozzie Members, and they're grouped up over towards Long C.
I was gonna say, like, when I get downed in my KO ultimate, I usually don't get rezzed. So like my team just leaves me out to dry, and I'm very upset. So hopefully Zero Marksman will not leave Unshaken out to dry and will actually pick them up. But as you said, seems like Mozzie members are going to be going toward that C site. Only that Cypher Camp from Enjoy watching that site. He's going to get a lot of information very, very soon.
Yeah, quick dash already on the site and gets right past the camera. They broke both of those down already, so Enjoy has to call for the rotate over. I do see a tripwire, so they're going to eventually be spotted on that A flank. And most of them are making their way over towards Garage anyway, so full 5v5 retake on Pistol.
Ooh, indeed. And as you said, they're already ready.
Be a flash over through the corner as they come around, but not well timed. The Streets takes out two. Enjoy's going to be the one remaining member in Garage. And yep, that's kind of wrapped up, but Castblood has made his way out. Shox is aware, though, so good peeking around the logs.
I think I did talk about this a little bit earlier. Don't let the attackers get onto the site. And we kind of saw that right there. They just got full control of the site, nothing to stop them. The Cypher tripwires were at B and inside of Garage because I think they kind of expected that instead of going to C or going toward A. So it will be Mozzie members having that gun advantage. They have bought up with all those Spectres and even full shields, not even going with the half shields like I usually see.
Yeah. All the way through full buy, and once again a lot of presence towards C. This time it's good. They're all going to fight right away, but the drone will spot them, so they'll be ready. Is there a flash that's possible though? A full knife. Oh, this could be bad. All 5 members running it down, and no, it's not bad at all. That was pretty easy. They only lost 2 members at the end of the day, so still carrying over a pretty sizable gun advantage. Well, not into this round, but at least into their bonus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, they did lose 2 members, which honestly is kind of the best case scenario for a Zero Marksman. How much more hit those going into those short range Spectres? Not too much. So now Zero Marksman gonna be going more toward that default setup with the 2-1-2 with the Omen sitting at that mid side. The trapwires have not been set up as of yet. There we go. It's gonna be 1 Garage and 1 on the site for C, just in case for that default plan.
Really like how aggressive they are in controlling this Long C right off the bat. The TP right across, and he takes cubby control as well. He can lurk here for quite some time while the rest of his teams kind of work out the positions. Shox is going to take some space though. I'm not sure about this one. No, he's going to have to back up, especially as he hears the Phantom on board, but it's pulled rotates. Look how fast Zero Marksman is moving. 4 players already on the back of C. And they already used the knife. They used a lot of different stuff as we work through sewers and long. It's going to be an A split. Okeanis left all alone for this one. They've already flashed out way ahead of the team. Okeanis has got 1, and he actually took long control as well. So this is very difficult. What a hold so far from Okeanis. He's got 3. The last player is Rick Dad left in the smoke too. So he has to walk through against now 3 players here.
Well, and I said Okeanis was a player to watch, and there we go. We see that in full force, being able to hold down A site all by themselves. Rick Dad, last member alive, will not really be able to do anything with the Sheriff. Of course, that was the bonus round from Mozzie members, but Zero Marksman, they did not lose anyone at all, which is quite great for their economy going into this round. Seems like, once again, they'll be doing the same exact setup. My phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep, called out the 2-1-2. And that one, as they pulled the rotate over towards C, as they just basically peeked from both sides, it kind of felt like Okeanis was going to be left on an island. But what happened was they tried to go for that A split, but he was there and ready to take out. They didn't even split at the end of the day, so timing a little easy for him to take advantage of with that dash.
It really was, and Zero Marksman being a little more aggressive toward A. They've done it for the past 3 rounds. They haven't exactly pushed out for this round, just getting some more of that information. But I do really like the KO, the Cypher, and the Sova, because that is so much information, especially on the 3-site map of Haven.
Interesting how, once again, a reaction caught out from Zero Marksman there. Mozzie Memphis through the top C smoke. A little bit out a little bit, so it looked like they could pop out, so KO had to throw his fragmentation grenade down. Either case, did prevent any extra space from being taken right now where they're waiting on the darts, clearing corners, and they're going to go back towards A. But look at the Sova.
Ooh, he's just going to be lined up right there. He sees those pixels, but they are still moving up A.
There's the Phoenix ult out for Zerk, though. He's going to run it down short. A nice flash for him. He doesn't check his corners, though. And Okeanis is going to be able to take him out, but he gets traded, so very good so far. Castblade gets one as well. And Potato through the smoke, able to take down one more. So it's a 3 versus 3. They still have got KO up and smokes if they want to play a little bit further and cut off some of these guys. They're going out for it. A knife does suppress the Cypher on site, so tripwires are down. On site still unshaken. Nice turn. What is that? That is unbelievable, the speed of that through the smoke as Zerk tries to get it. But another round for Zero Marksman, and that one, you know, started off a little bit scary as they took onto the site and only got one as Zerk didn't check the corner. Instead, they kind of turned that around instantly.
Yep, I mean, you just have the information from the recon dart that allowed for them to get those picks through the Omen smokes. As I said, information is going to be crucial for Zero Marksman. On the defense, it's just figuring out where Mozzie Members is going to be. It seems like they aren't really split up, though, after they are on the site. They're kind of staying together in kind of the typical locations that you would really clear. And so that's why Zero Marksman has been able to go in with these retakes and just take out the members of Mozzie Members. A look at the ultimates up for this round. We saw the run it back used in the last round, but it will be the Cypher ult available for Mozzie Members. That will at least figure out where Zero Marksman are playing, even though they're still playing pretty much the same, 2-1-2. But Okeanis has the operator sitting at mid, looking at window, and that's a nice first pick.
Yeah, that's nice, but look at the opposing Jet. He's already gotten his way in sight. Shocks, yep, he's gonna come right behind him and opt down instantly. He's picked it up on an eco round. That has potentially just turned the tides, but the rest of his team still very low econ, so only pistols for most of them. They will get the spike down, though, at least.
That drone will spot out all those members of Mozzie Members, and ooh, that Omen just got out.
Just barely with the shrouded step. Shocks has still got a nice angle here. Can they flash him off or smoke him off? Yes, they do. But look at this. Already, Omen lurking through, and he's got spotted by the knife, so they know where he's at. The information gathering is so good. Still 3 members out on the backside of grass, but the smoke is here so strong, and I don't think they're gonna be able to do anything. No, he's gone. No command, kind of shut everything else down as well, so not able to spam any abilities. No molly able to be used from Zerk either. So another round for Zero Marksman. That one off the back of the no command. Almost look very good.
Yeah, I was about to say, definitely the null command is that ability to look out for, because even though Mozzie Members was playing really far back, I guess they technically could spam quite a few other things, right? They could spam the shock darts if Sova was playing back enough, because they retreated all the way back into window, which might not have been the best idea because they were on those pistols. I think they do want to take those shorter range fights. Going to this, we have the operator now move toward the C site. Somebody is now watching Garage proper. Okeanis does have to back off because of that recon ball. Sorry, the Sova drone.
They did move the Cypher over towards that A side as well instead of playing towards C. So this is a different look. One thing before, as they set up, that is Mozzie Members over towards A, was that they only set up outside of A lobby, so they got plenty of time on the other side, on the defense side, to recognize when that hit was coming. This time, it's going to come a lot faster as map control has not been gained.
It has not, and technically Reprieve could still go up because he does have this ultimate. But what was that? Just through the smoke? Did he see it?
That was a kill trip set up as a jet dash through as well. I think that expected it to not really target anybody either way. They've got the sight now, but they did lose one with that kill trip. Another recon bolt as well. Or sorry, drone.
We just say information. It's information at this point.
It's going to tag one, but not really get too much other than that. They're going to jump out here with the Hunter's Fury as well. Knives out too. That's 2 kills now from Hunter's Fury, and Okeanis going over top. Just the last player remaining. Streets diving in and out of that, but he still has a shorty. Come on, man. How many tools do you have in your kit? That is ridiculous. Another round for Zero Marksman.
I mean, I think right there, having the paranoia coupled with that Hunter's Fury allowed for Zero Marksman to just cause so much chaos on the site. Okeanis coming in with the knives, as you said. I mean, at that point, you're like, there are so many things going on right now. I have a sensory overload. And yes, that was a trip. And now recently with the Cypher trip update, Jet can't just break it very easily. A little bit sad about that, but as a Cypher main, I'm happy.
Yeah, I love the rebound pulls that you basically get when Jets
Yeah.
dash through now. It creates some comedic moments. And
But
if you're Rick Dad there, you're like really upset too because of the former patch that would have been broken. He wouldn't have to worry about it at all.
True. Unfortunate, but seems like Mozzie members, they have pulled out the knives themselves. Going up toward that B side, at least only Shox is. He's gonna break the tripwire, but Zero Marksman, they are staying quite firm in their sight holds. They're waiting for Mozzie members to come and just complete that retake, as for the last few rounds, it's worked so well.
Kind of scary situation though here. Oh, this knife is going to be really nice. It finds two outside of A lobby, so he knows that there's potential for him to be in a bit of a pickle here, but his teammate is right behind him. Cast Blood, spotting the cross again, and Unshaken sets it up perfectly. Another flash as well, but he flashes himself. So that doesn't work out. Meanwhile, there's a fight going down in Garage while Unshaken does clean it up. Potato now left alone in Garage, but no, Okeanis is there on the other side. And so far, they've held off every little attempt at some map control that happened at the same time. The Reprieve less in a 1v4. Be very difficult for him, especially as Cast Blood walks around the corner with Unshaken though, and that's another round. It was a decent attempt at going through Garage with the knives, but really nothing gained on either side of the map.
Yep, I feel like in that case, when you are on the save, just push together as a team and try to overwhelm one of these defending sides for Zero Marksman, because we know that they play more of that default. They are split up, so maybe if 5 members go through Garage, Potato can't kill you all, right? Like, they don't, unless it's like completely crazy flicks, which technically is possible. It's really difficult to stave off 5 members. So I would have liked to see that for Mozzie members. Hopefully, if they do need to save again, we'll see that. But they will have the rifles for this round. The operator still on Okeanos. I don't even think he's died since he's bought that.
He's gonna walk down C though, and maybe get in a little bit of trouble. No.
Ooh.
A tailwind instantly gets him out of dodge and jumping over top as well. Not finding much, but they're still kind of peeking him, so I'm kind of worried. The side of Mobvies. Members, yep, there's a leg shot. So a lot of pressure up towards C. I'm not sure if Unshaken and Cast Blood actually expect Zerk really close on this position, as they're very quick, but this drone will push him back. He's gonna have to try to hide from that. No, it's the Jet that's spotted, so they know that they've kind of had 2 sides of the map to worry about since first attempt. And yep, it's gonna be a smoke out. Here comes fragmentation grenade as well. Just delays so much, and multiple flashes too. His teammates are gonna be here in due time.
Ooh, we have Reprieve coming up for a little bit of a flank, but that's the first pick.
Oh, I love that too. That is gorgeous. Using the knife right on your wall, right next to you. Nice TP though from Reprieve. He's gonna be able to get right on top of that tripwire, but I think he heard it. Enjoy is really on top of things, and now it's just left up to Streets and Zerk.
Yeah, Mozzie members really like hitting that A site, but that time they were just way too slow, as that's gonna be another op shot coming out from Okeanis.
Oh, but Enjoy on the other side. Okay. He took out Zerk, and then Okeanis had the smoke down for him, and Streets was like, hold on, this could be useful for me. But little do you know, Shorty right in the smoke. Unfortunate.
Always have a shorty in your pocket with the op. That's not necessarily the secondary weapon I see very often. I think usually we see like a sheriff or maybe a ghost if you don't have enough money, but a shorty, all right. Like, I mean, whatever works, and it seems like it's working for Okeanis, as he is 8-4 right now, still topping the charts along with Unshaken. Zero Marksmen have switched it up a little bit though. They only have Enjoy on that A site, while the rest of the members are stacked more toward Garage and C side, because I think they expect Mozzie members to not try A again, and they're not.
Nice shot though, but multiple people out of grass right now, even though suppressed. Just sheriffs. Last time there was nobody behind this strip, so they might be trying to take advantage of it, but this time there's Enjoy. Trap wire already, and also, once again, Unshaken is so good with these nades. He gets them down at perfect positions every time. Enjoy doesn't find anything, and neither does Okeanis though. Oh, another shot from Zerk. It's a 2v2. And there's potential for them to back it up a little bit, although 1 HP on Reprieve. Zerk is going to refresh his HP with it. Oh, another one! He's stuck in a really, really difficult position. He's going to ult all the way back towards window, and Zerk knows! He gets it! as he gets killed as well. What is that? Literally right before he goes back into his other form. What a round from Zerk. That's a 4K.
Wow, and I mean, Unshaken got those first 2 picks, and then Zerg picked up a Guardian. I thought he was going to pick up the Phantom on the floor before he had gone back to his form. He was like, I'm just going to use the Guardian. I'm good at it. And he heard that from the shadows from Potato. Unfortunate there as Mozzie Membas do take an econ round for themselves. Now, Operator still on Okeanis, still looking C long. They will put out the recon drone once again. And of course, that smoke does go down. I don't really think they want to peek him because last time they did, they got legged. And since they don't have a Sage or a Sky, nobody is getting any heals.
Casput also getting free reign on that A orb. He's already gotten it and he's left A. They only have a camera and a trip. They don't even really know. Now they hear it a little bit as Empty's on the B site. But still, leaving it completely.
I think it's completely fine though, because the A hold has been, the A retake has been really good for Zero Marksman. But that is the smoker down. They're gonna have a little bit of a harder time cutting off that retake from Zero Marksman.
And that's been a peak that Okeanis have been taking multiple times though. They don't know the camera's up. He's just watching them. And that's why the shock dart's coming out. It's being called at the same time. What's going on? So, fortunately, Mozzie Membas does not quite know that the other side knows everything. It's going to be another Recon Bolt Hunter's Fury combination. Last time this got him 2 kills, but no knives available this time.
Camera finally taken down, and Okeanis, what was that shot?
He's going to jump out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury again. Zerk is hell. He just got one, and Joy's already swinging though on top of it. He's found himself a kill as well. Shock's left all alone, and he's knifed as well. So literally no chance to use a dash, use his smokes, use his updraft, nothing to get away from the situation that's unfolding in front of him.
Yeah, with that null command going onto site, you just cannot be close because there's nothing you can do about it. If you're Cypher on the site, you can't even throw down your Cypher cage to get out of your corner. And I feel like that's just going to be really crucial because Mozzie Membas, the only thing they really have to hold the site is going to be Rikdad's Hunter Sphere if he has it up, or maybe his shock darts if he has lineups. We haven't really seen those lineup holds yet, so maybe they don't have that at their disposal.
One other thing is Reprive has really been taking this fight to long C onto Okeanis, who he knows is opping that corner, so...
And he won't be upping that anymore. He's going A.
And he's pushing it too. My point being though, is that smokes are taking a lot of risk on the other side of Mozzie Membas, which definitely hurt them as they tried to take on the A site. Not able to hold on to the chokes and the retake, and they're getting caught in garage again. Unshaken, doing such a good job with Potato in combination. They have so many flashes in between the both of them, and Joy just get picked off though on the backside of site, and this time it looks like Mozzie Membas might have an opening.
They do. Still in a 3v3 situation. Some members are quite low. This fight is going to be critical. Making into a 3v2 with that Cypher ult.
You need to use your shorty to take one out. Doesn't matter though. Up on the other side, there's knives as well.
What?
And that's only one shot necessary. They've just turned this 2v3 into a 2v1. Street's last player remaining. He's darted out too. Cast Blood coming in on the other side. All focus on the Okeanis. And for good reason. This man has been tearing it up.
Really has, and Zero Marksman right now going into an 8-3 lead, and they have not needed to save at all. I mean, they did lose the first 2 rounds, basically the pistol and the Spectre round, but other than that, we just see time and time again, their retakes are just amazing. Okeanis, if he's not getting those early picks, he is getting those clutches, pulling out the knives because he's charging it up so many times. I mean, if you just like count it all together, that's like 18, which means he's at least charged it up twice. And if he's taken like orbs and stuff, that's even more.
Yep. Distinctly remember 2, either way. Last round of the half. And 5 rounds in the lead is Zero Marksman. They're going to try to make it a 9-3 and potentially send us to map 2 very quickly in the second half. Once again, Okeanis against that long C position. He's going to drop off the backside of it for now as smokes come out from the side of Mozzie Membas. Oh, they're trying to target him specifically, but that ult's pre-fired just a little too fast.
He's going to be in a bit of a sticky situation soon. The paranoia is not going to find him. Now he does have Enjoy with him.
Can't believe he has that Cage right on
Oh.
point, but Shox is taking the fight right to him. Doesn't matter though. As Enjoy's there on the backside to take Shox out as well, and they found one lurking up in towards B as well. So 4v3. And Potato, look at the position. That's twice now he's used his ult in such a nice spot. And the shock dart takes one out too. Castblood has been fantastic. And that is so clean of a round that I don't even understand what happened in those final moments. It was like shots to the smoke, shots to the wall. Come on now.
I mean, for Zero Marksman, they just been keeping Mozzie members onto the site, and I think they're really good at doing that because we saw the flank coming out from Potato, making sure they can't retreat C long. We see someone coming in from defender spawn. We see someone coming in from garage, and they're just stuck. I mean, it happens on the A side as well, even though Mozzie members, they're kind of putting themselves more in that situation on the A side because they're not really leaving the site per se. But C, you can definitely leave, and Zero Marksman is not allowing them to do so. So for the second half, with Zero Marksman on the offense, I'm kind of excited to see what they can do here, especially with the KO. They can just shut down any member of Mozzie members who is holding that site, especially the Cypher, and they can just get so much ground.
Yeah, that KO, especially no command, even on defense, was getting so much value. Every time they tried to take or hold A and post plant, just like no command. Okay, we don't really have much to do here. And this round of the second half right now, this is massive. Okeanis already takes a lot of space, but just as we saw from Zero Marksman, the other side, they're going for a split towards C through B and garage and long C as well. Okeanis is there on top of Reprieve. He gets one. Here's Enjoy on the back of site as well through garage, and they've gotten the site. Much unlike the last time we saw the pistol round where we played aggressively on defense. This time there's not a 5v5 and they're both in the smoke. That's so impossible for Rick Dad. The only chance now is Zerk, and of course his Jet teammate as well. He's gonna dash on it, but the flank is too good.
I mean, it looks like Zero Marksmen are everywhere right now. They just sent 4 members to that C site just to pinch. They basically cut off Mozzie members into the 2 on C site and the 3 elsewhere. And then we had Unshaken on that B side waiting for those flanks from Mozzie members. And I mean, they didn't technically come from that way, but then he was able to come in through garage and just take them out very quickly. So now Zero Marksmen, they're going to be able to buy up. We see few Spectres, we see a Bulldog, which is honestly my favorite weapon. Glitch Pop Bulldog was the first skin I bought, and I have no shame in admitting that. But Okeanis will have the Marshall as well, so we should be seeing some headshots down at mid because Mozzie members, they're going to be pushing 5 members here, and there we go, that's the first one.
Flash out as well, gives him a second, making a third. Very nice there on the anti-eco. Rick Dad does finally respond. He's all the way down and grasp, but they're shock darting him. Now it's up to Zerk and his Sheriff, and I did see him get that 4K, but look what's behind him.
Oh no.
Potato again.
Oh, is he?
The Nemesis
Oh,
before.
no.
No, he missed the knife. Oh no, what's going on? Get him. A true gentleman. He pulls out his own. Wow, did not expect to be seeing that, but okay. Hey,
I
like
mean, it worked, right? At that point, we just saw Okeanis get 3 kills with the Marshall, just Mozzie members. I think almost everyone got flashed by the, I believe it was the KO flash. I know what that's called. Flash drive. There we go. Flash drive. I've been spamming a lot
think
of
of
KO.
any geeky,
Oh, true.
play on words with the word flash. Like that's
All right. Yep. That makes sense. I will definitely keep that in mind, so I will never forget it again. But for Mozzie members, they are finally going to have a full buy this time. They are pushing 2 out of A, but Zero Marksman, they're not like them. They're just going through garage.
Oh, that didn't work at all. Reprive's gotten 2 already, but they are trying to work their way up along C. That doesn't work either. Quick aggressive TP for Potato 2. Reprive has gotten his way up to 3, but Castblood responds. 1 versus 3 now. Picks up a Vandal. 2 players going to be flanking him. He's going to push through the smoke. Oh, it fades right at the perfect time for him. That's actually great. And now he has to just shoulder peek this. If he did, he might have the opportunity to go somewhere else, but no, Shox and Zerk are there to recover the round that started off very well for Mozzie members.
I mean, but for this round, he's going to keep that Hunter's Fury up because it is charged. I was going to say, maybe he could have gone to another site and then used that really long Hunter's Fury hold, which we still haven't seen yet, unfortunately. That is something I always love to see. But Mozzie members, at least they're switching it up for this round. They're going to put 3 toward that A site, and then 1 toward B, and then as we just have Streets lurking around inside of Garage at C, putting up those tripwires. But Unshaken with the KOs, going to be looking toward A, and I think they're trying to punish Mozzie members because they've been pushing up A so much.
Ooh, nice little flash. You see Shocks pushed way up. And there's also a dart combination with this. This is that duelist KO that you're talking about. And once again, they do make it work down long A, and they take out Zerk, who has been the shining light on the side of Mozzie Members, though. Reprieve sneaking down. He does taking him out. Unshaken gone. No more knife for the execute. But they're all across the map anyway, so does it really matter? Potato, if you can get past the camera without being spotted, that might be very nice. I'm looking to see. Yep, Streets looking to see if he's going to tap that camera. He's not a single time. And now he's in backside. You might not even spot him as the time comes. Yep, smokes are going to be gone. They'll know that this is here as they hear the smokes fall.
There we go. The camera finally gets tapped. I think he's just waiting to see if Zero Marksmen are actually going to commit to that C site, which they finally have. And now they're backing off. It's the Sova hold.
Yep. Sova ult, Hunter's Fury is online just like you said in the last one too. And he's got double shocks to land directly on the spike. The one thing though is that there is an Omen on the other side. The smokes are going to be there and they're playing full spam. Potato's going to work his way up to get close and insurance. They already spotted the shock dart and recon bolt coming. There's a shock. Hello. Okay. And the ults. They don't even get half at this point. They're not pushing either. Potato finds one through the smoke too, but that's two kills, and now it's all left to Cass. You already found one, but they don't have half at this point. You can play the time. And yep, easy round for Cass. Just doesn't even let him get half, and that's match points in the bag.
Yeah, Mozzie Members, I mean, they just got taken down so low by those shock darts and the Hunter's Fury, but that push at A, I think, is really good. I think Zero Marksman can actually look to push that and punish those two members of Mozzie Members again and again, because they only had that in a 2v2 situation, and then I think they kind of traded relatively evenly. But if you have a 5v2, then I think A side is completely open for your taking.
Very fast-paced game. I mean,
It really is.
it feels like we've been here for 10 minutes and we're already at 12-4. Like,
Yeah.
this is crazy. So,
I mean, what's crazy now is that Mozzie Members have 3 of their ultimates, especially that run it back. But once again, they have given up that C site. They've put all their eggs onto A and B, and it has not worked out for them. So they're going to have to do this retake, which I don't think has been working out too well in their favor.
yeah. I mean, we just saw last round. Thankfully, there is no Hunter's Fury this time.
Oh, they definitely
He's
saw
gonna
him.
flash them off, but they're all down here right now. This is kind of scary. If they can get that smoke down, Reprieve can buy enough time, but no, they don't. Look at Okeanis. He's gonna play through the smoke as soon as there's any recon bolt or anything. Oh, the smoke fades. Perfect timing, and that might just be it. Okeanis knows exactly what's going on. He's already pre-spraying the floor. There it is. Last kill on Zerk as well. 13-4 in our first map, and that was very clinical for Zero Marksman.
Oh, that definitely was. And I mean, as you said, we blinked and the map was over. Zero Marksman having a really strong showing on that defense. We just saw the retakes on A, the retakes on C just be absolutely so clean.
Yeah, and you talk about, you know, resilience and being able to come back in a situation after you lose a defensive half that hard. It becomes very difficult to come back through. I think you called it out right at the beginning. It was Okeanis who was the player to watch. 19-11, 307 combat score. Your prediction came out true.
Yep, it really did. And we just saw him being so aggressive all the time, even at that last round, playing inside the smoke, so cheeky there and peeking at the right time. You know, doesn't even need a flash, just needs raw aim.
Yep. Other players too that impressed me, even though Potato was at the bottom of that defensive, or on the Zero Marksman side scoreboard, those ults multiple times on Omen. I don't know why I geek out about Omen ults all the time. Maybe it's because they're so useless in most situations. But you know, the one time that Zerk ended up with that, like, what was it, a 1v2 with the 4K that he had with the Sheriff? He tried to ult and take out his body as he was coming back from the run it back, and then obviously that one round where he takes the long C control. Either way, fantastic game all around from Zero Marksman. I think there was definitely some show from Mozzie Members though, especially with players like Zerk, and we'll see if they can really bring that back on the next map.
Yeah, for sure. So hopefully we'll be seeing that. I believe our next map is Icebox. So, you know, I'm excited to see what kind of strats they're going to pull out. Will any team pull out the Viper? That is the question.
Hey, if you're not at this point in the meta, I don't know. I really don't know. We'll find out, and we're going to be, you know, taking a quick break to find out what's going to happen on map 2. Is it going to be Zero Marksman taking a quick 2-0, or will actually Mozzie Members fight back? We'll find out after the break. first map of Haven was a quick affair. You said if you blinked, you missed it. I hope you didn't blink because Zero Marksman definitely showed off some really nice stuff, especially with KO Kura, because I was very impressed with the retakes, the knife attempts, and especially the flashes. He was throwing some really nice lineups, especially on the attack side too.
Up, and don't forget to mention the null command. I know we've just been harping on it during the game, and after the game, I'm just gonna throw it out again because that is basically like a Killjoy Detain, but like kind of better because you can't really use the skills for so long.
Interesting way to look at it, but let's take a look at the highlights from the last game as well. Zero Marksman against Mozzie Members. The really nice stuff was exactly what you're talking about. These retakes with no command, with knots. I mean, the amount of Hunter's Fury combos that they had, and Unshaken his entire time, how he was getting those fragments out. Just over and over delaying the attacks for Mozzie Members, and then there was Okeanius, who was the star the entire time.
Yep, and with that operator on C, on A, even just pushing with the knives, and especially this Marshall 3K right there. I think I called that he was going to get some headshots right before, and he did get 3. So I'm going to say that's a win in my books.
There was definitely some glimpses of hope for Mozzie Members. I mean, we were talking about the Zerk 4K, the one where you had to run it back into B, and then there was the pistol round, and a bunch of different things actually worked out for them that round. Clearly not too hot because it was a 13-4 at the end of the day, but Icebox coming up. This is Mozzie Members' map pick. So we might be expecting a little bit more from them this time around, or are we really expecting Zero Marksman to kind of roll with it?
I mean, I'm expecting a little bit more. I know both teams are going to play the Viper unless maybe they've changed their strats from last week when was it earlier this week when they were playing in the groups and trying to get into the last 6. But, I think we'll be seeing pretty typical comps. I know Zero Marksman likes playing that double sentinel with the Killjoy and the Sage, so I'm expecting their holds just to be that much better. And maybe they won't actually let Mozzie Members take the site and go for the retake. They'll just stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at exactly what is going to come out. It will be Viper versus Viper, very meta at this point. Still no Sage picked on the other side for Zero Marksman. You called it out that we expect that, but that's definitely a meta pick as well that almost every team is playing. And then the other thing to note is whether or not they play double controller. I mean, at this point, you expect Unshaken to pick over towards that Sage for sure, but he could also go for Omen. That's something that, 100 Thieves has been messing with, a couple of EU teams as well, and throughout the past as well has been something to note. Either way, note the Reyna for Zerk, no Reyna on the other side, and no double Sentinel for Mozzie Members.
Definitely not. So I'm going to be looking at them to be a little bit more aggressive on the attack, especially with that double duelist and then the Viper. I mean, I think they have a healthy mix of the attack and the hold with the Sage and the Viper, but it would be really up to just seeing more of that playset on the attack.
Well, we'll see. It is the Sage locked in, so definitely going to be a little bit of a bomb carrier for Shocks and Unshaken, but we've always seen some different things go out as well. I'm very, very curious to see if there will be any innovative walls or anything like that, and which team will be the one who's kind of using that middle area as the side to really aggress into and take advantage of the fact that it's there, or are both teams just going to ignore it, as we've seen for months and months on Ice?
But okay, so for that last map of Haven though, Zero Marksman was really able to pin Mozzie Members onto the site every single time. So I'm expecting them to have a bit more mid control than we've seen usually.
Yeah, that's a little harder to do, I guess, on Icebox, especially given how hard it is to push over towards the A site. But at the other side too, if you're not really playing with full control over there, in some cases it's easier to get those quick flanks and contain. So we'll see what's going to come down. It is going to be, once again, a defensive sided start for Zero Marksman because this was the pick of the other side. So right off the bat, they're playing the same position that they did so well on in the previous game. We've got a couple ghost spot in this, and yeah, we're hopping into this. Immediately the Viper wall placed over towards B. That kind of signals that that's going to be the one Viper wall that they use this entire attacking half for Mozzie Members.
Yeah, but Mozzie Members, I mean, they've been known to split and go elsewhere, so this could not necessarily be the site they go, but it actually is this time. They're just going to be straight up charging up B long, and they have not gotten the plant down as of yet because look at that poison cloud. They can't go in there.
That is gorgeous. instantly recognizes that there's going to be a quick attack towards B, retrieves his poison orb that was set up as a one-way, and puts it on this spot that they're going to try to plant on. There's also a nanoswarm too, so this is going to be impossible. And look at it, Okeanos is already containing. He still has his tailwind up as well, so really, really difficult for them to do much. They're going to have to force their way on this site.
They really will have to. I think they're going to actually try to get out, though, and kill Okeanos.
Oh, finding him too. That's actually very nice for them. 50 seconds on the round still, so they have time to do more. They're walking now, though, but information already is known for Zero Marksman that they're not crossing on this onto the A site at all, so sticking their way back over here, but Zerk takes out Caspel, and he's got the overheal as well, so gonna lurk through the smoke. The poison orb is still there. So difficult. The nanoswarm too. It's gonna be very difficult. Still now, no more delay because it's only Sage and Killjoy. Try to get the spike down. Unshaken does take out Zerk. They're gonna force their way over and maybe plant inside the tube. They're just gonna push it. Spike planting at this point. He's gonna get the one kill. He almost goes for it. No. Enjoy.
Oh
Stuck
my.
between both at this point, and a hectic round, but it ends up working through. They end up beating all the delay that Zero Marksman have, and another first round in the books for Mozzie Members.
Wow, so that was the Sage Wall used there. Also the Poison Cloud. And I think, what else was in there? A Shock Dart as well, I think that we saw in that replay. And as you said, it did stop Mozzie Members, but they still just kept at it. They're like, all right, we have time. I mean, they had like 15 seconds at the end, but they still technically had time just to wait for Zero Marksman because they have to throw out that utility. Especially since Viper did end up going down. You don't have that poison orb to come up again and again. So same Viper wall going up for Mozzie Members, and they're still moving toward this B site. Silva Dart not going to spot anybody else as Zero Marksman have all stacked on A. They are hinging on this, and they're going to lose the bet.
Free sight for them, and I think they noticed it, so they're going to get a much more advantageous plant and also push up into the site as well. So a lot of space here. Rick Dad's already up in the kitchen hallway, but they actually have to back up now, and now that plant is kind of awkward, though they do wall off Snowman at the same time. So that's Aiko going very, very well for them. Yeah, Shock Dart kill. And oh no. I thought the spike was there. He's gonna run through it anyways. Oh!
Wait, oh!
Okeanos. He's gotten two all of a sudden, but the spike is still ticking away, so very difficult for him. He's gonna try to make this as expensive as possible, but as that barrier is still up, toxic wall, it'd be very difficult to find himself some extra shots, but that was still nice.
Not going to be able to do so, and this is just reminiscent of the previous game where Mozzie Members took that first pistol and were able to capitalize and take that second round. But it's going to be up to the third round now. We saw that Zero Marksman had won this round in the previous map because they have all those rifles available. No operator as of yet. Okeanos is not going to be saving up for that for now. We'll probably see it a little bit later because I think an operator on Icebox is quite nice, which is all the lineups on A. You can just hold mid by yourself, or you can hold B along with the Viper and just cut off all that vision. They're playing pretty separately now. Again, pretty default 2-1-2. They're not pushing out too much, except for Okeanos at that B side. They definitely have gotten that orb, but they should know Mozzie Members is going to be pushing A. Viper wall sitting at the front of the site, and we have Sage here as well. That's going to be an off-angle wall.
He's so high. Look at Okeanos on this flank as well. That's going to come very soon, but that's kind of what lost in the pistol round. But Unshaken can look over into that cage area if he so desires, if he wants to peek a little bit more. The shock darts are good, though, from Rick Dad on the cast blood, so a little revenge there from the previous round. No space gained on the backside, though. They are looking for him. This is going to be massive. Okeanos with the spray down. There's Unshaken gets one as well as they all peek at the same time over that wall. But give up room. 50 seconds for them to run back all the way, and the poison orb was used in mid, so they can't even really get the information on whether they commit back towards B or not.
Yeah, but they do have one of those swarm grenades sitting at that default plant spot for Zero Marksman. And again, the double sentinel and the Viper coming in for this hold. That is an interesting spray down as the creep is quite low. Gets taken out.
Definitely an opportunity for him to force the issue, but it won't work out. A fantastic hold. That's what I'm talking about in terms of Sage walls that are used in interesting positions. Unshaken is going to get 2 kills from that. The flank from Okeanos worked perfectly. as Unshaken peeked extra. And then even though they didn't get the info down mid that they're crossing back towards B, you called it out. They had the Nano Swarm, and unfortunately Reprieve going a little too aggro down that mid lane.
Zero Marksman once again just containing Mozzie members. And even though they were able to get out there at the very end, I think at this point, just play a little bit slower. Wait for Zero Marksman to push out, try to get those flanks and make some more noise at A, as they're kind of doing now. They're having, I believe it's Rick Dad and Streets just sitting back, making sure that no one is coming out of mid and no one is coming out of B. But Okeanis is sitting inside of defender spawn this time. No flank coming out as of yet.
Shaken's in the same position for that wall too. They end up committing. Could be dangerous once again. Cast Blood, shock dartable. Oh, Okeanis falls, no knives. I think he only got one hit off. Oh, it was actually Potato on the other side who does take out Rick Dad. So once again, an audible has to be called. Where do they end up, Mozzie members?
I think it really is fine for Okeanis to be taking those aggressive peaks, because what's really important from Zero Marksman is keeping the Double Sentinel and Viper alive, because they're the ones that will slow you down. Not the Jet, because you can just run through the Jet smokes, and what is Tailwind going to do to you, right? Body block you?
Well, Drone's going to spot out Zerk, but that actually baits Zerk into Unshaken, who's still up here. No wall this time. He's going to fall back. But the two picks make it very difficult. And this defensive Viper wall is just so solid. Streets has given up his position too, but Unshaken. Straight on the fight. Head into Streets. Finally taken down by Enjoy. Shocks left in a 1 versus 2, but both players have fallen way off. Gonna be able to get the spike down.
10 seconds left.
Oh, he might not. Oh, no, he will. Okay. Whew.
Yeah,
They're both coming in, though.
Holding my breath for a second. Any snake bite or something that barely misses. I think that might give them the cue that that space is clear, so could be dangerous. Oh, they lined up for him too, but it doesn't matter. Enjoy is gonna be able to lock it up and get the defuse right down. 2-2, very reminiscent. You keep bringing it back to Haven, and this is literally what happened on that map.
I mean, all right, who won that next round? I'm pretty sure it was actually Zero Marksman. They go on a 5-2 and then it becomes 5-3. So we'll see if that repeats itself this time. But Unshaken just is still in that high spot. I mean, to go up there, I think you have to be on the rope and then you have to like do a little jump. I can't do it myself, but I've definitely seen this a lot. And he's gonna have
Corey,
to like.
You could do it. You could do it.
I've done it. I think I've done it once actually. In all my practice, I have done it once. I can't do it as consistently as Unshaken has. So maybe I'm gonna hit him up afterward for some lessons or something like that.
Hit the lab, yeah. Okay, right as we saw, it was pistol round that they did this. Quick down. This time he does not retake the poison orb. So Reprieve almost is actually going to catch him. And it will end up being, yep, taking out the Nanoswarm too, Unshaken with another wall over the backside of Snowman. Is he going to find anything? He needs a recon bolt in conjunction with this, but I don't think it's available just yet. They didn't get the spike down though. I think maybe the stage doesn't have her wall because it's the eco round, so they're kind of apprehensive to go for it.
Especially since they did kill the swarm grenade on the site, though.
The trades right now, Unshaken Cast Blood. Okeanis.
Such a quick scope, wow.
This is ridiculous. That time I like, he's not fully committing, but also Mozzie Members is paying a little bit more attention to the flanks, so there was a player there to receive him. This time, how to get across your Mozzie member if you're Shocks against Okeanis up on top. The shoulder peek is good, but the second one not so.
Just a little bit of the ponytail peeking out there. Zero Marksman only losing 1 in that round. But Mozzie members, they'll have a few more ultimates to work with in this round, as the Viper's pit will be up. But just look at that. I mean, Okeanis doesn't necessarily need to push it. He just has to make sure that Mozzie members is going to be fully committing into B site with those other 3 team members. Now, going back to the ultimates, we have the Viper's Pit, we have the Hunter's Fury, so the hold should be quite good for Mozzie members as long as they're able to get onto the site. But it's still really, really hard for them to do so, because B, you have so much just going around in that default position with the swarm grenades, I mean, Viper Poison Orb. And on the A site, you still have to go through that Viper wall, and they have really not wanted to do that.
Almost a shot there from Okeanis. We get leered off the angle again. has been a point where they can fight. I like that double peek. They do get a little damage on him, but end up getting taken down by Castblood, who's once again on top of screen. That position is just destroying Aussie members.
It really is. At that point, just send 2 shock darts up there. Will it even hit? I guess you can probably hit the wall. Then at least force them off there.
Brutal. Another kill. Recon pulled out again. Another kill. Another kill. Castblood's got 4 from the same position over and over. Only 1 player remaining. It's the opposing Viper, and he's up on belts, which is the Phantom.
Oh.
And hold on a second. Teresa's still got something to say in this round.
But look
I
at
think
the
he might have
flank.
spotted the flank. No.
Okay.
Down to a 1v2 on the reverse. Ace
22 seconds.
has to go into Okeanis angle right now, though.
Oh,
Last
no.
time the shoulder didn't work for him. And doesn't quite work again. Okeanis too quick, but hey, an exciting explosive round right there.
Definitely was not sure where the poison cloud was actually for Streets, because definitely needed to smoke that angle off. Is Okeanis peeking into him? I mean, it didn't happen on Haven C. It's not going to happen on this map either. Look at that. It's just a nice little stop as Mozzie member is going to be going back onto the save. They weren't able to use any of those ultimates in that previous round, so they're probably going to keep it for the round after this. As Zero Marksman has 3 ults charged as well. That Viper's Pit, I don't think it's going to be used unless Mozzie Members actually decides to put a lot more toward that B side. And as I say that, it's going to prove me wrong.
Oh, instant ult here from Cass. Okeanis as well, trying to hold off this very quick offensive. He's going to wall off the maze. Okeanis is now in a smoke, no shorty this time. Unshaken still in here as well. They've contained this choke so well, but Zerk, as the smoke falls, will find Unshaken. Okeanis still in the backside, Castblood as well. 3 sitting right behind in the maze. Nanoswarm coming in at the same time too. They're going to force him back.
Oh.
Nice attempt. Misses the shot, won't miss the second. They've broken down the wall too, and yep. Only pistols on the other side. Not quick work, but clean work, as only 1 player falls. That was Unshaken, who was really tearing it up in the maze.
I mean, Okeanis on that A side, it just seems like they have every single operator angle memorized and down pat. So I want to see Mozzie members actually just go toward that B side or even go down mid. We were saying maybe we see more mid control. It has been coming out from Zero Marksman. They have been putting those flanks, making sure to get that information about whether or not Mozzie members is going to cross. But Mozzie members themselves have not pushed there as of yet. And hopefully they try something else, because they are down 3 rounds already.
It's a quick dash. There's 2 players right on top of Boiler, though. Slow him down. Spot's still 1, but that information might be good enough for them to work something off of that. They know it's a quick rotate over towards the A, so maybe they could abuse back towards B if their Zero Marksmen are expecting a lot more in mid.
I think it is the good idea to go toward B here, because if you take out Potato, it will be huge, and they do. They should be getting that free plant as long as they kill the swarm grenade. Remember to look down. Oh, they're not looking down.
You got it, you got it.
Oh,
you
okay,
got it.
okay. Just making sure, as it should be the plant going down for Mozzie members for V5 retake.
You have the Viper's Pit as well to play with. Look at the position of Reprieve. Gonna have to fall off of that, though, because on the other side, it's Okeanis. Spraying through the smoke, trying to get the Viper down and the Pit down. Otherwise, it's gonna be very difficult to play into, though. They do have that lockdown.
I'm expecting them to drop it quite soon, because there we go.
Oh. Reprieve is lurking in there. He could have really shook that up. Rickdad has the Hunter's Fury, though, but that's the time for them to push into that Viper's Pit. Streets are playing on the outside of it. They're trying to get at least the tap. There's Zerk going down. Shocks. It's going to combine. No half yet, and the spray is whipped, unfortunately, from Unshaken. There it is. Exactly like we said. Haven 5-3. This time 5-3. Off the backs of a good read, I think, there, right?
Definitely was. And for Mozzie members, they expended 3 of their ultimates. They had the Viper's Pit, the Hunter's Fury in order to counter the lockdown, and the Empress going in. But because of that, it won't have too much for this round. Even though they have the weapons, the only tool available is that Sage Resurrection, which is available for Zero Marksman as well. But the operator, I mean, it looks like they're still posturing toward that A site to see if they can maybe ego peek Okeanis once again, but it still has not really been working out for them.
Zerk needs to come alive a little
This
bit
one's so far
more. The
up.
recon bolt
What?
broken. And that's a fantastic angle. They do have the res right away. But will that have an impact? Back over towards Jen. And look at Potato. He's so deep. This time, though, they're going to go back down towards mid, where I believe, yeah, we have the Killjoy jumping over Boiler. But look at that. They're through Kitchen. There's a turret there. And Potato gets the first one. So even though they have the space here as they work their way up through Tube, Potato's going to get pinched. That actually might be very difficult for them to deal with.
We'll see. I see what the
So
play
cheeky.
around. Oh, and Joy is able to help him out. So now Mozzie members, once again, in a very sticky situation. They're getting pinched everywhere.
What should have been a pinch on Potato ends up with him ratting his way through the smoke that he retook twice. And he's back out of a position that was very dangerous. The attacking side has lost their Viper, so they just have to take the gun duels. They finally do take out Potato, but the spike is up on the bridge. A res is in play. Yeah. Unwinnable situation down the line. And there it is. Zero Marksman respond very quickly with a 6-3.
Yep, even though Mozzie members, I mean, they were able to get that resurrect off that initial pick. That was really good for Okeanis just to make them waste that, basically. And then just on the site, Enjoy coming in to save Potato. Potato, honestly, how did they stay alive for that long? Like, I don't think that's actually legal. They were at 10 HP, sitting inside of Tube. Like, when I'm doing that, I always die. Like, somebody wallbangs me.
Yeah, the thing was they really didn't know where he was, so.
Well, it seems like just a one-man show on that B side because now Zero Marksman, they could put all of their eggs onto A, but that's a really good pick. No resurrect for this round.
Drive quickly dashes as well. Unshaken!
Oh,
Oh, he's in front of the wall, but he misses the right click! A gamble that does not pay off. Unshaken's holding on for now, and the slows are good. Plus the Viper wall is committed again on the safe site. Forcing them back. They can't push through it. Too many members at this point here, but they still have the man advantage, so if they can get back towards B fast enough, this might be workable. And the Killjoy is down, even though you see that utility, it's not going to be popped in this case.
Ooh, Unshaken definitely hears this, though, because already sitting on that B site. Viper wall does go up, and the Sage wall is available, so this should be a plant going down, but one of those links has already been broken.
Gumball should keep him out a little bit more. The spam, they're still in the wall. If this breaks, it's going to be impossible for them to take over. Casper, who picked up the op of
30 seconds.
Of course, his teammate is making it sing right now. Rick Dad gone. They still have the Viper up. And we'll be Marshall now against 3.
At that point, you definitely do not want to save that as Castblood. We will see another operator from Zero Marksman. It doesn't look like Okeanis is the only one, but he will be getting that operator back. Bladestorm is available, so I'm expecting him to once again be very, very aggressive. Resurrect will not be available for Mozzie members for quite a while because it is 2 out of 8. But they have those guns, so we're going to see if they can actually pick him off if he goes aggressive because he's moving toward B this time instead of being on A. Does he have the same exact, like, good angles on B? We'll find out soon.
I'd expect it for sure. Last time he switched it up. Look at how they're actually taking these angles. You see how they're smoking and getting across the, top gen. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
That's a little
Streets.
much, no? That's a little much, Okeanis.
A little too much of an ego peek there.
Blocking sight.
Drives through the smoke, instantly taken out. I mean, the decay plus the vandal shots. That's quick. Streets is going to try to make it work a little bit more. Oh, he's so close on this angle. He gets it. And that's the cue for them to run all the way back, even though they've gotten a pick over towards A. No res available here either, although maybe with the orb. We don't know quite the orb count. They're working their way back through here, so if he pauses, no. Yes, he's pausing.
It's quite
okay,
far.
3 away. Yeah, 3 away from that one.
So kill all 3 of these members?
And then res, even though the round's over, right?
Yeah. I mean, Zero Marksman's econ is like pretty good right now, so I don't expect them to use a econ res or anything like that. But both members of Zero Marksman are moving in from that defender side, playing together. 2 snake bites available, as well as that slow orb. With that poison orb and the wall. Oh.
This is scary.
Oh.
Already got half, but the wall didn't block both sides, or either side, so they could just hit him on both. And the Mauler is coming in at the same time, though. So, finally, after what felt like an eternity, Mozzie Members does get a 4th. No, it was only 2 rounds, actually. I blinked and I missed it, just like last game.
Yeah, I mean, for that last round, Streets was definitely the MVP, taking out Okeanis and taking out Enjoy. And I feel like those 2 members have been pretty critical, even though Enjoy is sitting near the bottom. It's just the threat of the Killjoy utility, the threat of the swarm grenades on that B side, which has been really annoying for Mozzie Members. But they're going to go toward A once again. The Viper's Pit will be popped very quickly from Potato, so they're not going to let them move in that quickly as Cast Blood. That spot is not going to work out. They definitely know they have to check it.
Viper ult as well, used over towards A. Fighting through this ill-advised, though there is the opportunity for them to go over the rope. Okeanis again, but this time he's got backup in the form of his Sage. This one way is really nice, but not working out quite yet. An unshaken fall, so no much backup anymore. And Streets behind him.
What?
Somehow, some way. Enjoy. Oh, he falls too. So this might be another one, but Potato left all again by himself. And they're going to fight back at him. He gets 2, but falls eventually. So Mozzie Members gets a 5th. Much different this time. And at least they figured out something and they've shut down what feels like Okeanis' monster game on Haven. This time, you know, it felt like he was getting in that direction, but eventually it ends up that they grab a couple.
I think Mozzie Members definitely has adapted a little bit to the playstyle of Zero Marksman. Knowing that they are going to come to pinch them onto site, they've just decided to back off and take that flank fight first. And it's been working out for them as they're now 7-5 instead of, I believe it was a 9-3 half for Haven. So they're definitely at a much better start on the defense now. It's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for them because they don't have that double sentinel. They do have the Viper and the Sage, but I'm expecting them to be more aggressive with the Reyna, with the Jet, because they have tools that allow them to leave once they get that initial pick.
This is a share for Okeanis on the pistol round, so no utility for him as the Jet.
That's fine. Jet doesn't need anything, right? Jeff Tailwind, that's enough.
Yeah, the signature ability, the best in the game. So, droning over the top of pipes. Spot's 1, but only 1. You have to deal with the frenzy.
Oh, same spot.
Reprieve. Nice from Zerk. Here's the frenzy, and they deal with it. Zerk gets another one, though, potentially a second. No, and he's overhealed at this point, so this gets a little dangerous. Sheriff brings it down a lot, and he's already back down to 40, so they'll back up and play retake. Still no spike plan for Zero Marksman either.
I think they're waiting. Have the Sage Wall available and has gone down, so the spike will finally get planted, but moving in.
Oh, Zerk with the 4th, he's got the ace! Started off strong and just completely barreled through them. That delay, that time for them to regroup as a team. And he comes through with all of his teammates right behind him, but he gets those shots down quick. What an ace, and that is a momentum-turning pistol round for them, potentially.
I mean, you were saying Zerk is that member to look out for after his performance on Haven. And right now, we saw that ace from him, able to clean up that round on the ace site. The duelist hold, he was using the little bit of the sneaky spot that Zero Marksman had used on the defense and was able to turn it around for themselves. Viper Wall going to go up on that B site for Mozzie Members. And Zero Marksman, they have not put up their own Viper Wall yet. They are waiting a little bit to see what exactly is going to happen as they move up.
Oh, Reprieve is up top as well, so they might not know, but there's the bolts. And he's in a really tough position. Okeanis finally will wipe him down, and no help from his Viper player, though. They got in another position. Shocked is already behind Yellow, and I don't think they expected that at all. In front of their own Viper wall. Very well done recovery from Mozzie Members. And they only lose the 1. They only lose Reprieve after all is said and done.
Yep, and Okeanis actually bought the Marshal there. So for this round, it's not really going to be a full buy coming out from Zero Marksman as Shox is just going to be able to take everybody out at B long. By the Bulldog. I'm just going to say this now. By the Bulldog, it is 2,050 credits. It was reduced 50 credits, and it's absolutely amazing, as we just saw.
You sound like a stock analyst on like MSNBC right now. Buy the Bulldog.
I mean,
Buy the patch.
maybe that is my true calling. Like, you're gonna see me on the show one day, and you're gonna be like, wait a second, that's her voice. But in any case, Zero Marksman, they're once again looking to push a little bit toward that A side. Spike has been dropped all the way back. Mozzie members, they're not really going to give control that easily, except for on the B site, where Streets is playing quite far back. We see that Zero Marksman has put up the Viper wall first at this point on that B side, but they still have to go through the other Viper wall just to get onto it. Oh, right here.
Be faster.
Ooh,
If Jet and Okeanis makes it work. They've also lurked all the way up towards yellow.
they're not
I
pushing
don't-
B though. Spike's going
think
back to
that-
A.
Yeah. I don't think that Mozzie members even knows that they've gotten this space, so this could get very dangerous. Yep, there's a kill over towards that B site. The Viper wall is down now, and look at the space that Potato's getting.
Yep, they're going to go all the way back to that B side. He's going to be able to catch out these members, but he gets taken down himself. That's the Viper down for
30
Zero Marksman,
seconds
but they
left.
still have that Sage wall, which allows for that safe plant. Killjoy Swarm Grenades on the Spike as well. So if Mozzie Members wants to have a successful retake, they need to kill both of them.
This mid fight, very important as well. Okeanis wanted to cloudburst his way out to safety, but he falls, so that flank not available anymore. They have to get through the nanoswarm still, and potentially shock darts on the other side, but this will be a very much more straight up fight. There comes out as well. They tap instantly. Nanoswarm not pop, so they might be able to start working on that half defuse, but no. They're peeking from all sides. And there you see the benefits of taking down the Viper. There was no smokes at all for them to make an approach, at all for them to get that half defuse.
And then when you have those members of Zero Marksman that have been pointing out, the Viper, the Sage, the Killjoy, I'm going to just keep stressing that. You have so much utility in order to hold that Spike, and we just saw it rear its head because Mozzie members, they have to be like, all right, we can't take too long to retake. Because if we take too long, they're just going to pop everything and run away. We have to go forward and push them. And as you said, with the Viper down, they don't really have that utility to do so, especially since that recon dog didn't really catch anybody out. But Zero Marksman, they're going to be doing a bit of the same thing, except there's more members on B this time instead of A. They're going to be pushing up here with Killjoy on the lurk. But Mozzie members, they're slowly moving their members toward mid, toward B, because they're like, all right, let's do some of the regroup. Let's not let them get onto a site because we know the retakes aren't going to be that easy.
Really abusing the fact that this Viper wall is making the defense play so far back. They're just kind of walking up and taking that space. And at the same time, working back. Nice shot, though, from Reprieve. That will shut that down, and actually they'll regain that control. So what else can we do here? That wall's going to fall, and it's not a Killjoy turret, so he has to use his eyes to actually recover this space.
Oh, Potato hears.
Right.
Oh!
Another shot. Another kill for Reprieve, and that is looking very good for Mozzie members right now. And unfortunately, Zero Marksman looks a little lost on what to do. They're going to run their way back over. Oh, wait, Unshaken's
30
here.
seconds left.
He's got the Viper wall down again. So this is now doable, because it's still two post-plant potential characters here. And Unshaken going for the fight as well. He's being aggressive on this. They're going to get the plant down. Reprieve is still here. Might be able to find a
ponytail.
pair of Sage.
Planted.
He does it for shot missile around. As they jump around as well, they're going to be able to do that. Yep, enjoy again. The flank is not working. 2 versus 4. Shock's very close. They'll find Unshaken. Nice shot to start, but that's so much more for him to do. Reprieve will finally cover that. And they get another one. Mozzie members keeping it close. 8-8. The first right there for them as they get the op online is looking very nice. Almost in the same effect of Okeanis.
It really is, and I think the mid fights right now are still quite critical. Zerk has won 2 of those at this point, just shutting down Zero Marksman, just being that encroaching team that we've seen in that previous map. So now 8-8, ults on both sides. Let's see, you know, that Viper glitch really needs to be fixed because I'm like not sure if she has it or not, but she is a 5 out of 7. So we're still gonna need 2 of those points in order to get that Viper's Pit on the attack. But it's gonna be, again, the same Viper walls going on the B side. Still gonna push the issue and not even have a lurk at A at this point.
Still basically abusing the fact that they're not playing that front side as well at all. Zero Marksman is just going for it round after round. This time they're gonna push through the wall with a wall of their own. Barrier orb, yep, that's gonna let them push all the way in the back of Snowman. They could get the plant down. Sonic's S fighting in the back of this cage right now. There's only one member here. Prive's still hitting the shots though over top of Kitchen, and they're stuck right now as Rick Dad starts to pinch them. Arez as well. Reprive back up. Streets gets one too. Mozzie Members is too clean. On a round that was honestly kind of interesting, the way that they pushed deep into that site and past the Viper wall. They end up adapting and taking it through.
I mean, Zero Marksman, they need to try something new at this point because they have not been pushed to the brink like this before. And I believe the last round, they were saving up. They had those sheriffs, so they just wanted to see if they could catch out Mozzie Members rotating from that defender's side. And I mean, they almost did. I think if they took out Rick Dad there and got a weapon, things could have turned out really differently. But unfortunately, did not happen as there's going to be a timeout for Zero Marksman. They are down one round right now, but on the attacking side, that hold that I said was going to be really, really good, it seems like it's struggling a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to wonder, like, obviously they're trying to abuse the fact that they're, you know, playing very passive on this B side, the fact that they're not really using the wall much early, and the fact that they could take yellow control, but they're not really able to abuse it, right? They're trying to, but what is the actual way that they can capitalize on the way that Mozzie Members is playing this B side?
I mean, I feel like it's just going to be doing different spike plans because everybody at this point has lineups for the default spot, whether you're, you know, Viper, not necessarily lineups, I guess your Poison Cloud or like your Silva, you have those shock darts flying in. So maybe just trying a different spot and having mid control. I think Zero Marksman really needs to regain that because Mozzie Members, as I said, like right before, Zerk has been winning those fights. So if Zero Marksman are able to at least get somebody at mid and take out Zerk, I think they've won the round. Wait, I'm out negative?
-10.
Is this legal?
I think this is a bug in the game that's going on right now. And I'm a little worried that we're not going to be able to come out from the timeout. But who knows?
Oh,
Maybe,
wait.
okay, here it is. I hear the ticks.
Oh.
Yay, we're free.
We are
We're
free. I mean, extra 30 seconds, you know, we'll take that, right?
So it is going to be a switch. You called for it. They're switching things up, going over towards A instead of trying to get in front of that wall. But Reprieve is here and ready with the op, much like Okeanis was. Going to be him on the entry with the knives. They don't even peek much before giving it up, though.
Yep, they definitely do not want to slow peek into any of those ops, especially since Viper of Potato is playing toward that B site. Won't have that Poison Cloud to smoke Jet off because no one really plays Smirkers on this map. Viper is that only smoke. They have taken a bit more mid control with Enjoy sitting there, making sure that Zerk cannot get free reign at that point, but they are still, once again, pushing toward B. Same Poison Cloud that's going up and making sure the Zero Marksman can't come in, but look at the picks right now.
Prive doing a very good job on this side. Every time it feels like he's getting multiple. Last player is unshaken down the B lane. Long angles against the op. No shots. And that is now 10 rounds for Mozzie Members. A significant difference from what we saw on Haven. A significant change of pace on the second half. They are absolutely shutting down any idea from Zero Marksman.
Yep, they definitely are, and I mean, at this point, it's the different raid boss. It's Reprieve as the raid boss instead of Okeanis. They're marksmen, though. They have quite a few ultimates to work with in this round. Actually, every ultimate, except for the Blaze Storm, but they have to be on that save. They're going to let Mozzie Members probably take this to 11, and then, with those full weapons, not let them take it to 12, as they're all going to be going over toward that A site. 2 members here, the double duelist, and that's the operator down. That is pretty huge.
Zerk's still here, though. Talk about raid bosses. They're going to pick it up. Oh.
They have to.
Multiple bosses now on the field. Okeanis has got the op. The one-way planted, the Viper's Pit planted. That should give them the ability to plant the spike, and they do start on that. Zerk taking it to Okeanis, and he wins that fight. That's massive. That's huge. Another one, too. Drone comes out. He knows the position of the Sova as well. Viper gone. Okeanis going for more over top of him. He's broken the ankles and broken the face. And potentially broken the hold for Mozzie members that has looked so good. That's a thrifty round, I think, too.
That is, and that was the ace coming out. Second ace that we've seen in this game already. And putting Okeanis on the op, that was the one thing that Mozzie members could not do, and they did it. And so he was able to get those picks. I mean, on the A side as well. Okeanis on the A side with the op. That is a winning combo for Zero Marksman. They will have it for this round, and it seems like they're posturing outside of A once again. I think they're going to try to go for the Eagle Peak because they have the Resurrect available. They can bring him right back up.
Oh, he's getting on top. Right on top of Jen. This is how they won last time. Early smoke,
Nice run.
and they end up getting him off the angle so they can spam him through. So Recon Bolt as well pushes him back, reviving the backside of sight this time. They're going to Killjoy ult this. No Hunter's Fury available for the defense. Try peeking too far for Okeanis. He grabs him again. That's 6 kills in a row for him, and he's going for more. They've got the A site now as the lockdown forces them way out, and they've got the deep wall too on screens.
They cannot do that. They cannot peek into Okeanis with the op. He's looking to get another. Not able to do so, but they have a very, very good hold. The Hunter's Fury is available.
I'm telling you, if you hit that shot. Okay, finally, Shox takes him down, but look at this flank. Look at the flank as well. This is coming in quick from Kitchen, and they might not be ready for this. Unshaken still playing on the site inside of the Poison Orb. Ricktad behind him. No, that was the Sage behind him. Here it comes, Potato. 2 players left to find. He's already gotten one, and there's also
they don't know.
2 players in front too. Yeah, they don't know. That's 1 down, and time ticking. There it goes. Potato combines, but the first kill was the very crucial one on the Reprieve. That was Okeanis, and he is really starting to work that up. They pick it back up, and he's got it for this round too.
I don't think Zero Marksman had bought an up in any of the previous rounds on their attack, and seems like that is, as you said, the recipe for their success. Okeanis being able to get onto the A site and just give them so much information and space. As Mozzie members now, they have to find a way to retaliate. The Hunter's Fury is finally charged up this time, so they will have that, but of course, the Killjoy ultimate was just used, will still need 7 points to do so. They're playing a little bit separately this time on the side of Mozzie members. They, again, have those 2 members A, 2 at mid, and Streets very passively on that B side, but Zero Marksman, you know, they're like, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going a little bit more toward that A side, of course, with Okeanis holding all these angles, but all right, they're fixing it. They're going toward B instead.
Yeah, well, this was kind of what was broken for them, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you think back to the past rounds, whenever they went towards B, it was kind of easy.
What is happening differently now that they're going over to this B side? I feel like all the positions are still the same, except for Okeanis on A. I mean, he's still kind of keeping those members of Mozzie members there. So I think that if Zero Marksman pushes in right now, takes out Viper, and takes out Ricktad as well, then the round should be theirs. But Streets is sitting right behind his smoke. Are they going to check that? Ricktad does get traded out.
And crucially, it wasn't Potato who goes down this time. So, oh, what? How did he get taken out there? Through the wall or something? Shox is gone.
Yeah.
Potato, oh, just barely misses that shot. They're in an awkward spot now, and they can't really get out because they don't have the Poison Orb back on top of them. But Okeanis is there for them to back it up. Streets still going to take the quick flank onto the backside of Yellow. He's going to take out Okeanis. And it's all left to just one. It's Enjoy. Zerk will be there. And once again, this B-side attack fails. Mozzie Memba has looked so good here.
I think Zero Marksman at this point, just stop going B. It's not been working out for them. They tried the different plan spot with the Sage Wall. I mean, they tried it in that save round, I believe, that they had a few rounds ago, and that obviously didn't work out. The guns this time, they're like, all right, maybe it'll be a little bit different, but nothing changed on the side of Mozzie members, whether it was how they retake or how they were holding the site before. So now, Zero Marksman, they're like, all right, we're going toward A now. Like, we have to at this point. As Mozzie members, they're going to actually take a more aggressive stance onto B instead of onto A. They're like, maybe they want to go for that 5-man retake because And they have 4 ultimates of their own now. It could be a very ultimate heavy round.
It could. Once again, this drone is just trying to find out where this op is and force it off. Reprieve, though, very different from Aussie members. They know, hey, we've shut them down at B so many times. This time, let's push it. This time, let's take the space early and figure out, hey, are they going back towards A or something else? And they are towards A. Strongly. They retake this entire time. Zerk is just playing a slight off angle. They'll get the plant. Oh, Potato gets knocked down as well. And with this ult, they didn't even get the plant down.
Huge.
Down A.
They pick back up the spike and go for it again. But they've lost 2 members, make it 3. Okeanis is going to go for the knives as well. He misses that. Once again, it's Cast Blood to try to clutch up. Not enough in his tank. Only 2 kills for that. And Mozzie Members has flipped the script and put this to match point for them instead.
12 to 10 now. Zero Marksman's going to have to be absolutely flawless in these last 2 rounds, and they will only have the Resurrect and Hunter's Sphere to do so. The only ultimate expended from Mozzie members in that round was the Hunter's Sphere, and that caused definitely enough chaos onto the A side so that Zero Marksman could not get that plant down. The Viper's Pit is 5 out of 7 though, so if they go for an ult orb here and then go for the plant, I think it could be really good for them because Okeanis is no longer going to be on that operator. So it's still looking a little bit juicy, especially since Mozzie members are playing very far back once again.
Well, it's a quick poison orb commit towards that default plant as well, so it will be. Oh no, this is the one way that he's been throwing over and over. Ball comes out too, so yeah, they're gonna go for this. Very important to note. Do they go for the orb?
Oh
no,
Potato's not.
no orb. How did they lose their players last time? Wasn't quite clear, but this time it looks like things should be okay. Although Okeanis is very aggressive on the angle that Zerk was holding. Mike's quite yet. Okeanis aggressive again. Gonna throw down the one way. There's a Sova there, and he's gone. Potato's gonna aggro and try to recover this. No, only 1 player left. It's the Sova here, and this might be very much over. Casper has to take out Reprieve before going for more. He's going to try to line up shocks, but instead, it's Mozzie Members who takes us all the way to map 3 against Zero Marksman. After a rough haven, their icebox looked fantastic.
Wow, and I mean, I think at that point they were like, all right, we kind of know how Zero Marksman play. We know that they're going to pinch us, and so those lurks at mid from Zerk, absolutely crucial for them to be able to take a lot more rounds than they did before.
Yep, absolutely it was. That was a battle of ops almost. Let's look at the stats. Okeanis 21 and 18. They end up losing. It's Reprieve, who, you know, did go negative, but still, in my mind, had the most impactful kills multiple times in that game. And then Zerk's ace to start things off. Definitely momentum shifters all around.
And just looking at the first bloods, they're quite even on the side of both teams. Didn't really calculate it for a Haven, but there were a lot more for Zero Marksman. So this time, you know, both teams kind of had the advantage here and there, which is why the game was a lot closer than the previous one.
Yeah, that is for sure. So we're going to map 3, and I believe that was Ascent, right, Cora? I
Yes,
think it
it
was
is
Ascent
Ascent
in the last map, and we were talking about, you know, who's good on that map and whatnot, but I think from now, as we get to map 3, you can throw all the stats out the windows because both teams, I think, are here to play. A couple of players really showing up. I know that Haloran is going to be really excited about that one as well. We're going to have to find out exactly how that's going to go, and that's Ascent coming up after the break. Welcome back to the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K Valorant tournament, and we're in a hell of a series right now. It's Mozzie Members versus Zero Marksman. We're going to map 3, and I couldn't be more excited to bring this guys to you.
Definitely, and this map 3 is going to be Ascent. And we did mention a little bit before how Zero Marksman has played quite a bit of Ascent, but you know, Mozzie Members, they have a really strong defense on this map, so I'm excited to see what happens.
Very excited. Well, we saw Icebox this one all the way to the very end, and it was Mozzie Members who came out on top on the backs of a bunch of different things, but specifically it was Reprieve who came alive in this game to really respond to Okeanis, who really came alive in the last one.
I mean, don't forget Zerk as well. I'm gonna keep stressing that. Mid control is absolutely massive. So for Ascent, I mean, I've definitely seen a lot of teams kind of give that up quite easily, but I don't want teams to give that up. I want them to fight for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one thing was that they had such a stellar B hold that by the time the Zero Marksman was able to recognize that these holds were, or these hits were not going to be able to work, it was a little too late. And Mozzie Members was really working to condition them to do certain things on that site. And then after that, the A holds were still a work in progress, or the A attacks were still a work in progress. We're mentioning Ascent. That's the map that's coming up next. I know we've definitely talked a little bit about some surprises coming out as we move into Agent Select. What are the types of things that we should be paying attention here?
Well, for the side of Zero Marksman, we are probably going to see a KO again from Unshaken, because KO, I feel like on Haven, what we said was so impactful with the null commands being able to just retake that entire site. And I compare it to the radius of the Killjoy ult, and I think that's pretty accurate for when they're going to be retaking on that A side. I think it's going to come through tree and then go through that garage door. And I mean, for another pick that could be interesting is Astra. So I know Potato has been playing Astra post nerf. So if we see that, I mean, I've railed on Astra a little bit after nerf. I've been like, all right, the reason that Astra is getting picked is because of that flexible defense. Like, you have the stars, you can move them everywhere, and then the ability cooldowns are quite low. I believe they're at 8 seconds for the Nova Pulse and the Gravity Well. But now they've been bumped up to, I believe, 15 seconds. And then the star recall time and reuse time is a lot longer as well. So I know, Bala, you said that you think it is underpicked. Please refute my points.
Yeah, I think it is underpicked a little bit. I think people are overreacting a little bit to the changes. For sure, it is a little bit of a slower character, but that just makes it so that you have to be a little bit more proactive with when you're taking things back and when you're placing things, because you don't want to be over placing your stars. I think it just takes a playstyle adjustment, whereas you know, the Gravity Well is still good, you know, the Nova Pulse is still good. All of that is very good. And then on top of that, you get the Cosmic Divide, which in my mind is very underrated as an ult. Either way, you know, it is going to be that Astra, so Potato is going to be playing it. We don't have to worry about, well, we might be able to, you know, fight about it when it comes to Reprieve playing the Omen instead of the Jet from the last map. But yeah, synergies in this comp is not something that I think there are too many of, though, which is what I think makes Astra really great.
Yeah, I think for Astra on Ascent, I love seeing it with the Killjoy, but I don't think Enjoy plays Killjoy on this map at all. So I'm a little bit upset to see that, but I mean, it's okay. You still have the Shark Darts, you still have the Fragmentation Grenade. So I guess that is kind of the replacement.
That's a good one. That is a good one. That thing does a lot of damage. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can get somebody in that.
I'm waiting for that nerf to come in. Like, I don't think it's legal for it to do near lethal damage for like 3 pulses.
Well, it does have that line of sight issue where, you know, if you can just hide behind a wall against it, it's not really doing any damage to you. But either way, like, if you're just avoiding those situations, then it's still quite good. So on the side of Mozzie Members, let's talk about their comp for a second, because it is very standard, and this is kind of what they ended up losing with on that Haven map.
Yep, I mean, again, they have the double duelist this time. It's going to be that Phoenix and the run it back. As I said, we're going to need to see it be a little bit more impactful, because I want to see them push out with run it back. I want to see them take space, especially since they're on the attacking side first. Just going into site, being able to follow up shocks, I think is going to be huge.
Yeah, that's massive. That's very massive. But on the other side, I mean, we harped on no command already. I think on this map, almost it's identical situations, at least on A side, right? Where you have that Evan drop off. You know how many abilities are being used to delay that drop off to come in. No command coming out from there. It feels like very similar. And That's something that Mozzie Members is going to have to contend with. How to stop the amazing retakes that Zero Marksman has showed already.
Yep, I think the main point here, just kill KO. Like, honestly, I think if KO is down and Zero Marksman are trying to go on the retake, it's going to be that much harder when they don't have all that utility.
Well, let's figure out where he's playing. It looks like he's starting off on the A side with the pistol round, and looks like Mozzie Members is going to approach towards B. But this is it here. This is it. Last map. There is no other chances here for them to move forward, and this is elimination. One of these teams is going home at the end of this map. So Okeanis has to show up. Shox has to show up. Prive not playing Jet this time. He's going to play controller. Not necessarily going to be able to do the exact same aggressive plays, but it's Okeanis instead who's going aggressive. Gets tagged by the dart though, but it doesn't matter. Shox will trade him though. Shock dart's coming in. And that's some big damage right there.
It really
Big
is.
damage.
But B side, it's been left open. Members of Zero Marksman are coming in through market.
Oh, nice tag from Streets onto the KO, and then Enjoy falls from him, but Unshaken's out. Cast Blood 2. They're fighting before they even come out on the site. And it's actually worked out at least a little bit, but there's a nice shot. Another dink from Shox on the Cast Blood. 2v2, Shox pushes it. Potato dodges that flash. Here's the drop down, even though the shot was trying to mask the call, and there is Gravity Well right next to him. He thinks that angle's clear now. He's gonna walk right into it. So well played from Shox. For a second there, I thought he got caught, but no, he was away from it the entire time.
I really thought he did too. And just looking at this play mid, Okeanis only able to trade 1-for-1 at this point. But because everyone from Zero Marksman was just streaming in through that door, Mozzie Members was just able to spray them down. Just frenzy, doing some work in the hands of Shox, getting 3 kills in this opening round. Looks like he is going to be saving up for an operator though, because he is staying on that frenzy. Oh, never mind. Going into the Spectre with along with the rest of his team. I had hope for a second, but I mean, Shox is not necessarily the operator player. It's usually Reprive. But wait, Potato? Potato?
Oh, what? Hello?
What?
Oh, he was in the drone too. If Streets wasn't there on the backside, that could have been gotten very, very dangerous. Already, I'd be upset no matter what. Either case, it's a 4v4 and again, anti-eco, so no problem there. And the knife has been used, so... Oh, there it is. Coming at the same time. Shock darts as well. Zerk is going to have to heal up. They've delayed this a lot. Unshaken has already gotten a kill. Shox is here to at least hold off the Heaven jump down. But there's Okeanis. He gets the nice shot through the door. Streets again responds, but it's only a classic now for Cass. And yeah, he'll fall quickly to Zerk, who's right down below as he tried to get Streets, who's falling back.
I mean, not to sound like a broken record, but it's 0-2 in favor of Mozzie Members. This is the third time that it has happened at this point, which is still fine. Zero Marksman are probably going to take the next few rounds, but at least they were able to take down an extra member. They took down 3 of Mozzie Members, so their economy is not going to be looking too great. They do have to rebuy for this next round, while Zero Marksman has already picked up that Odin on cast, but B looks very, very untakeable because there is, what is there? The camera there at the front of sight. We have the Asher Star of the Odin. Yeah, I don't want to go there.
Not at all. Knife attempt to take down the turret for a second. Giannis is playing fire here within the smoke. He will drop off. Oh, this is great. Is there a gravity well as well? No. It would have caught him off guard, but he went out with a TP. Okeanis still playing aggressive. Nice. He was already impaired. Ready to dash on that one. And enjoys here. Okeanis with another tap. Looking as crisp as ever.
I did say mid control was going to be good for either team to take. And Zero Marksman right now with Okeanis being so aggressive, you know, he's been popping off for the last 2 games. Has a little bit of an ego now, and it is working out in his favor because Mozzie Members, they are just really not ready for this, as once again, it will probably be Zero Marksman taking this round.
I do like how Potato's been playing the main as well, even that last round with the shorty here. He's still peeking. He's getting a lot of information. He can take the fight if he wants, but he could also fall back with the shoulder peek. And yep, there's the information. Puts the smoke down, and now him and Unshaken are going to get in there and play with it. Oh, what a flick actually there. I thought for a second Potato was giving up on the angle, and he did. Unshaken. If he didn't hit that flick, that could have been dangerous. That could have been really, really bad.
Definitely, but just look at mid with Okeanis. He just has all the angles, and Enjoy again being his backup and able to take down those members of Mozzie Members. Now, both sides will be able to buy. Mozzie Members have not tried B yet since the Odin was purchased, but they will try B now, and they will find out quite soon that it's not going to be the best case scenario, as it is an Odin spray that is getting ready to come in.
I got some damage on the Zork right off the bat. Bolt taken down, and I mean, this is so difficult to take after a certain point, especially now with Okeanis getting a little bit of space as well.
He's so far up.
So careful to stay out of the spray, and they are doing just that. Okeanis gone, no knives used at all. Recon or shock dart as well to the delay, and it will be double shark to try to take down. No, he already spent the other one. So this Killjoy ult is going to go off without a snag, and Shock is already in the back of sight, trying to get in towards Cast Blood. The Odin, though, oh no, this is where it can do some work. Not enough, though, and they've got the sights, and 2 players already down.
Even though that Killjoy lockdown was not able to take down Cast Blood, does not get anything off that as Unshaken. Coming in from behind, now a 3v4 retake, and everyone's trapped on site.
Yeah, they are, but Private gets a very crucial kill onto Unshaken, who had, I don't think, any more utility, but either way, that would have been a 3v3 instead of now a 2 versus 4. I think they've already decided, yeah, they want to back off and keep everybody in the site. So success now hinges on them forcing these players to stay up and within. They're going to push the lane side, though, so they're coming for it.
Gravity well. They're going to be lining up.
Oh, they're all vulnerable too? Oh! That's every single member gone. And no, they didn't get away with their guns. Both of them fall.
Oh,
That
is
hurts
not
a little.
good. I mean, but hey, at least they got the guns off the Mozzie members. It's the better case scenario would have been if they were able to get out, but just look at the buys from the both sides. Zero Marksman pretty much still able to buy for everybody except for Cast Blood, who will be going on the Ares. On the other side, it will be a Guardian from Erecta. A little bit of a weird buy since there's a Bulldog there as well, and those half shields. They're just going to be playing together as a team. And now it's 3-1. It is no longer similar to any of the rounds, any of the maps we saw before.
Ooh. Very close in these tags, so this ult is going to be in response to that, and they're going to go straight into it. Enjoy takes out the Phoenix ult. And the second, that Shock's down, and the double cages plus neural theft make this so easy for him to reposition.
Ooh. That is so good for Zero Marksman because now they have 3 members on that A site, 2 members already taking mid control. Again, it is Okeanis. That from the shadows from Reprieve going into their spawn. They're coming. They don't expect it at all, and that's going to be a nice pick.
Oh, but now he has to deal with the top mid player and the player coming from spawn. And Shake is just going to go with a flash. Okay, okay.
But stuck.
Playing a little bit of DM there in spawn. But because they have to fall out to deal with that, they give up the site, give up the door, and Zerk
No command.
is one right through the cracks. Here it comes. No command on. No utility available. The retake starts. One more flash available for them too. Okeanis on the flank too. Okay. Okay. They're stuck. This is... Oh. They jumped out on it. Potato gets it. That was scary for a second, but Okeanis is there as well. And Zerk has too many angles to look at.
Yep, and that's what we talked about, right? We have the null command for the retake. And of course, the signature Zero Marksman move, we're going to flank. So definitely Mozzie Members was taken off guard there and Enjoy just holding down the A site for such a long time. Even though they had a bit of a snag with Reprieve sitting inside of their defender spawn, in the end, they just used the same exact tools that we've seen on Haven and just completed that retake to perfection. So now going into this round, Zero Marksman will have that Cosmic Divide available. Astra is going to be playing on that A site. Double stars placed in front of that A site, while one again is placed in front of B. But B smoke could be a gravity well. And of course, the Ares from Cast Blood, just to spray them down if they choose to go in.
Could be a bloodbath. That's the case. Nice. They wait for the knife. Not a single person spotted. They can pop through the smoke if they want. That flash doesn't get info, but hey, it actually forces them to shoot. So not only do they know their eco, they know that there's a couple mid. Gonna be quick on to this tree area. Camera paired with trap wire. This is looking very good for Enjoy. They're gonna push through tree as Potato finds one as well. Unshaken falls up top, and that's a Spectre gone only, not a Phantom, not a Vandal. So, ooh,
One enemy
attempt to
remaining.
flank. Potato finds another. He's down on the dice. Last player. All up to Shocks. Just a Sheriff. And Okeanis is there to instill Jet supremacy.
Indeed, Jet supremacy, and this a-hole from Enjoy is just really, really good. He has the cameras to just like, get that information that Mozzie members is all coming in from that garden side, so still able to hold that off and spray it down and play inside the smokes. I feel like Zero Marksmen are just really good at playing inside the smokes and just taking advantage of the chaos that ensues inside of them, as they're going to be tying it up 3-3. Operators now in Okeanis. So this gets very scary for Mozzie members wherever he decides to be in. He's going to be on that B site, just looking straight in. Not going to get peeked. We'll get peeked by the turret, which does get taken down, but the shot was not fired. So I do not know he is here with the operator.
Questionable use of the flash early, though, with them not pushing onto it. Knife doesn't find anybody, but it does make them fall back, because I think they know that there's no... They're going to leave one only at Streets. Great angle, though, right underneath the stairs. And Okeanis is gone. The op gone as well. Zero Marksmen have to find their way back into this round with a minute left, and Chicken's still here. This could get traded, though, but it doesn't. It's 2 kills for him, and the round recovered in an instant.
That is also spiked down. I mean, for Zero Marksman, Okeanis' thorn in his side has been Streets. Just on the lurk. I think he's taken him down like probably 5 times at this point over the course of just that of the last map and this map alone. He's going to have to really be careful about taking these aggressive peeks, because there's no Sage this time to res him up.
30
When he's dead,
seconds left.
he is dead.
So the Asher Wall could delay this if they find it early enough, and he can pop it fast enough. But it will be Enjoy. He's not going to bother with it. Just stay in the site, Enjoy. They have to run through the cage, and it's a spray down. Another 2. Can he get the spike down? Yes. Potato's going to try to spam and just get him off the spike, but he won't. Shock Dart's coming in as well. Stuck down in dark. This is
8
going to be
bullets.
very difficult. Only 8 bullets. There's the KO. He doesn't fire. He does now. What a shot. But Potato's there quick enough.
Yeah, but again, it's just that retake from Zero Marksman and the hold from Enjoy. At this point, for Mozzie members, B is just the better site if Enjoy is alive, because it seems like he's able to use those Cypher cages and just use the camera to get so much information for Zero Marksman in order to have those retakes that we've just praised over and over again. But just this lineup here, as you said, that was definitely the turning point for this round for Zero Marksman. And don't forget that double kill from Enjoy that stopped the spike plant completely. For Mozzie members, they're going to have to go on that save. 2 Spectres have been bought up for Streets and Reprieve. Don't want Okeanis to just push out aggressively again and get taken down, because he has invested in another operator. I guess it was probably picked up in that last round, but it's still quite a big investment. 4,700 instead of 5,000 this time, but you know, you don't want to lose that investment.
Quick push. Flash is already out. Shocks is over the roof.
Oh,
The right click misses. What am I? Enjoy's still alive. How's he alive? Okay,
I
he's
don't
dead.
know.
Finally. They've got the sights. Shocks should have fallen there. I think he could have gotten even more, but once again, they're all stuck inside of the site. Lockdown going to be used to delay as much as possible.
Should run.
Hunter's Fury was already popped.
So look, it's very dicey. They're using this drone to actually check if anybody's sitting inside of B-Main, but they are not. That's a nice first pick.
Asher Wall can let them in. How's it placed? It's all the way on the back site. Shock Dart's coming at the same time with a Gravity Well too. That was just absolutely clinical. Shock Darts with a Gravity Well and also the Astral Wall combining. That is just fantastic synergy, and they just completely destroy them.
That was, and they knew that there was nobody on that site, or not on that site, on in A main, and everybody was on that site because of that wonderful Sova drone. And I mean, I think Zero Marksman at this point, they can kind of expect that from Mozzie members. Again, they still are not pushing out of the site, have not left anybody behind, and they know that Zero Marksman like doing these flanks, like doing these lurks, and catching them off guard. So they're going to need to start doing that a little bit more if they want more success in the attacking round, because they are down 5-3 at this point. They do not want this lead to extend as Null Command is back online. That's sitting at the B side, and Okeanis this time will not get that initial pick at the up-down mid.
And else combining there. From Ash. Oh, she actually gets dinked by a Phantom. Straight bullet. I think Zerk thinks she's still in there, and that's why he popped the ult to just completely nullify that. And yep. Gets knocked out, but a nice peek on the backside. He's also tagged by the drone. Hunter's Fury should take out Enjoy, but there it is.
Oh, okay.
Castblood is here, though, with the Odin. And he's gotten one. If he gets a drone tag, that should be another for free. Yep, that's the cue for them to leave. They know what's going on. Streets has at least maintained the flank for now.
They're definitely just listening to me at this point, making sure that Okeanis is not there. He doesn't have the knives this time, so he's not as likely to flank as before. Still, that 4v4 situation, health bars are a bit lower on the side of Zero Marksman, but they are quite split up. Mozzie members looking to go through Garden, as Shox is still going to hold that A main position. This knife, though, that detects 3.
That is brutal, and what a spam from Castblood as well. And you already have Potato on this angle, but he...
Oh, that's
misses
huge.
the timing slightly, and Shox has actually gotten Okeanis, who peeked out. Here comes No Command. Still possible. Spike has been planted. Shock Darts kind of miss a little bit.
Turns
Here
down.
it is. No commands. No
didn't check.
abilities able to use, but Streets is there.
Enemy remaining.
And finally, I think we're going to see a No Command fail. Castblood left alone. He's got the operator of Okeanis. And Streets is here for the peak. Okay.
Yeah, I think that is the first time that we've seen a Null Command fail. Right?
Yep.
Well, that's very unfortunate there, but taking out Enjoy, I think, on the site was pretty big for Mozzie members, because there was none of that side for utility, and of course, not checking your angles is not going to do you any good going for that retake. So Zero Marksman, they expended a few of their ults. They'll be having the Blade Storm quite soon, as it's still going to be that operator investment for them, looking down mid. And Mozzie members have not been really taking that market control and going on to B. They're just going through A main and going through B main proper and making sure to smoke them out. And yes, as you said, they're coming. Odin spray.
Not finding anything, though, just a little bit. And then the Omen ult in the back site forces Castblood to go all the way back. He gets canceled. But they're already through. Once again, Shox is in. And Joey has to find another, but he's sitting in the volley. He fully burns to a crisp. It's all left for the rest of them. 2 players on the flank. And Okeanis inside a market, walled off. Oh, 2 players in logs, though. They might find one, but do they check for the second? Reprieve is here! Just destroys them. I thought that was going to be awful, as there was 2 players stacked on top of each other, but it actually baited them into thinking that logs was clear. Reprieve takes huge advantage of that misstep from Zero Marksman, and they tie it all up.
Yep, at this point, I feel like you just gotta check your angles again. And if you think that there is nobody there, there is still probably someone there. Because we've definitely seen kind of instances where kills could have been prevented if they kind of did every single step that they did to retake one of those sites. It's going to be a timeout for the defender, so that is Zero Marksman, as they do not have such a big lead as they did in every previous map where they started off as defense.
And we were talking pregame as well about, you know, map win rates on different sides from Aussie members. It felt like their attack win rate was not as good as they are playing right now.
No,
and their
it is
defensive
definitely
one was much stronger, right?
It was just looking at the stats a little bit. Their attack round win rate was about 33% over 30 rounds, and their defense win rate is 71%. So out of the 31 rounds, they've won 22 of them. So if I were Zero Marksman, I'd be very, very scared to give them 5 rounds in this first half.
Well, the difficulty here for Zero Marksman, though, is, I don't know, it feels like they're always in these positions that are very strong. I mean, you remember the round previous to this one where they had forced them to go up cat. They got the knife off. They knew exactly what was coming. They had the setup with the Odin, but then it just didn't get the value that you would expect
I mean, I feel like the Odin is not giving them too much value at this point. Like, it's not getting those initial spray down. Sure, it does do some damage, but it's not really finding any kills or kind of like it does force Mozzie members back. But on the other sides of the map, just like that, I mean, that's the initial pick that Mozzie members needs.
They're relying on this drone to push Shocks all the way into such good positions. He's going through it again. And yep, this might be the time where Mozzie Members takes the lead in the first half for the first time in the series. It's Okeanis and Unshaken. Lidstorm is out. Shocks already knows their position too. Zerx is here with a flash if he needs, but I don't even think they need that. No. Reprieve through the smoke onto Okeanis, and the other player getting knocked out instantly as well.
Yeah, Reprieve, I feel like, is really coming alive right now in these clutch situations. Definitely turning it on. First map, don't really think we saw him too much, but the second map and then this map, he's been doing really good on that Omen, making sure to stay close and catch Zero Marksman off guard, as it seems like, they've been a little bit lost on the retakes. Like, we know that they've been really strong, but it has not really been working out for them. Last round and a half, though, we have the Neuro Theft available for Enjoy. Those ultimates, let's see, there's 1 away from the Hunter's Fury and about 2 away from that Cosmic Divide. They haven't necessarily been going for these orbs on either side. Mozzie members, they've been getting the control of the orb, at least, because Zero Marksman, they haven't been pushing out.
It's not a full commit.
Oh.
I always like when they... Oh, hold on. Okeanis
no.
onto Shocks. I don't think he expected him in that position after all that pressure towards B. That's what they were trying to do. He's just not quite holding the angle as Reprieve sneaks around, and they will find themselves a kill to even it out. So initially trying to fake over towards B and take extra space on A, but...
That's a knife.
Only spots Reprieve, though. And as a Sova player who's already used their drone, it's not necessarily indicative that they're going to hit this site. I don't think Zero Marksman is buying into it either. Look at the position on that B side. Asher in the back site and Cypher still here. With the cam as well. So...
I mean, especially since Reprieve has the From the Shadows, Mozzie members could technically just all be going over to B, and then he'll catch up to them, or he'll be here and then just teleport over to B once they've gotten the lurks. Yeah, it's definitely A. It has to be A.
Yeah, you're right though. He could TP eventually, and there's the knife. He can't TP anymore. The ult is not able to be used. So it doesn't matter. They have to get on the site. The plant is coming through. The Hunter's Fury is going to keep him off, and that's the round over and done with. A little too slow on the uptick. Zero Marksman will tie it back up as we go into the last round. Even though I didn't even realize Streets took out both on the B side.
Yep, Streets did, and I think they were going to do exactly what you said, right? Streets was going to take both of them out, and then we were going to have Reprieve use that From the Shadows to go into B and get that plant. But that knife, heyo, just such an amazing agent. That is why I'm spamming him right now in my games. But it is going to be a tied half. For the first time, it is just getting closer and closer. So now, with Zero Marksman on the attack and Mozzie members on that defense, I think it's still going to be an uphill battle for Zero Marksman, because for Mozzie members, they have that Killjoy, which I think the B hold is going to be really strong. I hope that Zerx is going to be aggressive with that run it back. I mean, he is starting to be a little bit more aggressive in taking space on that A site, as we saw it twice, I believe, in that previous half.
Yep. Zerk is only 5 and 10 right now too, and so it's like he's 5 and 10 and they're 6 and 6. You have to expect he's going to return to the average of the series. At this point, things are looking very scary. I like this. This is a nice pistol round. They smoked on into spawn so they can cross all the way up into A, and Catsplit has already gotten himself a nice kill on the Cat, so A is open, even though they went for this massive split. It's actually almost identical to the pistol round they ran on Haven. Obviously different sites, but...
And definitely with all that Killjoy utility down, I think Streets going down first it's going to be a massive... Oh,
nice.
Oh.
The combination with the peak from Okeanis. They're setting him up very nicely. And the knife is perfect to suppress both Phoenix and Omen, so no smoke's able to be thrown on A main either. at least for another couple seconds, he's gonna have to take the time to do it. Yep, there it is. But just that delay is so much time. There's the jump up, but Shox is there actually on the door. Cass is on the flank. Enjoy through the smoke. And with the recon bolt, can he chase him down? Yes! This is good for Enjoy though. It's all left up to the Omen, Reprieve. Smoke phase, not half. And he already told him that he's not defusing. No time left. He could just play this perfectly. Boom. There it is. Zero marksman with the second half pistol round. And taking back the lead after losing it for so long.
They are in just this push right now from Okeanis. I mean, he was able to get some more information for his team, and then just coming back, Reprieve, not Reprieve, Enjoy, playing that time and killing Reprieve in the very end there. That's going to allow for Zero Marksman to be able to buy up. And on the attack side, I think that's a lot better than being able to buy up on the defense, because if you storm a site, Mozzie members, they can't really stop you as long as you choose a site that doesn't have the Killjoy on it. But I mean, Killjoy hasn't even bought her swarm grenades. They're just going to be playing to try to get some kills at this point as Okeanis takes out that first one.
I love this spot. I absolutely love this spot. The whole DA main pushes. It just makes everybody so mad. But look at this. Streets is past the angle that Okeanis thinks is clear. He's going to walk past him. This is a free kill?
Oh.
No, the dash is good enough.
That's done.
Oh!
But not able to recover the Marshal. He has to fall off of this. And he will. So, able to get a gun. Drone through short. This might signal that they're pushing A, but in reality, look at this, Cora. They're hitting back over towards B.
They are, but Mozzie members is still ready. 2 members on the site. They need to check this. And they do.
Shock's gone. Cass still in mid. The flank hold is very good. Has an option to lurk if he wants, but no. Only just Zerk remaining inside of spawn, and nice. Switching off the spike. Force that no command to come out a little bit earlier.
It looks like pretty clinical take for Zero Marksman, only losing 1 member in the process, and Zerk all alone at this point a little bit. I feel like this is reminiscent of the previous half, where you're like, all right, we're just gonna wait for some of these people to come out of sight and hopefully take some weapons off of them.
Last time, though, it was 2 weapons in B main.
True.
This time it's just a sheriff trying to do the work of multiple, and they have main control. So yeah, don't expect anything from Zerk.
I mean, no flashes. I mean, if there was flashes, maybe hot hands, that would have been a little bit differently. Could have at least gotten one of those weapons off. But Mozzie members will be able to buy for this round, and they're doing the same thing as Zero Marksman. Odin going on Direct Dad and the Operator on Shox. We'll have to see how Shox uses the Operator instead of Reprieve, because he was the one playing the Jet before.
Yep.
Now it's going to switch.
Interesting too that they switch on Icebox
Yeah.
comparatively. So look at this, Unshaken 6 out of 7, and they're gonna fight for this orb, both sides. With the op this time, it'd be very, very bad for Zero Marksman if they fully commit to it. Knife shots and shocks. Gets the toes of Potato. Very important that they actually had somebody with them, especially if they, ended up overwhelming the Jet and he was knifed. That would have been crucial. And they would have known that he was pushing in the first place. So.
I was going to say, technically it can't be the toes because feet shots are only 120. That's a fragmentation grenade thrown onto Cat, making sure the Mozzie members can't peek that angle. As they're going back toward this B side, Recon Dart has been taken out. Mozzie members, again, they haven't really moved from their positions.
The tag, here's no command. There's not going to be a recon bolt or anything. Shox will find the kill, though. And Okeanis is not even in sight at this point.
Oh.
30 seconds left.
Like Dad. Oh! Yeah, that's the worst enemy of that position. Just a running Spectre. And the man advantage here is just so good right now for Mozzie members. They are running onto the site, and it's all left to Okeanis with just 1 sheriff. He gets shot in the back by Streets.
Yep, Mozzie members again. Now this time they're really the ones containing Zero Marksman onto the site. They basically went on with everybody at that point, but then just got taken down by Mozzie members coming in from all of those different angles. They have retrieved all 3 of their guns, so Operator and one of those rifles along with the Odin will come back into play. But just these 2 Operator kills from Shocks really allowed them to, again, contain them onto the site, as that's really the name of the game for both of these teams at the moment. But the run it back is available for Mozzie members. That's going to be playing near mid, so it could either go mid or even go through B main, should they hear any of that noise. But now they've actually placed one of the alarm bots at mid to make sure that Zero Marksman cannot get that for free again.
Blocking sight.
Wait, Rick Dad? Rick Dad is already almost dead?
Yep. Odin spam back from Castblood. Good eye on that one. Thing is, I'm not sure if they're gonna go quick actually for the split. Look at the spike though, it's all the way towards A. I wonder if they want to really pressure Rick Dad a little bit more. Try to get him down if they know that they got the tags. Actually smoked market too, so they're giving up so much space. Free real estate. Shocks though on the op. Oh, Cat has just fallen. And Shocks has to fall off the angle too. Okeanis is lurking in here, and Rick Dad's gone. Zerk has left the fight as well. He has that run it back. Probably wants to wait for his team to actually go for this.
Mozzie Members now, they actually moved. That was the first time I think they had moved early, and then they got punished for that because Rick Dad was not ready for any member of Zero Marksman to be already sitting,
30 seconds
looking
left.
at Defender's side. So at this point, Mozzie Members, they're looking like they're going to save.
Right there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a quick call, actually.
That's a very early
Zerk, he
call.
mollied it off and just went for it. I think that they didn't realize how late the spike was, given the space that they don't have in mid and A main, or in B main, sorry. So they group up, and it's a save. We're going to go to 8 to 8. And it looks like we will be hunting on the side of Zero Marksman. Looking for these guns. Potato's already working on it, but he's only at 8 HP. And the rest of them are just staying around B main. Trying to save as much of their weaponry as they can. No exits are going to be given.
I was gonna say, technically it is 9 to 7 instead of 8 to 8 because Mozzie
you're
Members,
right,
they're chilling. And again, I'm a little bit interested that they aren't going to use that run it back, just to at least get some weapons off. And as you said, I think they didn't really expect for the spike to be delayed for that long. Mozzie Members, though, I think they lost the Odin there, but they will keep the Operator at least, and they have switched it over to Reprieve. It is no longer on Shocks. Opping Omen coming into full force, looking like they're just playing around in spawn. We'll wait to see where they go. They're going to be moving toward that A side, potentially looking down into screens as... All right, I'm going to stop speaking because he's out of change of heart. They're going to be stacking that B side. 4 members.
Yeah, he's got the knives, so that's why he trades off the op. He's going to force the issue onto Enjoy. And there you go.
Wow.
That's important. Mozzie Members claps back. Don't forget they have the 3 guns
Covering it.
that they saved from the last round.
Film it.
But with all the space taken at B, that gives a lot of freedom for them to take up into tree all the way. But they are rotating hard. So this could get dicey here if they actually commit. And Zerk is with the run it back all the way through tree. And he takes out Okeanis, who was still lurking in that position. But the trades are crazy, and it's all up to Potato. All of a sudden, a 1v4. He's down in dark. Think they don't know. Oh no, they don't know. Trigger discipline. They're looking at the spike. They think he's somewhere in A main. They think he could be coming up cat. That's where the marks are going. So he's going to try to get information. Try to lurk next to them. There's 1, 2. All of a sudden, we're in a 1v2, and he goes up in the astral form at the worst possible time. And Streets is walking around the corner.
Wow, absolutely amazing trigger discipline there. Being able to take out the op as well. I mean, even though they will pick it up again, I think that initial pick from Shock just to take out the Cypher, and the run it back was expended as well. I think those were the 2 huge picks that Mozzie Members really needed in order to try to pull this back, as once again, very, very close. This round that was important for both of those teams, just looking at the economy. Whoever loses this one is not going to be able to buy in the next, especially since that Operator, definitely costs a lot of money. It is looking to peak toward mid, though, as Zero Marksman, they're pushing in through that A side. Silverdrone are going to spot out the 2 members of Mozzie Members, so they do have to back off, and this A main orb is all theirs.
Fury spent. They're just running it down through the smokes. Reprieve is gone. Streets find one as well through the smoke. They've got space. Enjoy. Big opportunity for him on the lurk. Okeanis barely escapes to spray down. Knives of his own. They're looking for this though from Enjoy. And there is a lockdown. Astral Wall will keep it out from some time, and the kill is actually missed, so that lockdown is staying up. With 2 as well as they try to push it.
Oh, he's stuck.
Oh, if they don't check this. He's checking. Everything is fine.
Yeah.
Everything is fine. And Mozzie Members ties it up again. It feels like Icebox. This game is so close. Mozzie Members playing from slightly behind, but it feels like they're in control.
They definitely learned from before in making sure to check all those angles since they have been caught out before. But of course, that was the typical Killjoy lockdown that we see on that A site. And if you can't push that, you are a little bit screwed since a lot of teams do like playing on site proper and just having some members, you know, like Sova, having the lineups near toward A main. For this round, of course, the Hunter's Fury is available for Mozzie Members, but not for Zero Marksman. It is 2 out of 8 since it was used in that previous round. And again, as I said, they're going to be going on to that save. Hero Rifle is on Unshaken instead of Okeanis, though, as he will have that Spectre pickup, but they're moving pretty quickly through B, and B is left basically undefended.
Yeah, not even any utility here. Zerk playing for Market with Shocks. The Hero Rifle does come into play. Rickdad is gone. He's the one player who's usually playing and anchoring in the site. This time, no. Look at Okeanis' position. 2 players are going to be coming through. They've got to check this angle. On the other side, there it is, and wow, Shocks actually hits him as the Killjoy is speaking, so not quite sure how that works up. No tag either into that smoke. Unshaken with the Vandal, so close right now, and he gets mollied out. He's in a really rough position. Shocks is up top too. So they're clearing things out clinically. 1 in B main, 1 in sight now. Cass gets 1. Oh. And now all up to Potato, who's only on a Sheriff. Both coming from lane though, and might be able to fight this. Nope. Is that falling? Is he just shooting his Phantom while falling?
Yeah,
If so, I
think
have
so.
some words.
I mean, hey, we know that the running gun has been nerfed, you know, the walking gun has been nerfed, but the falling gun, you know, that's something that hasn't been talked about. And I guess we just saw that there, even though they did have that retake. I mean, they just made it so expensive for them. They do have to buy up. I think it is okay. Timeout active. This is going to be the second one, I believe, for Zero Marksman because they are behind. They have the null command and they really need to use it effectively this time because the last time they did it, I think it just went down.
Last player standing.
Yeah, that's definitely
Spike down A.
worrisome situation as we look at the couple highlights from the previous rounds. Thinking about the current game as it stands though, I feel like Zero Marksman are really actually having the right ideas on these pushes. You know, that site that time was empty as they pushed in, but it just was a little bit too aggro here from Okeanis, and they didn't have the Hero Rifle in a position to stay alive. So how do they really make these changes for the players who are really making a big impact in terms of kills up on the front line?
I mean, I feel like in this case, as you said, they did have the right idea. They had someone sitting in B main. They had someone sitting in logs. But did they get flushed out by that Killjoy utility? So I think at that point, that player just needed to choose one place to go and just try to fight those other 2 members, or maybe even making sure they have kind of a little bit of a buddy system. Because in that kind of fight, we saw a lot of 1v1s, or rather 2v1s in favor of Mozzie Memba. So they always had someone back to trade, but Zero Marksman did not, especially with the member who was playing B main and then the member who was playing inside of the little cubby. They did have it on the B side, but at that point, it's a little bit too late when everybody's dead. But look at Mozzie Membas. They have 3 members going up mid, and they have full control. They have split up Zero Marksman.
Oh, early no command actually. Even though the smoke was already down, that gives space, of course, for Okeanis to take the site. But look at this, 2 on the flank. Casplit is not going to be aware for this, but I don't think they're aware that Enjoy is going to be behind them either. Here's 2 kills easy for Zerk. Unshaken is going to get the plant down and hide, but there's the ult on the other side. And yeah, Enjoy is a little too late for this one right now, and I think they should know what's coming. Yep, the wall's already up. Zerk knows. And that's an easy pickup for him.
And Mozzie members are really using Zero Marksman's tools against them, using the lurk themselves. and the flank to come in. And of course, the Hunter's Fury on that A side, that is the second time that it's been used in the exact same situation. Even though the spike plant did go down this time, it did provide some kills and provided a lot of chaos on that side as we see that double flirt. You see the pairs coming out from Mozzie Members. I'm going to stress it again. Zero marksmen need to be in pairs to fight these battles.
That was such an important round, Kira. Like, no commands, they're eco. They used everything pretty much, and now Mozzie Members is gonna have a, they're about to go on to match point. So something needs to happen. Last round and this round. Last round it didn't work out. I think they used that no command a little early, because the smoke had already went down, and at that point it's like, what other utility is really going to be being used on that other side?
But now Zero Marksman, they haven't really bought up for this round, so they're going to really need to try to take out Reprieve because he is a little bit alone sitting inside of Market. If they don't win this round, they're going to let Mozzie Members go to 12. And at that point, I mean, Zerk already has that first pick, right?
Oh, miss flash.
Bomb grenade out.
Streets is going to be able to pop both his mollies, and that delays a little bit. He's going to go for the full, the double swing as well from Reprieve. Have to give it up to them. That is fantastic team play. And unfortunately, Zero Marksman is not finding anything with this brute force. Nothing at all. Match point now from a series where Mozzie Members lost the first game. What was it? Was it 13-5? 13-4.
I think it was 13-4.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
I mean, Mozzie Members really just turning it up right now. And, I feel like I sound like a broken record every single time. I'm like, they're using the same tools and it's working. They have the pairs and they're just getting all the kills. Zero Marksman is lining up for them. That's really all I can say for that previous round.
Hop up again as well for Shocks. A much slower pace from Zero Marksman. Zerk is ulting through, gonna take down the tripwires and force anybody holding this B. Main back even gets a kill, and that's KO. Unshaken. It might actually be the knockout blow. Shock's gonna peek through this with the also tailwind. They're fighting back towards B main, but there's too much pressure here.
There really is. The last two members gonna try to stay alive, but they're outside B main. They haven't been able to breach it. Mozzie Members have 4 members here. And even if they decide to go A, we have all that killjoy utility that they have to contend with.
Run it back, literally the dagger in this map and in the series. Zerk showing up at the perfect time. Now, Blood and Okeanis, both 2 players who can pull it off, but Shocks is trained on the angle. And it's all Okeanis, all for naught, as Shocks wipes them both down. 13-9 and a 2-1 victory for Mozzie Members in a hard fought series, but they move on, and unfortunately, Zero Marksman fall and get eliminated.
Yep, and I mean, at this point, for the team who is playing Mozzie Members next, you're gonna have to be careful of the flanks, you're gonna have to be careful of the buddy system, and you're really gonna have to be careful of Reprieve and Zerk. I think those are the 2 members. If they go down, I think the attack or the defense just gets a little bit weaker.
Yeah, I like this. I like the little Cura VOD review right after the notes for the next team. I like it. Cool. You're gonna have to give that to everybody, at this point. But
all right,
either way,
worry, I will.
Okay, perfect. Shocks was definitely somebody who stepped up, but honestly, I think it was that team play aspect that you've been pointing out. That last round where I was saying, Reprieve and Streets double peeking and spraying them all down in Gen. That is the type of stuff that ended up winning them the game, and also some very ballsy plays as well at Log. So very nice game. We've got Haloran back with us to talk about it a little bit because, I had fun watching that. I'm sure you did too.
Guys, to say I had fun watching that series would be a dramatic understatement. I was so impressed by what we saw from both of the teams. I mean, I feel like we had it all. We had dominant performances at different parts for both teams, very much back and forth action, and we even had the unexpected. I did not expect to see a knife fight today in the tournament. In game 1, I was like, okay, we're really getting the whole range, the whole gamut, but it was really cool to see both of the teams kind of show what their strengths were and what they were capable of. I feel like Mozzie Members did a really good job of starting out strong. I feel like they had the upper hand in a lot of the pistol rounds throughout the course of the entire series, but I really enjoyed seeing Zero Marksman make adaptation. I think overall, the theme of the match for me, and Kerr, I'll ask you first, I feel like the theme of the match overall was retakes. especially in that third game. In the second half, after the spike went down, the amount of people left on the side of Mozzie members more often than not was the hugest factor in from what I saw. You agree that retakes were really important there in the match?
I definitely do agree. I mean, what you said, it was important every single time. Zero Marksman, their dominant retakes on Haven is something that all teams really do have to look out for. But for Mozzie members, they kind of adapted to that, right? They know that the reason it is so strong is because Zero Marksman have those flanks, make sure to encroach onto the site, and they were able to turn that around on Icebox and on Ascent. So I think adaptation is another big thing that we have to look at.
Great point, Balla. You know, I think the third game in particular was really cool in that the first half of the overall match felt to me like, you know, Zerk was definitely running things, and Okeanis on the other side for Zero Marksmen were at the top in terms of overall kills. But that third game, there was a point where Zerk was at the low end of the overall KDA. So it was just really cool to see both teams overall step up in that final game. But is there a player overall that stuck out to you?
Yeah, you know, I really, really liked Streets and the way that he was playing the Sentinel role. And I think, you know, on Icebox, the way that he was playing that site as well was very, very good. He was a reason why it was so hard for Zero Marksman to push in that B site on that second map. But coming to the last map, you're right. It felt like a team effort. It felt like everybody was involved. You talked about Zerk. He was 5 and 10 at the half. I think he ended 18 and something, you know? So never count these guys out. That's something that you always have to notice is like, oh, hold on. This is tie game, and one of the best players on the team, at least from what we've seen in the past maps, is still down there. That speaks volumes about what the rest of the team is doing.
Absolutely, because I felt like they looked their overall strongest. I was very surprised to see Zerk's stats going into the first half, but he definitely picked things up by the end of the game, for sure. In terms of kind of unsung heroes, this doesn't exist, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and give the Sheesh Award to Potato for game number 3, because I would have been dead. The moment I saw that person open, I would have just shot them immediately. Like, I felt like I was watching the Sherlock Holmes, Robert Downey Jr. movies where he's like solving things ahead of time and looking into the future. He's like, all right, I see this guy. I see the guy up there. And just like the 2-10, the quick turn, I was so impressed. I would have been dead immediately there.
I like it, the Shisha word. You know, if I was thinking my own Shisha word, you know, thinking about Zero Marksman on the other side, because they played fantastic too, I'd give it to maybe Okeanis. Like, this guy was nasty the entire time, and that Icebox ace was just beautiful. It was gorgeous.
Kura, now, this is a thing now. Who do you have for a Shisha word?
All right, my Shisha word is going to be for Enjoy, for his holds on the A site for Ascent, because that was what allowed for Zero Marksman to at least stay competitive in that defensive side.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I believe we're going to take a short break. Afterwards, it's going to be Dominance taking on the Goodfellas. More action ahead. I hope we have the continuing trend from what we've seen so far. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back to the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K Open, brought to you by Metro Esports and powered by Logitech. One match is in the record books, and at the beginning, it definitely looked like Zero Marksman came out ready to play, But as we saw, Mozzie members also were not to be denied, turning things around at the back end of game number 2 and finishing strong in a hotly contested series. Again, to keep things in mind, not only are these players playing for a $10,000 prize pool, but they also, 12 players out of this tournament will be selected to go to Philadelphia to a combine hosted by Metro Esports. And then they'll go to PAX West live and in person. They'll have 6 players selected to join the Metro squad. They will become professional Valorant players, move over to the facility there in Philadelphia, and really live out the dream of becoming a professional player. So there's a lot on the line here, and what we're seeing are the loser side matches. So unfortunately, Zero Marksmen are now out of the tournament. But we have another match coming up ahead that I'm really excited to see, and excited to have casted by none other than Julius James and A Evil Cat. Guys, JJ, I'll ask you first, man. What do you feel about the level of play we've seen so far in that first match?
Hey, look, honestly, I have one thing to say, and everyone is probably going to hate me for it, but okay, Anos, more like, okay, Anos, my goodness, right? All game, these guys on the side of Zero Marksman were amazing. The gameplay overall as a team from both sides, really, Mozzie members and Zero Marksman, really, really stellar. But their teamwork, their cohesion was even higher than that. So I'm excited to see going forward what else we've got in store for us.
Oh, man, I mean, it was just a good showing from both teams. I think it might be a bit of a disappointing finish from ZMM because they're a team that's been playing together for a while. I know they've won some of like the GLG smaller, like $500 tournaments. They've never really made a run at most of these bigger events, so it's not a terrible run for them, all things considered. But the Mozzies, definitely a team that I had low expectations of going in, and they were really looking out to impress. It was a fantastic showing from them, especially being able to go down, have such a rough start, a map that really might have hurt their mental, and then just being able to reset, come right back into things so strong and take that 2-1 victory. I'm really looking forward to see what they can do in this lower bracket going forward.
I am too. I mean, another thing that I was really impressed about is the third selection was Zero Marksman's home turf. So to be able to fight back from a 13-4 to take the overall series was incredible. But JJ, one of the things that you brought up, teamwork, cohesion. One thing that I really love about the match coming up is that whereas the two teams that we've seen previously have a long history, they have that coordination, they've had time to scrim, the teams we're about to watch now are more newly formed, so there might be more individualistic play, things like that. Mimi, do you feel that there's going to be a shift in dynamic because the teams are newer?
I don't know. I feel like we underestimate these teams maybe a little bit, especially when we're talking about dominance, because it is a new team in this specific form with these 5 players, but the core 4 in Chaotix, CBK, CQI, and Prod, they were all previously on Brimstone Gaming. They were participating in like every tier 2 event under the sun, and they weren't always winning them, but they were making good runs. I think they took home a couple Valorant Sunday showdowns under that roster. Now that Brimstone Gaming squad had some roster moves, so these players are no longer with them, but they've just brought in Sacred, so it's a roster that's played together before, that is pretty experienced in that core, but is likely going to see some change with that new player. Whereas for the other side, the Goodfellas, it's a ton of players you recognize, right? Like it's Seth, he played with SSG. It's T-Dog, he won that little land in Maryland coaching for his squad. He played with Recon 5. A lot of these players have been around the block in kind of the tier 2, tier 3 Valorant scene, but I would say that this is a newer roster for them. But they have T-Dog, who I talked about. He's been a coach for a couple different teams. He was the IGL for that Recon 5 squad, so I think he kind of brings a system of his calling to any team he's on that can really propel them forwards. And even if on paper they're new, both these squads have the experience behind them.
And I think that, even with Synergy obviously being called into question for a new roster of any sort, I still am excited because if we saw anything from the first series, we saw that we can't really count out the underdog, right? Mozzie members were certainly the underdog in that matchup simply because of how together the team Zero Marksmen have been and how practiced they were. So anything can happen today. I'm excited to get into it, and I think we might have either agent or map select ready in just a few moments. So either way, we're gonna be jumping into it, and it's gonna be some exciting stuff.
Yeah, we're getting one step closer to this next match. Let's take a look at the map picks and bans. It's really cool to get the insight that you guys are offering, because it reminds me of a phrase. Amateurs keep doing it until they get it right, but pros do it so much they can't get it wrong. And I feel like these teams have players who have so much experience individually and in some instances as a team, where even if they just got slapped together for the first time today, they're all so grizzled and experienced that they know what to do. They know how to follow up off each other. But one thing that I do think is a huge advantage, Mimi, is having a player that has coaching experience, to have that perspective of both a player and as someone who can analyze the inner workings of an entire team to see how they improve. That could have a big impact, especially on some of these larger maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we take a peek at the maps on hand here, Breeze and Bind are going to get banned on out. Dominance has been banning Breeze practically this whole tournament. Same with Goodfellas. It's kind of what you expect with these newer squads, is they'll oftentimes have a perma-ban, a map that they're just not quite comfortable with, they haven't practiced yet. And then looking in at the picks overall, it's Haven in for Dominance, Icebox up for Goodfellas, and then Dominance getting that third pick of Ascent. So a pretty standard map pool. Do you think anyone's really coming out as a favor here, JJ?
Yeah, I think that what's interesting to me to mention first is this Bind ban. I for one, think that Bind is a really, really strong map if you know how to play it. Obviously, Goodfellas feeling like they're not really confident, so therefore the ban. But in terms of just overall favorite, because of the map picks, I think that it's probably going to be Dominance. Haven and Ascent are both really great maps in my opinion. I love the ability to play long angles on these maps, right? Have a lot of impact with the Marshal, with the Operator, and really create a lot of openings for you and your team through those impact kills, right? Your first bloods. That's where really that just the game in the entire round opens up, because you now have the inherent numbers advantage.
All right, I think those are all really good points. I want to see how some of these long angles are held and managed, especially as we get into the second match. JJ and Mimi, I pass it off to you guys. Take it away. It's going to be Dominance taking on Goodfellas. One team goes on, one goes home. Have fun.
Well, thank you, Halloran, for a great introduction. Of course, being a fantastic host. But here we are into our next series, Mimi, and I'm excited because these two teams, while they may be, not as synergistic today because they're still working on that from being a newly formed roster, I'm still excited to see some individual talent come through, right? Some individual play and see really who's going to kind of try to take over the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this is one that's hard to read because obviously Dominance, I've seen them before when they were Brimstone, but now they're bringing in this new player, and it's hard to know what to expect them. They've had a good run thus far. They've stayed alive in this upper bracket. They took a 2-0 over ZMM, and it was on the maps of Haven and Icebox. So this pool looking pretty good for them, but with the players behind Goodfellas, we'd always expect them to put up a really good fight. And if we take a look at these agent picks right now, what I'm noticing straight away is the KO pick for Goodfellas, double initiator out for this defensive squad. You love to see it.
Yeah, I agree. I love to see it, but what I don't know about is whether or not Dominance is going to pick up that Sova, right? I think Sova this is one of his strongest maps if played correctly, and I really like that Goodfellas immediately locking that in. Obviously, like you said, the double controller is very aggressive with the extra KO there on top, but there we have it. Chaotic going to be picking up that Sova for Dominance. And so now we're going to have to see who's going to round out the rest of their team. But so far, these comps looking pretty strong, and it might be the Cypher.
Yeah, I'd expect the Cypher. This is one of Cypher's strongest maps. Seth, like we mentioned, when he was with SSG, that's practically all he played, and Sacred as well has been a consistent Cypher player, so that's not super surprising. I think the head-to-head that I'm most excited for in this match is Fiend up against DBK, both of which are just like jet ops who do really great work on that character, who can be a bit of a glue eater and just frag out when necessary for a squad, and I think that they're a huge X factor for either team, especially on a map like Haven, like you were mentioning that has so many long angles, so many opportunities to find that opener with an operator.
Yeah, and of course, not to look too far into the future, map 2 is going to be Icebox, right? So I think that it's really important to come out to a good start here, right? Because Icebox, we can all agree, somewhat of an equalizer of a map, very, very even across both sides if played correctly. And so I think that coming out to a strong start here on Haven, especially for Dominance, because they're starting on attacking side, is going to be extremely important. I'm looking for DBK to get these dashes on the site with the help of Prod to really just take control and get an early lead on this attacking side, because that's what you need really to win a map like Haven.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, we're into things here. The best of 3 in the lower bracket. The loser knocked on out. The winner gets to continue their run as it's Haven up first. Map of dominant squad, and they will start off on this attacker side, a bit of pressure in towards B, but pops and pop shots won't re-rotate for the moment. Just holding down this default, trying to look for some aggression out of Goodfellas.
And already rotations coming through. Fiend gonna pick up the first frag of the round here at a long as they're trying to continue to push it anyways. This may be precarious as Goodfellas already on the rotation.
That they are. Venture still holding in the back lines. You see that knife come out. No one we directly suppress right away besides CKY. He's already up on site, but he just doesn't check on Fiend. Fiend can get so much done from this position, especially with cheat code and support.
Yeah, very, very great positioning here by Fiend, recognizing that, hey, I got that opening frag. I got to reposition, get to an even safer angle now that I've taken some damage, but still be effective. And that he is, as now Goodfellas holding down this A site with relative ease. They have the spike in their control as well. So right now, Dominant's really looking worse for wears.
Yeah, and they're not giving anything away here. This 5v2 is being played perfectly. Crossfire's already established. This should be a preconceived notion. Trades come out. DBK doing a little impact, but 1v3, his position noted with the time left on the clock feels impossible.
Yeah, I agreed with your previous point there, Mimi. Just the crossfires and the overall awareness by Goodfellas to just hold it down. Don't go aggressive. Don't look to push out and take these 1v1s that are unnecessary. And, well, Fiend going to pick up the 3K to start the game. Very strong stuff here early on for Goodfellas.
Yeah, I mean, we expect this out of Fiend. He's so strong on that Jet, and I love the aggression, right? Like, after Astor fell out of the meta, I feel like we see less teams working for that A lobby fight, but it gives you so much control. When you're just that Jet pushing up, you can get your entry, dash right back. Not only do you have that man advantage, but you also have the information, and once they had that info, Goodfellas capitalized perfectly. It was 5 postured on that site. Nothing Dominance could really get done. It's now into the second. There's a small investment out of Dominance. Couple sheriffs on the board to try and dish out some damage, but it's Goodfellas looking likely with their superior arms.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a fast B here. Into the site they go, but it's Fiend rather with the Spectre in hand, holding down this site. Gets 2 to open, and now going to force DBK to rotate out. Just 26 HP. Going to try to sit outside these garage doors to make something happen. Meanwhile, cheat code snuffing out the C-long push with 2 more for himself, and Goodfellas right now off to a phenomenal start here on D.
Yeah, they really are. That spike getting planted was the main goal here for Dominance. Try and get that extra 300 credits injected into your bank account, but it's not going to happen. Well controlled by cheat code, and now Fiend is on the scene to clean up. Another 3K for the man, and you love to see that for your Jet player, because now those knives just a bit more expensive. And in this bonus round, if they fight for that orb control towards A long, he can those blades online, and he can make this round a lot riskier than it might already be. But of course, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Dominance have the weapons. This is their opportunity to turn this ship around.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what DBK is going to buy this round, as he has yet to do so. Now Phantom finally coming out there. And so full buys all across the board for the most part. Obviously light armor on this Omen here for Dominance, but still very much a gun diff round for them, so they should be able to do something here. Prod, very good opening frag here onto Fiend. One of the strongest players here for Goodfellas, so that's a big hit.
Yeah, this is a nice position as well by Sacred. He's holding down this push out of A. They know that on this bonus round, Goodfellas are likely to get aggressive. They read that out immediately. And now they're just going to take their time in the default. Not over-aggressing anything, not greeting for a push off that opening pick. And they should be taking their time because T-Dog tucked in towards Sewer's side. And I believe he does have a Judge in his hand, so could definitely get risky and the run it back forward. But it's taken care of. Judge at range will find the Phoenix. Huge start now for Goodfellas.
That was so big, Mimi, to be able to get the Phoenix ult as well as the frag on himself after the ult. That's phenomenal with that Judge there. Potentially round saving, but we'll have to see, as Dominant still is in a 4v2 situation, has the man advantage. And now full side control on A here. Gonna be kind of a tall mountain to climb for Goodfellas. Now
It
entering,
is just the 2 initiators. Oh.
Yeah, chaotic. Holding it down. And what looked like it would have been maybe a phenomenal start for Goodfellas in a 3-0 as we take a look at this replay again. T-Dog coming up big, but still the rest of the squad on Goodfellas not really able to capitalize. And so Dominance going to win their first round of the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not terrible, all things considered, for Goodfellas. They get a little eco damage in there, and now they'll have a fantastic buy up into this round. I love that early utility we were seeing out of Cheat Code. It's clear that he's put a little bit of work in the lab to setting up for this KO play. He's got those lineups, so I think Retake going forward is going to be a very strong presence for this defensive squad. We'll see what they can make work for it. The Operator is positioned in towards A, hasn't been able to find its opportunity just yet, as it's another default, another slower round, but DBK found space towards Garage. Good start for Dominance.
Well, we'll see what Dominance decides to do here, as they are holed up in this garage. And, well, Goodfellas doesn't really know. Now some shots coming from that direction. Paranoia going to follow suit. So now it should be snuffed out. Dominance going to be looking to potentially rotate here.
That they will be. One player anchoring in towards A still, but it's the Jet, so perfectly fine there. Fiend very comfortable on that Operator, shut everything down. There's also another player making their way over here, but still a minute on the clock. However, Final Destination does seem to be the A site for Dominance.
And with the late rotations from Goodfellas, if Dominance can pull this trigger quickly, they should be able to get the site, and that they do. Prod going to get the first frag, but Fiend with up on site is able to get the trade. Plus one more. Can he get the third? He does with the classic, but Chaotic going to be quick to end that spree. And now Goodfellas with man advantage. It's all up to Chaotic. What can he do?
That's a tough situation to be in here. 1 versus 3. They have the Cypher Cam as first contact. They should just be able to swing off of this, shut it down. Even the ping comes through. Nothing he can really do at this point of time. And if he stops for a moment, he's just going to get bullied. Still alive. They're not even letting him have the opportunity. Seth to shut that one down. But, I mean, to start off, man, we got to give that round to Fiend. A 3K on the round. And it was the Operator to start things off. I think crucial that he had the tailwind up at this point in time, because he was initially getting a little aggressive in towards short, but he never had to use that tailwind to get out, so he's able to find his shot, find his rotation, and pick up a little bit more. Goodfellas looking good off the rebound there.
Oh, so good. And more specifically, Fiend 9-2 already, so early in this game. And what an exciting start here for Goodfellas, simply because what a motivation booster it is when you start to see one of your players pop off like this. Fiend getting so many first bloods to start off this game. Now that he's got that op in hand, it's going to be really hard for Dominance to take side control.
Yeah, he still has the tailwind yet again. He can just keep fighting here, gets out of dodge for free, and now this retake should be quite strong, especially as Venture finds that frag. It's a 4v2. They're not even being given an opportunity. Cheat Code. My man just pop flashes through the smoke and destroys them all.
Wow, this guy on KO. I mean, it's, as you said earlier, really just putting the work in the range and recognizing what he needs to do. Phenomenal positioning, but the flashes, all the utility coming out from him, almost textbook usage. And we talk about this a lot in the scene, right? Are you using your utility with purpose, or are you just throwing it out willy-nilly, right? Well, we can very much see that Cheat Code is doing all of the calculated utility usage, and we love to see it.
And he already has the null command online. The blades are still up for Fiend. They have ults to work with early on here. And you see how much this double initiator is working for them, because they have info towards lobby off a recon dart. They have info towards long off of that knife. Like, really Dominance is perfectly read into just off the rip roaring start of the round. But Cheat Code, again, he just doesn't even need to see him, man.
Not at all. Gonna go for the repeat. Gets another one, and Seth as well gonna pick up one. Here's a trade that comes through for Dominance, but still Goodfellas just holding it down on every single site, it seems. And right now Dominance just kind of looking lost in the sauce, not really knowing what to do. That's a good frag though from Chaotic. Is one hit. Oh, DBK on the other side as well. This could be a round recovered if they can move quick enough. They'd have enough time. They still have to get the spike though.
Oh, Spike is deep in spawn, and T-Dog is about to spot it. He can play around this now. This is crucial. A round-winning moment right here. And look at the health on Chaotic. He'll be walking straight on into T-Dog's position.
Oh, this is what you hate to see right here. It's and just phenomenal awareness by T-Dog to get into that flank position where, look, because you kept the spike in such a precarious situation, it costs you your life. And now with the 2K to secure the round, phenomenal gameplay there from T-Dog, and Goodfellas are just looking, well, as their namesake goes, all too good.
All good. FNS. Yeah, I mean, this is just a fantastic start for Goodfellas. I think where it could have gone wrong for a moment there was that Seth died. They're putting a lot of emphasis on the setup around the trips. The only real utility defending both Garage and B is the trip for information. So when Seth died, that map control was open. They found a couple on the lurks, but obviously the spike was never committed with them, and T-Dog just able to make the play to shut it all down. 5-1 on the scoreline, and it's important to note that this is a defensive side where they're finding it. Normally you expect the attackers to be out on top of this map, but it's not happening here. It's a quick hit in towards A.
Here we go. Fiend with that op is blinded, but it does not matter. Timing is his friend. Cheat Code gonna get one of his own. Now with the rest of the team having to slow down the push with numbers not in their favor, what can they do? Again, Dominance just unable to find answers here on any of their pushes, and it just seems like Goodfellas are in their head living rent-free.
I mean, yeah, that null CMD getting popped there, it was so impactful because he doesn't use it to get aggressive. He just uses it to hold back. The pulses there are going to give everyone that suppression debuff, which means no utility can be used. And on a pistol round like that, you want to be able to use those darts. You want to be able to use those flashes to fight your way forward, but none of that could happen. Really heads-up play out of the KO. And, I mean, I'm just loving cheat code on this agent right now. 9 and 4, 7 assists to boot. And Goodfellas, I feel like the best way to put it is that they're just looking comfortable.
So comfortable. The double-double in sight for cheat code already. Only 7 rounds in. My goodness, this guy is massive right now. And here we go. Knife gonna also do a good amount of revealing here. And Paranoia, can he get something to follow off of it? He is missing every bullet. Not like this, T-Dog. Prod finding his first frag of this round. DBK helping now to get onto site, holding that long angle, and with the run it back, I mean, finally, Dominance looking to dominate A site.
Oh no, this is just such a feels bad man way to possibly lose a round. Double updraft won't show anything for Fiend, and they'll have heard that. They'll have known what he's up to. This post plant setup looking strong. The Hunter's Fury as an extra precaution. Goodfellas, they do have the money, so no real reason not to at least try and get some damage in here.
Well, here we go. It's all or nothing. Fiend versus the world. It's got the knives out, but whips the first one. Does follow it up with a nice little dinky with the Sheriff, but it's not going to matter. Sky's going to clean him up. And finally, Dominance able to win their second round of the map. And, you know, it's as you said earlier, this is a weird kind of start because you're usually not used to seeing, especially on a map like Haven, the defensive side to come out to such a strong lead early on. Now, it's still not over. If you can try to get 6s or maybe even win 5 rounds, then it's still okay and winnable. But again, to only win 5 rounds on attacking side is a pretty feels bad.
Yeah, that's really what you do not like to see on a map like this. That last round just sucks for T-Dog with that whiff. If he had found that kill, definitely could have been a different story had they been able to hold on to the short control, but it doesn't happen. Now we find ourselves into the 9th here, and Fiend, he's pushed up so far to get something done. Yeah, finds a shot, dash away, but he still wants to fight.
Naturally slow, but the cages and the smoke's gonna just completely cut off his sight lines. Prod, though, able to find him. That's a big pickup here early in this round. It's a 4v4, and right now, Dominance is looking towards this garage. Start from Sova gonna reveal cheat code in with the spray down from Chaotic. They have control now of this site, but it's T-Dog redeeming himself with the spray and the 2K. Now Paranoia to follow, but counter flash, and look at this. The 3K coming out as Prod flashes himself, and you know, it's T-Dog gonna be holding down the site.
T-Dog is a reformed man at this point in time. He felt his mistakes from the last one, looking for a little more. DBK does allow it, but it's 1v2. He has no HP, just the operator in hands. It's not going to happen. That op should be able to be recovered here by Seth, or not even by Seth, regardless. It falls into the hands of the Goodfellas. Fiend got things rolling to such a good start, and then, I mean, it was just T-Dog anchoring on the site. Some mistakes definitely made there by Dominance, because that push felt a little uncoordinated. No utility went forward initially. They line up. It's small mistakes, but when you're already down this far, that can be very punishing because they weren't able to build up a cushion of economy. Their loss bonus is going to be worse for wear because they did win that one round, and now it's just the Sheriffs. We could be looking at the likes of like a 9-3-8-4 here at a best case scenario for Dominance.
Oof, T-Dog getting the opening frag again this round, and You know, I have to ask you, Mimi, like, I kind of agree with you at this point. It's really looking very precarious for Dominance, but what does Dominance have to do different? Like, how do they make sure that they can win these last few rounds here on attack side? Because they've just been kind of looking like they're lost and walking around taking 1v1s. Like, what is that, dry peak? I'm not so sure, but Fiend, again, just feed him some more, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, this round should be over. It's just the pistols, the setup looking very strong. Cheat code. Ooh, it does fall. It's a rifle that could be recovered, but there's still 2 on the site. Great paranoia from T-Dog. I mean, I think that you might have doubted their coordination for a second, but these players have the experience, they have the system, and they're working really well at it. And in way of your question there, I think that they've been playing this default pretty consistently, but I feel like they're never really finding much pressure off of it. They're just sitting in their default and then just full execing a site, and it just doesn't look coordinated. I'd love to see them just maybe focus on a hard exec. This B site has never been held directly by Goodfellas. It's almost always just a tripwire anchoring down this position. Even if you can just get that spike down and try and fight for link control, there's something. But in this one, they will get the spike down. At least it's money, but the post fight can be very hard, especially as the lineups find CKY.
Wow, CKY, that's a big feels bad. Never feels good to die to a shock dart. But now it's Dominance trying to hold it down, but Fiend, the discipline, the patience, gets Sacred, and with the DBK, the last man alive, gonna be Seth to finish him off from long. And you know, I have to say, like, it's still not over, but I agree the default style simply is just not working, and I think it has a lot to do with Goodfellas' discipline on D, right? They are not pushing out, they are not looking to try to over aggress, they are holding on to their guns, they're holding on to their positions and just working together. You can tell the comms are there, and they just are almost working in seamless cohesion and synergy, and you just love to see it.
Yeah, you really do love to see it, and I think that part of this also for this Goodfellas squad is that it's not that they're just not getting aggressive, it's that they're giving Fiend the space to do Fiend things, right? Like they're not limiting him. They're not forcing him to play anywhere. The team will flex around this jet op. They'll let him get aggressive because he has the discipline himself to find one pick and tailwind away. And consistently, we've seen him open up these rounds. Dominance, the only flashes they have are on prod, so they've struggled to shut down this op play. It seems like they actually agree with me. B site will be taken. The question is of post plan.
Well, finally executing on this B site, as it has been the weakest site for Goodfellas all game, but can they play the retake scenario? Right now already on B site, it looks like, but Goodfellas also stacking towards that A connector, but look at how disciplined Dominance is, holding strong here on the backside of grass as well as window. Now finally Soval is going to come out, but DBK going to pick 2 quick kills up, Prod getting one of his own, and with the DBK 3K, this is looking very winnable for Dominance, as Venture going to look for the tap, and Chaotic to finalize the round. And you know, hey, it's something if we can get the 8-4 and maybe win some momentum off the 2 pistol rounds. When the side switch happens, it's 8-6. It's still winnable. It's something.
Yeah, it's something. It's definitely winnable at that point in time. That's just unfortunate towards Garage. They fumbled the bag a little bit on that paranoia. T-Dog blinded out his teammate. That kind of staggered them because you saw the players who were on the site were trying to fight forward, but there was no pressure out of Garage, so that mid control was still fully that of Dominance. That's a play where, like, I love it. They're going to get a round off of it, but you can't do it twice. Because look, Goodfellas is changing how they play mid. Now they've put their jet off there, and he's aggressing down for an early fight. A lot of trust in the KO to hold that smoke as well. I just love the confidence, the trust that this team is showing early on. And honestly, Fiend not seeing someone here, it's almost even more useful because he knows that they can't be Garage, they can't be mid. And with that Cypher cam towards A long, they're already aware that this has to be a C exec, and that means rotates will likely be quick.
Right now, just holding strong. Goodfellas recognizing that they don't want to over-rotate, give up a site too early. Now the drone, C-Long, has alerted side of Goodfellas, and already you see it. Rotations coming out. They're running back, going to try to get the likes of Dominance on site, but not going to find it as Prod is immediately taken down. DBK, though, on entry, gets 2 of his own. Prod to follow. And now, look at this. Venture holding it down with a 3K of his own, and it's a 1v1 between Chaotic and Seth. And I don't know if Seth knows that he's here. He's not ready for it. Chaotic winning the half here for Dominance, so to speak. You know, winning as many as they could at the side switch, and very well played there on the latter half by Dominance.
And looking back at this, it was such a strong start out of the Goodfellas. That pistol round was looking fabulous. And towards the later half, I think they were just winning the information game because you have basically an information character in way of that Jet Op getting aggressive. It's just a scope train somewhere. You have the Cypher. You also have the KO as well as that Sova. Like, they have so much. They always knew exactly where Goodfellas were going, which made it incredibly hard to find the right rotation, to find that timing into a free site. It was really never happening. So it was a hard-fought half, but it's a winnable half. Dominance, if they can get the ball rolling early, find themselves that 6-8 scoreline off the pistol round like you mentioned, there's definitely a chance, but it's a pretty attacker-leaning map. And Goodfellas, what they were showing me with how they were playing around that information makes me suspect that they will be doing the same on this attacker side.
Well, so far, right now, it's looking like Goodfellas playing that default style as they are spread out across the map. A lot of members of Dominance here on this C site. So, of course, the call-outs being made to head towards A, which looks like it's been completely given up. Only one anchor there in the likes of Chaotic, but will he be enough? I mean, he's playing so passively too off the site.
I mean, they really bid on that fake, right? It was very little committed. Just, I think a fake dash forward, a little bit of utility in towards C. They completely vacate A, so now it's down to the retake and taking a peek at their comp. It's all right for the retake. They have that Phoenix, they have that Sova, but it's not nearly on the level of utility Goodfellas had when they found themselves in these situations. Spike is down, so it's 5v5 as that timer starts to tick.
Goodfellas now clumping up here in this defender side spawn, looking to potentially get this entry here. DBK gonna dash through into the smoke, gets the first on a cheat code. Prod finding one of his own on the Seth, and one by one, all of the members of Goodfellas falling. And can Dominance win this very pivotal pistol round? Good molly there by Prod, and he's gonna get the 4K. That is an insane round, Mimi, for Dominance, and exactly what they needed to start this half.
That's a precedent setter. That's something that's going to swing the momentum back towards their favor. Now only 3 rounds the deficit for them to work back up against. And I mean, Goodfellas, they had a pretty strong post plant. They had a man position towards Graffiti, Crossfire towards Hell, but the utility usage was just perfect. Cloudburst goes out, that cuts off the player that was tucked towards Hell's side. They have a Molly in for Graffiti, so the Jet can isolate that duel very easily. And then there's just like an entire football team just running it down behind DBK.
Oh my God, look at this.
Things up. Prod especially looking good, but yeah, you're right. Force by forward, they're really going to try and go for this, and I kind of love it from Goodfellas. Dominance, I doubt they'll expect this one as it's a pop flash through and it's aggression towards long.
Well, here it is. The 2-stack on long, though, could work out in their favor. It's a 1-for-1, but already Dominance recognizing that it's the full force has to back off. This is extremely risky, but if Goodfellas can pull it off, it will be a very big round to kind of slow the game down and not let it get too out of control in favor of Dominance through Eco. But here we go. Drone coming in from Venture. Going to clear out a short, but will he be able to see anybody? No, that drone will be taken out.
And it will. T-Dog still tucked in here, trying to find an early fight, but nothing's being given away. They're just trying to cut noise and re-exec, and it's worked to an extent. 2 players rotated away. It's now kind of playing into this 2-2 split, and I believe one of those players still only has the Ghost. That's a jet up towards Heaven, so or actually down in Hell instead. So this hold could be very tough. You see the knife lined up by cheat code, so there should be suppression. Utility likely not going to be a factor here for Goodfellas.
As you can see from the picture-in-picture, knife is going to go out. DBK not going to be revealed by it, though, but it doesn't matter. Seth's got the aim. Now T-Dog to follow with 3 of his own, and the site is completely in the hands of Goodfellas. And now Dominance looking like the whole round rides on Sacred's back. Will he be able to get pre-aim pre-fire? No! Venture gonna find the final frag, and that right there was such, I don't know who made the call, but whoever did to force that round was huge, and that might just make or break this game for Goodfellas.
Yeah, I love the call to force it, and I love the mid-round calling as well. T-Dog doing a really good job with the calling on this roster. They just cut noise for a moment there and re-exec like I talked about during the round. Goodfellas, or excuse me, Dominance had bitten on it a little bit, had rotated away, and now look what this has done to their money. They've actually been able to muster a hero rifle up for DBK. That's because he was bonusing onto the pistol. I think his plan was bonus with that Ghost and then rocking off into round 3, but obviously they lost, so it will just be this rifle to work with. But he can make himself a hero in this, as this is a double push towards C-Long. Lots of space garnered. It's T-Dog's job to shut it down.
Oh, T-Dog. Very well done here with the Spectre and the patience there from T-Dog, recognizing that he shouldn't, just rotate off the angle. There could be another pusher, and just like that, he gets the second frag. Now DBK finding one of his own, trying to hold the site, but not gonna happen. Goodfellas able to secure another round for themselves on this attack side on these eco weapons. And I know that that was a save round technically for Dominance, but still, I mean, with the game getting out of hand as quickly as it is, right? We're already 10-5, and Dominance is on the side of the map that is less favored. It's just going to be such a hard way to claw and climb back into this game for Dominance.
And losing that second round is kind of a tilter, to be honest, right? Like, you can finally feel like you're falling back into control of the game, and then bam, you lose a round that you should be winning every day of the week. You really hate to see it if you're a fan of this dominant squad. And well, look, Goodfellas not giving them room to breathe. They're trying to push quick towards mid, but they're just getting gunned down. 3 frags across the board. The garage fight comes out on top too. It's the bonus, but it's perfectly done. A flawless round out of Dominance, quick as could be.
Well, forget Caster Curse. They said, we are going to change the tides right here, right now. Beautiful double boost play there on the mid by the Omen and the Jet, right? I mean, the communication was there, and it's important that right now, while things are looking really bad for you, that you keep morale high, you keep communication high, and you continue to work through these plays together as a team. Love the coordination there, and it resulted in the win.
Yeah, it really did. It was a fantastic round there. It was just a Spectre, so you don't expect to be writing home about that round if you're on this Goodfellas squad. They were really focused into this round right here, right now. Rifles up to work with an entry frag by T-Dog. There's still 2, make it 3, anchoring towards A, so this could get risky. The long fight actually looking good for Dominance, but they're still down a man as the rotations work their way towards C. Pressure on Seth here.
And notice that the trap setup for Dominance is actually on B and Garage. So if we get a full exec here on C site from C long, Goodfellas can't, or Dominance rather, can't do anything about it really for the hold. I mean, the double cage is going to be kind of effective at stalling, but it's not really going to do anything else other than that. And they're going to have full site control here. Flash is coming out. Oh, but he gets the kill from Plaid. He's good for 1. But now it's going to be a difficult retake situation. Never mind. DBK from long getting 2 quick head taps. And now Venture spraying into that smoke. Does get a few in markers now. The in and out of the smoke play is good for Dominance. And I don't know, Mimi, that was kind of a crazy round from Dominance.
Yeah, man, that was really well played by Dominance. We got to give it to DBK because the second he hears that rotations off the A side, he's instantly pushing for space. Map control is everything on Haven, and he finds that single-handedly for the squad. Had he not made that push, they could have still been unaware that it was going to be that initial C-pop, but they were all on the scene, ready to pressure, delay enough time for DBK's flank to go huge, and now look what this has done for their economy. It's looking great. Rifles across the board and off up for DBK. And on that attacker side, we never really got to see him with the operator in hand, so he can be a big game changer with that now behind his back. It's just an eco. They're trying to go quick and prod. Oh, he finds 2, but taken down. Rifle in their hands now.
Now, quick additional frag from Sacred here in the garage. Ooh, Venture! Sharpshooter with that Sheriff in hand as the spike, and probably going to look to rotate here with T-Dog towards this A side, but op in waits, does the right thing, and teleports across. Just the awareness from DBK, or I'm sorry, awareness from T-Dog to avoid DBK, and now might be able to get a cheeky kill on the DBK. No, the awareness from DBK. So well played.
Close enough. Yeah, it's perfectly played. Here's that little teleportation across, able to shut it on down. Venture now alone with the Sheriff. Again, economy damage is the name of the game. They've gotten 2 weapons at least off the board, but that op is still in the hands. That's the big ticket item here for Venture to try and take care of, but I don't know. Not too much for him to do here. 30 seconds left. Needs to isolate it, do it quickly, and they might have just given that away. Sacred's alone towards Garage.
See if this quick peek can land another head tap for Venture. No, it'll be Sacred securing the round for Dominance, and we are just inching closer and closer to a tie. You know, Dominance finding some dominance here on the defensive side, Mimi, and talk to me through about what you've been seeing in terms of the changes from Dominance to start winning on this half.
I feel like it's just them playing the map control in a lot of these rounds. I mean, we talked about that DBK push in, I believe that was the 4th round to find the information in the flank in towards Long. Now they have this operator, and they invest a lot of trust in him. It's actually an incredibly similar story to Fiend, that they play around him, let him do his thing. The dash is offline, so he has to be careful, but he'll stay alive. Op doesn't net anything. But what I was getting at is the flexibility of this squad. Notice how the Cypher setup is different practically every round. The Jet Op is in a new place practically every round. It keeps Goodfellas guessing, and it makes this team hard to read.
Right now, Goodfellas looking to just hold angles, playing this default, right? You see
Careful.
T-Dog in that cubby, just kind of watching for the C-Long push out, but it's not coming. Now the drone, though, going to be pushing up this mid, try to get some information on this B site, but Dominus is playing very well. You can see them spread out properly, utility everywhere, camera to watch for that B push in, and right now it's just anyone's game.
They could be. Cam is still up in towards B, and well, it's not really taking too much space quite yet. I think they're just trying to maybe pull a rotation in towards A, leave their Jet in way of Fiend anchoring down to catch something out. Maybe you can re-rotate off that, but looking at the time, 30 seconds left, they have to make a decision quickly, and with the teleport towards, I believe that's Heaven, now A site has to be the choice, and it's Prod to hold it down towards Long.
Do they know about the A Heaven TP? Oh, he's finally going to get peaked. T-Dog could have had a pick there, but no. It'll be Sacred plus Neural Theft to follow, so that's actually really big info to see the rotation, to see that they've all already gotten a C site, but it is a bit late. Now they'll have to play the retake.
That they will. Hunter's Fury does something, finds a frag onto Venture. It's Fiend holding with this off, and it's Seth in close. This setup could be so risky against this squad, but he hasn't found anything. CKY shuts it down. Now it's a 2v5, and Fiend has one.
Well, Cheat Code has one of his own, so can he get more? Cheat Code with another, but the full flash onto Fiend. But the classic right clicks are too clean. Now, switching to that Phantom, can he get the round? He gets the clutch. Fiend is a madman.
Well, Fiend is a Fiend. He has it in the name for a reason, because he goes absolutely nuclear here. Everything was falling against him. Seth's Slurk goes horribly wrong, doesn't find a single frag. It was a 4v5 to begin with, and Fiend just going nuclear. Finds that first frag, dashes away, finds 2 more, and is able to net himself that tailwind. It's perfectly played. That's why Jet is so hard to contend with when it's a man like Feed on it, and that's such a punishing round for Dominance, because now it's only 2 away from the Goodfellas closing, and I mean, we talk about the heroic swords again, but it was all off of T-Dog's play there. That teleport, it baited everyone. Full rotation, it was a free C site.
Extreme momentum shifter there. Can now Goodfellas ride that high till the end and close out here? We'll have to see. Dominance looking to get a little bit of damage there. Prod really doing a good job of getting these opening frags and these rounds and getting some good damage off. This time on to that Jet player, I'm sorry, Fiend. So it's kind of big with no heals, no sustain from Goodfellas, right? It's going to be a little harder for Fiend to get onto site and help them entry.
Out of charges.
Really will be. One man clearing up towards mid. That's trying to make something work in that direction. DBK is anchoring towards Heaven, but there should be a smoke to block his line of sight. This has the looks of just a clean A tick, but you always have to remember the Cypher on Goodfellas, because his lurk could go huge late rounds.
Here we go. Venture looking to ult to get a little bit of information, get a little bit of damage. Chef holding it down, gets one onto CKY. Fiend gets to run it back. Now they're just holding this site. They're doing a good job. One in hell, though. I don't know if they know about Fiend here. Venture finding one on Heaven. DBK, though, returns it. Refrags with the op, and it's a 4v3. Oh. Now a 3v3. Wow, just 1v1 after 1v1. Cheat Code now getting a great frag onto DBK. Op is down. Chaotic just getting one of his own, and now it's a 1v2. A 1v1, and he can clutch it. He does. T-Dog is your man, and what an important round to win for Goodfellas as we take it to match point.
Wow, T-Dog just dragging his team over the line. They almost let that slip away from them for a moment, because Seth had that initial lurk, found a frag almost immediately, and they had to take the time to fight him back out. But what got risky is that the spike was still towards Long. He was the last man onto the site in way of that spike carrier. There was no smoke for Heaven, so that could have very easily gone the other way. But thankfully for Goodfellas, they have T-Dog, and T-Dog so strong in the clutch. It's 2 clutches to bring them to match point, but it's rounds nevertheless. Another quick hit, this time in towards A. It's Prod to hold.
I love this. 3 members on the other side of the map for Goodfellas. So if I'm sorry for Dominance rather. So if Goodfellas can get onto this site quick, they'll have it for free. But no, they wait just a bit too long. And so now Dominance is in position. They are on site to stave off this push, but they're not going to be able to do it with these eco weapons. And Goodfellas just getting the site for free. And before you know it, it's a 1v4, and it's all up to CKY to keep him and his team in this map. As he peeks out, just a quick little tapper from Venture, and what a game from Goodfellas, Mimi. I am shook.
Absolutely. They had a fantastic showing throughout this match. And I mean, like their first half, it was looking good, but it started to maybe be a comeback on that defensive side. But again, the mid-rounding was just so strong from this squad. It felt like half those rounds they were just walking out onto a free site. We just can't ignore the clutch factor. Fiend especially, 26 and 12, having a huge impact on both halves. 5 first bloods for the man. T-Dog as well, having a ringer of the game. No one was quiet for this Goodfellas squad.
Most certainly, and Fiend with that ACS of over 300, just showcasing how much this guy was all over the place, really being as impactful as he could possibly be for his team, especially on that jet, like you mentioned, time and time after again, with those op picks, tailwinding away, just getting, even if he wasn't getting a frag to open the round, he was still getting damage, he was still getting info, and that can make or break a whole round if played correctly. So I think that was a phenomenal showing there by Goodfellas. Obviously, Dominance has to go back to the drawing board and figure things out for game 2, but we'll actually have to take it to a quick break before we get into map 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Valorant action after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PAX Arena 10K Open, brought to you by Metro Esports. And we just got done with map 1. My name is JJ. Mimi alongside me as my co-caster. And tell me, Mimi, how are you feeling after that map 1?
I'm feeling good, man. That was crazy. It was like so many wild moments, especially from Fiend on his Jet. DBK as well, having a ringer of a game. The clutches were insane. It was just action back to back to back. But as we kind of take a look back at the replays, for me, it felt like Goodfellas were kind of just like mid-rounding diffing. Dominance, like if we think back to this first half when Dominance was on attack, I don't think I remember a single time where they got a site for free, right? There was always someone anchoring. There was always someone holding down who had the information. Whereas once we switched sides, Goodfellas was able to just read them like a book, pull these fakes, find these free sites, and just hold down the post plant strong. And even when things went awry, the clutch potential that this squad has is so high. And I mean, Goodfellas, well, it got maybe a little closer than it initially looked. It was still them in control of the game for the majority of that.
And I think that we have to give some credit back over to Dominance, right? They still did a pretty good job of bringing the game back within a reasonable distance, trying really hard on this defensive side, as on a map like Haven, where it's really hard to win defensive side. We know that it leans a little bit more attack sided. So Dominance tried to claw their way back in, but I think that really was the kryptonite of it all was the fact that they just gave away too many rounds on defense. And I think that when you give too many rounds away in the first half on a map like Haven, when you don't win enough on attacking side, it really provides a lot more of a taller mountain to climb, and it, it just showed.
Yeah, it really did. And I feel like what really hurt him in that second half especially was they won the pistol, and then there was a forced buy win. And that's what kind of brought the Goodfellas back a bit better under control. And, well, what really hurts about that was that it was the map pick of this dominant squad. If we can take another little peek at the maps here, it was them heading next into Icebox, their choice, generally a stronghold for this Goodfellas team, and say we can get something crazy and have them come back. Well, then we end out on Ascent, which is another strong one for the Goodfellas. I mean, this is just such a good map pool for them, and they've just really come out swinging out of the gate and just looked dominant there on Haven.
Yeah, Fiend especially. I mean, we talked about it before the break. This man took over the game. And I said it too, that I was looking forward to seeing who was going to break open this first map and take over the game. We'll have to see if Fiend can keep it up here in map 2. As you already mentioned, Icebox going to be that map 2 selection. So I consider this to be a little bit of an equalizing map. I don't know too many people who favor Icebox, right? Or who really, really love it. So I do think that it's going to be very, very interesting to see whether or not Dominance can bring it back and send us to the game 3, or if Goodfellas can continue their dominance and continue to and close us out here in this 2-0 series.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But I feel like Icebox, it's a very telling map about a squad, because you can see when a team is prepared for it and when one isn't. It's a map that you can pug for sure. Like, it works on that attacker side to just like exec A every round, but it's one that has a lot of depth. And I think it's similar to Haven in a way, in that like it takes a lot of lineups for you to play it effectively. It takes a lot of nerdiness to kind of fit into that meta, because obviously we've got Viper a lot of the times in play, either a Sova or a Sky pretty popular. Like it takes these agents that take a kind of a lot of prep to put in. And under Brimstone Gaming, I know that this squad wasn't bad on Icebox, but I still feel like the Goodfellas looking a little bit dominant. As we hop on into the agent select, well, these picks aren't a huge surprise. Really kind of a standard comp for the Goodfellas. T-Dog on the Viper is that solo controller. You got the Sage pick for Seth, and then the Sova with the double duelist. You love to see it, and honestly, I'm expecting this to be mirror mode. I think Sacred will likely play the Viper here, so nothing surprising me with these comps really whatsoever, but we've both talked about it. I'm excited to see Fiend back on the Jet. Same with DBK, really.
Yeah, these glue-eating Jets are a sight to see. I love watching it myself too. As I mentioned before, I love the operator as well. So any kind of op play is the kind of play I love to see. But I agree with what you said. The Viper here, kind of the X factor, as we've discussed all day. And a lot of people agree on Icebox. Such a big pick here, and don't even need to usually run smokes just because of how effective Viper is at splitting these sites and the map really when played correctly. So I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. Obviously, this being Goodfellas to start on attacking side, we'll see whether or not they can get off to a good start, or if Dominance can try to have a little bit better of a defensive side this map. Obviously, starting on defense could maybe shift that around, but we'll have to see. Either way, though, I'm sure it's going to be a good game as we are just about to jump in.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we bring out here. I think something that I didn't note in the previous map is that Trainer is coaching for this Goodfellas squad. If you don't know him, he was previously the coach of LG for about a year, of Luminosity, and he was coaching during that kind of run-up where they won NSG Winter Champs, and then they were starting to make runs at the VCTs. I think he also had a stint coaching for BBG, so he has really a history as a coach, and I'm excited to see what he's bringing to the roster. Of course, in that last match, he didn't get too much say, at least during the game, because neither team used their tac pauses, which I thought was interesting, especially for Dominance, because there was a couple moments where they were just losing out on a big streak of momentum, and, well, they never had, or at least they never took that tac pause to try and slow it down.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that you mentioned that too, because I agree. Like, at the end of the day, sometimes you need to take a breather and like recenter your team and reorganize and figure out the strategy, right? And talk to each other. And sometimes the buy phase is just not enough time to do that. So we'll see if that happens in this game, if any tac pauses come out, but we'll have to see, as now A side looks to be the first sight in the eyes of Goodfellas, as we have map 2 now fully underway, and Fiend leading the charge, rightfully so, coming from the belt, dropping down, getting the double dink here on DBK, and that's a big pick into a big player from Goodfellas.
Oh, poor Sacred. He's just stomping his way forward, completely unsuspecting. Cephal shut down. That's a sheriff that can be recovered. Now, B-side's completely open for business. They should be able to run right on into the site, and that they will. Full retake for Dominance. There's only 3 players left alive. Tough one for them to fight back into.
And just the awareness of this Goodfellas squad to have Viper chilling in the lurk position, right? You see this Jet get into side A, get a pick. You think, okay, it's going to be a fast A, and it's like, no. You send a few on the flank thinking this is a free flank, and wow, you just got picked off, and now A side or B side rather, is completely lost. So very, very good start here for Goodfellas, but can they close it out? Chaotic on the flank, looking to try to make some work, but not going to be able to do so. Venture finds him, but Prod on the other end on this Reyna gets 2 of his own before he's finally put down. Now all that remains is CKY, but only for a short amount of time, as Goodfellas going to be the first round, or be able to pick up the first round of the game.
Yeah, I think that Sage well missed it. It could have been a big X factor for them in that round, but it went a little wide. They were able to shoot right on through it, so the fuse could not be stuck, unfortunately. And if we swing back early in the round, we just saw it in the replay, but the aggression from the Viper on Dominance to just kind of run it down out towards main without a care for what could be on the other side of his wall is just really unfortunate. Goodfellas were quick to capitalize, change the plan in the mid round, and take things in towards B. I think that's the strongest thing for this team that we saw in the last map. It's how they can adapt in the mid round, and they're keeping it up early on here on Icebox. This is a strong buy for the attackers, really just pistols to try and work something special for Dominance.
Wow, B-side is completely just free. I mean, rotation's finally coming through, but I don't think this Viper's going to be able to hold it. And now wall goes down, spike to follow. Now Goodfellas can just fall back off site, get to yellow and green, and just play the spike.
That they can. Fiend in a good position here. He has the tailwind, so he can just, again, try and get aggressive because they have the Viper utility to fall back on. Him having this Ghost really doesn't risk too much in way of money. So Goodfellas really playing this strong. And Dominance, this clock is already ticking away. I think they're waiting for this flank to come through before they commit. However, Venture, he sniffed it out. He's ready to hold. Maybe not. Fiend, a double with the Ghost. All right.
Gets the double dink. This is what you love to see from Fiend. DBK gonna finally shut him down. Just going tit for tat here, but it doesn't look like Dominance is going to be able to get much. Looking for maybe some exits here. Rod gonna get pinged off. They will see him and take him down, as you don't really want to save here on this pistol.
Yeah, and you notice that there was Sova lineups in play there. They never had to use them, but there's definitely some tact that Goodfellas has put in here on the back end to be ready for that post plant. So Dominate's definitely going to have to be looking out for it. I like the play there, right? They were trying to get a pinch in, try and contain the players from the Goodfellas to either die to the spike or die to them with the pistols, but Goodfellas, they kind of just disrespected it, ran straight through, were able to shut on down. And now with Fiend having saved in that previous round onto the pistol, he'll be able to buy up a hero rifle here. His team is fully armored with Spectres. This bonus is dangerous.
Dangerous indeed. Fiend and company gonna get pinged out here a little. Now Seth with this Spectre in hand might look to push this belt, and ooh, CKY getting a good opening frag onto T-Dog. That's gonna be big now, as it should slow the Goodfellas push, and Chaotic getting one of his own. Vetcher looking for the trade, but with the one-man disadvantage, do they keep pushing in? I guess the call is yes. Seth finding one of his own to equalize things, but DBK with the Sheriff and the one tapper. Oh no, the failed tailwind, but it somehow is okay as Sacred bails him out and gets two of his own to close out the round.
Yeah, 3 left alive here for Dominance, so it's a bit of damage dealt by this Goodfellas squad. What was crucial for them is that they shut down the lurk only. There was a man trying to work his way up towards mid and make himself a thorn in the side, but they killed him right off the rip, so that lurk wasn't successful. Had it been, maybe we see a different story, but Dominance holding on tight here. No op for them out too early on, so it looks like we might be on some kind of pause. Not sure the nature of that, but I'm sure we'll get you guys into game as soon as possible. Sacred disconnected. Unlucky.
Oh, I see. ISP probs. But, you know, in the meantime, we can look at this economy and we could talk about how, in reality, Goodfellas, they're kind of broke and they're dumping everything into this round, but it's extremely risky, right? If they do not win this round, it's going to really hurt their potential to win these next few attacking rounds after that, and it can really give Dominance kind of a way to get back into the game, a way to win some more rounds here on this defense side. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Mimi, this is still an attack leaning map.
I think it can kind of swing either way here, but I don't know. I think that a good coordinated squad can make this attack pretty dominant, right? Like if you have the Viper play pretty well, if you can have that post plant strong. But I would feel like for the defense, it still might lean a little bit their way with how well you can anchor down in some of these situations. Although I think that Icebox is kind of in a similar boat to Haven, where it's a little more even. It can swing either way. It just kind of depends on these teams. But in way of what we saw in the previous one, I think both were kind of stronger defensive squads. We saw good things from Goodfellas though, like with their mid-rounding that I've been talking about a ton throughout this, and just their general play on the attack, because they have these players they can just let loose, and we've seen it early on here. So I'd expect Goodfellas to probably be mustering a good attack side, which makes me really want to have Dominance put an emphasis on getting as many rounds on the board on the defense as possible.
Yeah, and if you didn't catch map 1, Dominance really fell short in that map, so taking back map 2 is going to be really important to not only send us to game 3, but to restore confidence, right? Obviously, FPS is all about confidence. It's all about keeping the team morale high. And if at any point in time that starts to dip, it's really important for that IGL to kind of bring the team back together so that they can continue to have a chance and win on the side that they're struggling the most on. Because when that half switches, it's a momentum switch, it's a reset, it's a 0-0, right? So they need to be able to tell themselves that it's okay. Even if they don't necessarily win this defensive side, they can still bring it back on attack. As we now have some replays queued up for you. In the meantime, as we wait for the game, I mean, we can see Goodfellas really have come out to play today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic look out of this Goodfellas squad all day thus far. I mean, they were in that upper bracket for a while for a reason, right? Like, or no, excuse me, I had to switch for a second. Goodfellas were the ones who had been down here for a bit, because they took that 2-1 over Big Frims. I had the names swapped in my head for a moment, but they've been kind of making themselves the demons of the lower bracket here, whereas Dominance, they took down that Sonics plus Jerk squad, so 4 players from the Susquehanna Sonics, and then Jerk, who plays for the Renegades. Honestly, I thought that was a team that was likely to win the tournament. They got knocked out pretty early, 2-0 fashion by Dominance. As well, they were able to take down CMM, or excuse me, I think they actually lost the Sonics game. So my brain is all over the place today, but you know, we're getting everything fixed. Maybe my brain cogs get turned a little better as we're just still waiting for Sacred to hop back into the server.
It's okay. We all have a little bit of brain lag sometimes, but definitely agree. I think that it's going to be interesting. I don't know about you, and you can tell me if you agree or not, right? I think that things like this, moments like this, where there's a long break, right? This in and of itself is kind of a tactical pause, right? Because now you have a lot of time to talk with your team. You have a lot of time to kind of understand what the other team is doing, talk about what info you're getting, talk about what you're seeing, right? And use that to your advantage. Go to the other sites that you know they're kind of are their weaker site, right? They're not putting a lot of stock into, and recognize when they're over rotating, you know, things like this, these little nuances, right? This can obviously be communicated more now in a situation like this where you have all this time, someone's disconnected. And so I'm curious to see whether or not this will completely halt the momentum that Goodfellas have come out with, and now they'll maybe come out a little flat-footed, or will we see Dominance start to, you know, have a resurgence?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. One thing to know about a tech pause is that it's not the same as attack. Your coach can't be in the conversation during this, so it is still just those 5 players. You're not bringing in that extra tactical advantage. But only one of these teams does have a coach in way of Goodfellas, so I don't know. I feel like it's a second for them to cool off, but I feel like they're still feeling good, right? Like, you come off a nice little map win, but I never really saw hubris from them, right? Like, it didn't look like they were overconfident. Like, they were confident enough to take these gunfights and win them out, but it was never like they were crazy over peaking and throwing away man advantage rounds. They weren't making those mistakes, which makes me think that this cool-off period probably won't do too much to them, but I think it's actually really good for Dominance because it started so rough for them, right? This is their opportunity to kind of turn around, think about what went wrong, and beyond that, beyond just kind of talking, it's just a second to breathe, right? It's a second to not have to worry about the game for a moment. Think about what you as an individual can do better and reset that mental.
Agreed. And I think too, you know, mental, we've already talked about it, and I sound like a broken record, but mental really is everything. I mean, I think personally, even as a player myself, I know that I'm not really playing at my peak if I'm frustrated about the situation, if I feel like this is a very winnable game and we're throwing, because let's be honest, on paper, these guys are all really good. These guys know what they're doing. You can tell that they're all individually talented and have that mechanical ability, but at the end of the day, it comes down to synergy. It comes down to how well you can execute, how well you can work as a team. And right now, Goodfellas looking really dominant at that. And I think that it's, correct me if I'm wrong again, you told me that Dominance was the team that has been around together for a while. So the fact that Goodfellas kind of as this pubby team has come together and figured it out so in such a short amount of time really speaks volumes for this team.
Yeah, it really does. But we do have ourselves back into the matchup here. It's Goodfellas up 2-1 as they find themselves on the attacker side. Bai's not looking too stellar in this one. A Sheriff up for their Jet player in Fiend as it's a quick hit in towards A. Just one lurk towards that B site.
Well, the A execute has been the one Goodfellas has been favoring, and well, cheat code on this Reyna. We saw him do work earlier on the KO. Seeing him for the first time tonight on the Reyna, I'm excited to see if he can really pop off and carry the game, because we know Reynas really are feast or famine agents, right? They really need to get it in there, get those entry frags, make full use of that utility that they have, and put a lot of impact on the round.
Absolutely here. Cheat code does have on the rifles in this round. The blades are now up, so everyone quite good in the weapons department. And they've actually pulled a lot of rotations. Notice how T-Dog is walked up all the way in towards B. There's still an anchor holding out towards middle, but he's not checking on T-Dog. This round really relies on how many frags he gets. Sacred, though, unchecked. It's kind of tit for tat. Either one of these Vipers could go huge, and T-Dog, they're completely not prepared. He has to trigger discipline, too.
Oof. Does finally pick him up, but yes, T-Dog in the deep flank here, and do they even know about it? And Prod, DBK, many kills falling here for Dominance, and wow, just like that, it seemed like a really good plan for Goodfellas. You have someone in the back flank, you have them split off the Dominance, right? I'm sorry, yeah, Dominance, but it's weird to me that even though it looked so good positional-wise, Dominance came in and just held it down. They got the one taps, and that's really what you need at the end of the day. Even if you have a good side execute, if you don't win the gun game, if you don't know how to hold angles properly, you're gonna just die on sight.
I mean, I feel like Sacred really won that round for them in such a huge way. He shut down that initial fight for the spike planter, and then that gave Prod time to rotate in, denied the second attempt at the spike plant. Then there was mollies on the floor. The time was already halfway gone, and T-Dog had been flushed out. There was no opportunity. It was a nice look off the lurk, but they didn't fully capitalize, and now it's just the Eco. Chaotic eats a tag from the Marshall and Fiend, and they have good space towards mid, but DBK on the flank just able to gun down too. Nice and quick out of the man. There is a rifle on the floor, though, so would make things a bit riskier, especially as Venture finds that shot. This could turn tail.
Well, it is 3v2. Dominance looking to play towards this mid side. You can see this Viper just again lurking around, but Sacred finds him. T-Dog really trying to make an impact. And oh, you droned at the wrong time, my friend. Chaotic gonna fall to Seth. Has the res in the pocket, but does he use it?
I think he does. This round is very winnable now. There's guns on the floor, recovers the Marshall, and this is a walk-up. I don't think they're prepared because he got a really great timing up past the Sage. Now he can double back towards B. They're not ready. Gun is up. Sacred should be able to shut this down, but it's a headshot found. Seth can pull this off. Rez really now out of the question. Now, no, actually, T-Dog's still in towards main, and he has a wall to allow it. Oh, no, this has really gone awry for Dominance.
It certainly has, and look at this. As predicted, the res comes through. It's a 2v1, and what was a round that was looking worse for wears for Goodfellas has now completely turned upside down on his head. And can CKY get the frag? Sees the one boosted, but takes way too much damage, continuing to try to wide swing. But T-Dog there, able to get the frag, get the gun to finish, and that was a monumental round for Goodfellas.
Oh, God, I feel like they really start to fumble it here. Chaotic on this drone when he should have been aware that there could have been someone up mid, and then Sacred just catching a rough timing. I think the biggest play there was being able to get that resurrection off, because you get that wall, it allows the spike plant, allows the res. If it falls to 1v1, very much still winnable, but with both T-Dog and Seth up and the utility in their back pocket, it's so hard to take. That's got to be another tilter for Dominance, right? Because you lose that on that map. Now you just got thrifted. You're reset onto a lighter buy. It's really not looking good early on here.
Still one round separating these two teams, so anyone's game. But if Dominance wants any chance of winning this half, they need to get it together on these retakes. Now, though, B-site being sieged by Goodfellas, they lose one man in the likes of Seth to the snake bite here, but the plant finally going down. Do we get the Hunter's Fury kills? No, but CKY gets one of his. Oh no, Fiend somehow gets a kill on the DBK through fall damage, and now Fiend getting one more, make it a 3K, and now knows exactly where one of the remaining members Goodfellas is, and I'm sorry, of Dominance, but now Dominance on the other end, the flank. This prod flank, will it be enough? No, the ace from Fiend to clutch up the round. And Goodfellas really having all the momentum here in this one.
Yeah, Dominance, I mean, they were doing such a good job at pulling this back. Prod on the late, on the lurk there, shuts down one, recovers himself a rifle, but is caught on the reload. Fiend doubles down, playing around those cloud bursts to perfection. They were completely unprepared for it. And honestly, I mean, that round's cool and all for Goodfellas, but it's not what you want. It's an anti-eco, and it has to come down to a 1v2 clutch with an ace. That really should not be happening. Still, I'm sure the Goodfellas are going to be feeling okay because they'll have a bye in this round. Dominance has one of their own, so this is a pivotal one. Tipping point will really shift the money in either way, and look at this play. Quick up under the tube. B-site compromised, but there's still a Viper in main.
Yeah, I like this push. Very quick control of mid. Under the tube you go. No one seemingly in kitchen, so right now, I'm sorry, it is just
Spike
the
is
Sage
stuck.
in kitchen, but wait, Spike is stuck?
Spike's on the other side of the pit. Look, Venture is back here. He'd have to fight through Sacred. They
Oh
have to
my
kill Sacred
goodness.
because they walled under tube. They have no way in with this Spike unless they kill Sacred. He can win this round single-handedly.
The Viper's pit is a game changer, and if Sacred can play this correctly, he might be able to do just that. Gets the first frag on a cheat code and knows there's another one in, lurking in the weights. And will he peek out of his Viper's pit? T-Dog finding one of his own. Seth and Fiend taking out Sacred. That's going to be the Viper's pit dropping, and that's a big ultimate falling from the side of Dominance now on this defense side.
Dog, perfect position here. CKY completely unprepared. Now it's just into 1v4, but it's Prod. It's Arena. It's doable.
The classic Reyna 1v3 clutch. Can we see it? Only one soul orb, though, available. So not like the old school Reyna back in the day. You could just sit there and just suck. But here we go. Gonna go for the tap and the double swing there. This is just textbook. That'll be another big round for Goodfellas and starting to separate themselves a bit from Dominance.
Yeah, they got a lot of kills there, but the most important here was from Fiend. If Sacred stays alive in this pit, it's likely a round 1 for dominance, because like I mentioned, Spike was never in a position to stay alive, but they're able to shut things down, and it almost helps them a little bit that they're delayed in the Spike plant, because it gives time for T-Dog to extend in towards mid a little bit, to have that kind of counter flank to shut down I believe it was DBK in towards the site. It was just a good look overall from Goodfellas. They realized what went wrong in the situation. They were quick to fix it. Now they have a 5-2 lead. And again, dominance, they're just stuck in towards these pistols, but I like the aggression. They're fighting the same aim control, just a tad, so they have great information. But maybe it's poor information, because they're rotating away from A immediately. However, CKY on the flank, do something here.
Well, Seth opening the round here with the first blood. Very big stuff for any attacking Siege. And now Venture with one of his own. It's a 5v3 and one still in mid, so this should be a pretty easy exec of the site. And see DBK trying to hold it down with his Sheriff. He's proven to be quite the one-tapper, but will it be enough? No, Fiend sprays him down through the smoke, and yeah, this is going to be just the quickest and easiest round I think Goodfellas has had thus far in this game. So if you're Dominance, how do they keep their mental in check here? Because it's starting to look like Dominance is starting to just give up the game. Almost things are just slipping out of control.
I mean, they've had their good moments. They've gotten these rounds really close, but I think losing out on that Thrifty was just such a huge deficit for them. I wouldn't hate to see aggression, right? They have DBK
Agreed.
who can get aggro there, and he can dash away. They have Prod who can get aggro. He can dismiss away if he finds a shot. And maybe DBK's trying something as well, because he's going for this glass cannon off. He knows what a game changer he can be with that weapon, so he's going to try and make something happen. And look at the little sneaky little play here. Boost on top of the wall. Perfect. Never mind.
Honestly, the way you just casted that was my favorite thing all night, I think, because it just accurately depicts how all of us just felt right then. But here we go again. A rinse and repeat. The siege is there. Plenty of util going out, but Dominant's not buying it for some reason. Still 2 members on this mid to B side, and the T-Dog flank is going to actually find DBK.
How many times has this guy just been in B site for completely free? Like, they have not learned about his flanks. They need to start shutting this down, and now they have an opportunity to. T-Dog, another 1v1, possibly up against the Sage, but the moment he'll back up. Retake on the cards here. It is a 4v3, but Resurrection available, so is a Hunter's Fury. They should be around for dominance unless T-Dog can make himself an X Factor.
And as we were mentioning, what the flank, it actually looked like Goodfellas lost on A side. Dominance finally able to hold the site for once. CKY getting the res off. Chaotic with the Hunter's Fury finding Fiend. So this is now a very, very winnable round for Dominance, but never over when cheat code's in the game. Can he get another one tap? No. He certainly was looking like he could have evened things out, but now T-Dog putting out the Hunters. I'm sorry, not the Hunter's Fury. The Viper's. Oh, man. Wrong agent, Julius. But taps. Ooh, there's one. Wait, this is close. This is winnable. There's 4. There's 5. My goodness. T-Dog, the clutch legend.
Oh my god, T-Dog, every one of these situations where they put him in a chance to clutch, he'll be able to capitalize. The flank to start things off, the lurk to open it up, the pit to close it out. I mean, it's just perfectly played because the decay on that pit does so much, even early on here. He's so smart to not overcommit to that fight. He gets one. He's happy about that. He knows that him staying alive, the pressure that he causes is more important than the kills there, because he distracts them enough for his teammate to get, I think, 1 frag there. There was a resurrection in play, so it was really like a 2v6 between cheat code and T-Dog. T-Dog doing most of the work with that ace. Again, what is the mental feeling like? Because it can't be good. I would have loved to see attack pause off of that, because I can imagine that is not feeling too great for them.
Chopped. Mental is just chopped. I mean, what a spray transfer there from T-Dog. Absolutely. I'm taking a note off your playbook on this one. Just absolutely nuclear. And just such stellar and solid play by T-Dog today. I mean, we saw that one whiff earlier, and it's almost as if he just was embarrassed by it and ashamed, and now he needs to just pop off and carry every game. But here we go, back onto the A site it is, and Goodfellas this time getting a lot better of a siege. Cheat code helping get on site with 2 kills, and every member of Dominance falling one by one except CKY. Almost able to clutch that one out, but Venture gonna get the final remaining frag and the spike down to win the round.
I mean, the eco damage there is fantastic, right? Like, they go Deagle Demon mode for a second. They're able to find a lot of impact with the Sheriffs, but again, it's not going to do too much to the money of Goodfellas. Look how much they have as a backup. Venture's going to practically max out next round. Everyone will be able to buy an op-up for Fiend even. Like, it doesn't really mean a ton this late into the half, unfortunately. For Dominance, though, they have another buy here. If they can 8-4, it's winnable, but it's really tough. Like we saw on that Haven matchup, once Goodfellas got on the defense, they were strong, and this map even better at defending than Haven might have been.
Ooh, Tailwind kind of used a little earlier there with no real benefit from it from Fiend, so that's kind of a big cooldown use. Cheat Code gonna be the main entry fragger here as he throws out the blind, looking for one. DBK though, very big pick onto Fiend with the Tailwind to follow after to get out of dodge. And now Cheat Code though with that Emperor's active trying to make it work, but it's just him against the world. Can he get the double peek? No, it'll be CKY helping Dominance stay alive in this one, as we are just one away from the round or the half. And I still don't think 4-8 though is the half you want here if you're Dominance.
No, it really isn't. They just went out on the brawls here, but what I thought was impactful was it was a little hard to notice, but CKY actually slapped the wall down really deep towards mid. They completely cut off the 2-push, the under 2-push without breaking that wall. He knows that T-Dog has been there every single round trying to work a lurk, so this time he just slaps a wall in his face and is like, you shall not pass. You're not getting up this way. Forces T-Dog to play with the team on the exec, and Dominance just able to win out in the frag department. And that feels like the story of this game. Dominance such a good team in way of like fragging in terms of these shots, but they've just been getting team diffed a lot of these rounds.
Well, once again, back to this A site. Goodfellas recognizing, hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Just keep abusing this A site, send one to the lurk on B, make a little bit of noise, kind of take them out, have them stick on that B site for just a little too long. And look at this. Yeah, that Hunter's Fury really kind of making them think a little. Like, you can see it just from the vision cones that this Sage and Viper are just unsure. But now with the entry frags coming out from Goodfellas, they know it's an A push. And just like that, it's a 5v3. What can Dominance do?
It's be very hard here. DBK has the blades up if he wants to use them. With the rifle still in hand, that should be his main priority. Molly goes forward to deny something, but Goodfellas not giving anything away easily.
CKY looking to push. He's gonna get one. No, Sacred gets 2, 3 even, and Fiend is gonna get the trade. But now DBK, can he clutch it up? Is possible now. 20 HP, but with those knives out, one tap is all you need. Gets the updraft, but doesn't know he's Nest. And I don't think he can't see him. He's got to drop down. Oh, the shock dart. Yep.
Yeah, so low. Utility will do him in. It's a very good try from Dominance, but again, Goodfellas just strong in the post-plant hold. They found the frags where the players playing close to site, but the players on site, their main goal is to just delay. And they did that perfectly. Left the 1v1. He still had the shock darts, so it was never really a round that could have gotten too far out of hand. 9-3. We could even be looking at something more. This is a very tough half for Dominance. Winning the pistol, absolutely crucial. They've been good for it in that last game, but they've struggled at these second round buy-ups, right? Like, it's been a couple times where Goodfellas has been able to force up and find some impact off it.
Most definitely. And now with pressure mounting, it's 9-3 at the half. What does one do really to kind of like bring the team back mentally and say, hey, you know, yes, we can win these 2 pistol rounds, but what if we don't? You know, is it still winnable, right? This is something that I would be trying to talk to my team about and just say, hey, you know what? Let's just try to play maybe a default. Let's try to see, round by round. Let's just try to see who pushes out, who's going to play aggro, let's get the pick, let's get numbers and then execute sight. But look at this. Goodfellas somehow able to read the minds of Dominance and just completely stave off the A push here as one by one Dominance falls, and DBK gets one, but T-Dog will get the final kill onto him. And the defuse. 10-3 now. Very, very dominant performance here from Goodfellas.
Yeah, Goodfellas just had a very aggressive push down mid there. They instantly had the information that it had to be a push in towards that A site, and as they killed the man holding the flank wash, they just had a crunch. Everyone was dismantled immediately. Dominance, I don't know, man. This is just a rough situation to be in. I'd imagine they'll force up into this one. it's a tough call. I still think it's probably the play, and they seem to agree. 4 Spectres out, 1 Marshall, 4 DBK to try and get this one done. But Goodfellas should be aware, right? Like, they know how dire this round count is. They know that dominance is likely to force, so they'll be able to play around that. It's 3 in towards A, and it's aggression towards main from the double duelists.
Oh no, that's not what you want. Fiend gonna get a great pick on the CKY. There go your heals for the round. Finding another on a Sacred, but Chaotic and DBK looking for those trades. Chaotic getting a second one now, and this is looking finally good for dominance. A little bit of a moment of brilliance as they get onto this A side, but they stop the push. They hold. They recognize that, hey, the last 2 remaining members are probably here, so maybe we rotate. But no, Seth, what a great peek on the Chaotic. What is he doing?
Such a tough position to find himself in now. Into this 2v2, the positioning is a bit weird. Seth definitely the most crucial one here, but he'll fall. DBK to find that frag. Now it's a clutch. 1 versus 2 T-Dog, but who else but him to do it?
No charges left.
He has been clutch all day today. Can he do it again? Prod in that nest. He does get vision onto DBK, but he has no idea about Prod. And rightfully so, Prod will get the frag in the round. This is still winnable. At 4-10, I've come back from worse.
Yeah, it's definitely possible for them to pull back into this one. It is the attacker side, so it can be a little bit tougher, but with momentum behind him, could be looking good. I love the way they're playing around that double duelist comp. Both squads have been doing this where they kind of just send that little 2-man hit squad to get something done, and on this one it was Prod and DBK to come back on top, making Icebox just kind of look like a jungle gym the way they were playing around those ropes. With the players moving that much, it's hard to find your shot. It's hard to avoid the bait, and it does work perfectly. Just the pistols up for Goodfellas in this one, a couple shorties. Maybe a sheriff across the board. Shouldn't be too much to talk about unless Fiend goes crazy. No, shut down. Stays 4v3. Sights under the control of Dominance. There should be no way they lose this, right?
Famous last words, but no, DBK immediately taking hold of that backside snowman. And, well, you know, this is what we wanted to see. Dominance is finally finding some resurgence here on attacking side, and maybe they're just an attacking side of team. Who knows? But yeah, very, very good execution of this B side. I like that they didn't just continue to go and beat their head against the wall A, because of course Goodfellas will snuff that out. But recognizing it's ever important to change it up, to keep Goodfellas on their toes if they want to try to even things up.
Rounds like this are just a nice little confidence booster, right? Like, you're only going to likely lose 1 member here unless Cheat Code can do something special, and God should know exactly where he is. But this is the confidence booster, right? Like, you're feeling good. You're like, we're better than them. We can gun these guys down. We can do this when they have guns. It is no big deal. So it's definitely a good start for Dominance. And now we find ourselves in a very winnable situation. But this round, probably the biggest swing, because if the Goodfellas can pick this one up, they'll be able to kind of reset that economy just a tad for this squad of Dominance, and they'll already be on 11. That would likely be match point. This round is everything for Dominance.
Do or die, backs against the wall, and they're gonna have to recognize that if they continue to play like this, they are going to potentially be able to tie things up, and I would love to see an overtime game. Wow, yeah, that's a crazy opening frag from DBK. But you know, to my point earlier, I just want to see a little bit of that momentum shift start to happen, because once you, like you said, once you get that confidence boost back, once you start feeling yourself, as it looks DBK is pushing Fiend back single-handedly, this is looking very, very good. Dominance now looking to execute on this A side.
Yeah, that they are. Venture starts the back lines, aggressive push out of DBK. It goes against him. Prod up top, trying to gun it down and reply, but it's just Cheat Code going huge a second. The rain is doing it all. Now Prod trying to fight back on his own. Has the dismissal tucking towards Maze, so the post plant strong, but an early tap out of Fiend. Prod, he's forced to fight. Prod going big. Empress up now. Very winnable situation, but it's Cheat Code. Another Reyna in the backlines revealed by the drone. His teammate jumps around the corner. Prod shuts it all down. Cheat Code alone. 1v2. Shock Dart at his feet. Finds the first. Needs the 4K. Needs a little more. It's Reyna v Reyna.
Reyna dominance.
He needs to peek. He needs to get this done right now. He's just full sticking this. Where's the swing? Where are you? What's going on? What's going on? Prod. He finds the frag, but it doesn't matter. The Goodfellas, they're up to 11.
Pros never fake, Mimi. Let's go. What a play there by, I mean, just the heads up play to keep in mind the fact that, hey, I could take this 1v1, but why? I just need the round. So just the awareness by Chico there to stick a phenomenal performance there by Prod. I mean, I thought when he got the kill onto Sage and got that full heal back because of Empress, I thought it was over. I thought the round was secured, but somehow Chico just living in his head rent-free and gets the round, though. Here we go into the next one. DBK, phenomenal pick onto T-Dog. That's their B player. They need to go, but do they know? Will they know about Fiend here?
Yeah, and I mean, look at the money. I think I overestimated how little they had in the bank because they still have something. But Fiend, he has the blades. He's behind them. No one's checking on him.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Gets one. Can he find a second? No, he gets traded out. And just like that, with quickness, it's 4v2 in favor of Dominance. Spike is down. Sacred now trying to hold down this flank. And I think this should be a pretty easy Dominance win. And one more step closer to evening things up. But this actually is a very big round, I think, for Dominance, just because of how big of a round it was last round for Goodfellas, right? What a clutch situation. And if you let that kind of play get in your head, it could really just ruin the whole game for you, right? But just the poise and confidence from Dominance to just shrug that play off, go next on the round, and win a big round like this one. This was really big.
Yeah, it really is. And I think I was getting at it a little bit before we saw the knives come into play, but I think I maybe underestimated a little bit what the money would be looking like for Dominance because they got that round so close. Despite the loss, they were able to muster up a fairly respectable buy. Whereas for Goodfellas, they lost everyone, right? Like all 5 of their players died, so they were just on judges, on sheriffs. You hate to see that after a round win, but it's perfect for Dominance, right? It's exactly what they needed to get things going. And now this is still a winnable position, but we find ourselves at another one of those kind of 50-50s where it's guns up for both teams here. And if it's going to be Dominance to lose out on this round, match point when you're down 6 rounds, that's so hard to come back from. Again, it's just you got to keep that mental round by round. You can't think about the scoreline. You can't think about the map count. Every round is just what's happening right here, right now in the server.
Well, here we go. Hunter's Fury. Big Hunter's Fury from Venture here as he picks up CKY and tags another. That's very strong there to stave off the push from Dominance. Hold your ground. And now it's likely that they might rotate. But even if they still force the issue here on A, you've already done enough damage. Drone now tagging out another. This is a really good hold here by Goodfellas.
Chaotic down to 4 HP, and Cheat Code has the off angle. Nice shots. It's 5v3. They have that pit, so if they can find a free site somewhere, maybe lurk up and get control, then it becomes a lot more winnable. And I like this play right now. They're just cutting noise, likely going to re-exec in towards A, but Goodfellas haven't bitten on this whatsoever. Still 3 players holding here, and it's a very passive setup. They're not giving DBK a chance with this operator.
Yeah, the discipline in respect here from Goodfellas is so well played. And at this point, do you still try to force the issue or do you try to save the op? It looks like the issue is going to be forced, but only momentarily. And Viper Pit was gone down as quickly as it was put up. And
the op too. Oh, he doesn't know where it is. Never mind.
No, well, no, I think, did he get it? Okay, I'm not sure.
Chico got it for him.
But nonetheless, that's a big round. I mean, this was actually very disciplined, very well played by Goodfellas with how slow they took this round. They know that they've got rounds to give. They know they don't need to force anything at all whatsoever. And of course, like I mentioned at the beginning, that Venture Hunter's Fury to start the round, just to put down some damage, just to put down the a kind of a way to stop the funnel, to stop the push. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, Slow and Steady wins the race. They're not getting hubris now that they're winning. And I mean, Fiend's just hitting shots like that. Seth has another. This could be the end here. Possibility of a 2-0 as it's the back foot for Dominance. They have a res, so we'll stay this 4v5. It's still very tough to come back from, especially with how early in the round those deaths came. And look at T-Dog.
Well, two members of Goodfellas on the flank here. They could have potentially gotten T-Dog and equalized things, maybe thought about a site push, but now it's going to be a little more difficult.
That it will still definitely a tough situation. I'm not sure. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Looks like the game might have freezed out for a second. Who knows what happened? But I'm not sure if it's still going on, if it just freezed on our end or if it's on their end as well. But hopefully we'll get you guys back into things as soon as possible. I guess, I don't know. The game is still going on, I think, right? Because it was just our observers that dropped out?
Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think there might have been an observer bug or something of the like. But either way, we'll get you back in the game. We'll get you updated as quickly as we can. But I was funny because I was like, wait, did my game freeze? I was trying to
Yeah,
refresh
I was
really
like,
quick.
what's going on there?
But what a spectacular performance. While we've got a chance to talk about them, Goodfellas. I mean, these are the guys that we really didn't anticipate to come out this strong. Like you mentioned, I think before the break, we were in the green room and we were talking. It was definitely, this is definitely a team that, like we said, is individually skilled, and they certainly were going to put up a good showing and maybe make it close. But it wasn't expected to be a slaughter like this. I mean, what is happening to Dominance, and how has Goodfellas found the X factor needed to beat up a team like Dominance?
They just have insane players on the individual level. They have T-Dog calling for them. I think he's honestly one of the stronger IGLs who's kind of a free agent in the tier 2 market right now. So I think that there's definitely a possibility that they just kind of have that coordination. And it looks like that round was the last round. Our observers dropped out, but 13-6 was the final scoreline. I don't think we were expecting them to be able to come back from that. It's unfortunate we couldn't see the end, but overall, just a dominant showing from the squad.
We only missed like the last 30 seconds. Not too bad, but nonetheless, still, what a series to watch. And now we've got our beautiful host, Halloran, back. How are we doing, Halloran, after such a great series?
You know, JJ, I'm watching that series, right? And I'm looking through game number 1, and in terms of a name, Goodfellas, it really wasn't until game number 2 I was like, I get it. I get why they call themselves Goodfellas, because they are experts in organized crime. Like, they were straight up burgling rounds that they had no business winning. If it was Seth bringing someone back to life to get the 2v1, turn things around there. Cheat code absolutely blew my mind with the defuse. Everyone had an insane just clutch factor. But it is a little concerning to me. Mimi, you brought up a really good point in that, yeah, they're winning these rounds, right? But should it even be that dire a situation? I think if they do tighten those things up and, you know, show that kind of, I guess, pun intended, dominance, without needing to be clutch, I think they could be terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Dominance is a squad that has a lot of potential. They've looked good in the past, but like this first map, if we had to sum it up to one thing, it was that the mid-rounding was just stronger on the attacker side. And if we had to sum up that Icebox match to one thing, it was just clutch. How many aces did we see? I think it was 3 aces just from this one team on one map. Like, they were going absolutely nuclear on the individual level. They have the team play to back it up. The utility usage was great. Like, you see how expertly it was done. I think to that T-Dog ace clutch. The way he used that Viper utility to isolate the duelist, to use the pits to shut it down. These are players that have so much potential, and I think they're just going to keep being a menace down in this lower bracket as they keep this run going.
I think for me, most spectacularly, Fiend was just the man to watch in both maps.
Yeah.
This guy was just given so much reign of terror and control over the game, and his team just kind of hoisted him up, right? They allowed him to do whatever he wanted to do, but was there to trade him, was there just in case things didn't work out. And that's how you play with a Jet who's exuding so much confidence and is as you know, just a playmaker as much as Fiend is. But I think the second thing for me is probably the likes of T-Dog. This man may not have had the most spectacular of showings like Fiend or even Cheat Code, but when this man needed a clutch, and he's the very definition of the word clutch, this man had some of the biggest rounds in both games, and that beautiful ace on that Viper, my goodness, chef's kiss of a spray.
JJ, I gotta give it to you, man. You were cracking me up in game number 2 because you guys were having the conversation and you used the word chopped to describe the mental for Dominance. And every time they lost a round after that, I just heard you in the back of my head say, chop. Because it just seemed like their ability to get motivated just kind of faded away over the course of that second game, kind of had something of a resurgence. They won 1 or 2 rounds. And what was really interesting to me in that moment, Mimi, is that they didn't even really bother to go for a tactical pause.
Yeah,
I think if I'm on the side, if I see Dominance starting to come back, I'm like, let's just kind of ice this, slow this down, get back to business. I was surprised they didn't go for a pause.
Yeah, I was too. I actually kind of like that the Goodfellas didn't, because I feel like they have such a good read. Like, I think the comms there was that, like, T-Dog's like, I got the call for the next round. We have something to switch it around to come back into things. And they almost always did. They were very resilient to come back. But it just makes me mad. It makes me want to rip my hair out sometimes when teams just don't use tack pauses when the momentum is completely against them. And I mean, now looking at these stats, like, it's another Fiend game, dude. Like, I feel like we also didn't give Venture quite enough credit because he was just Mr. Consistency, right? Like, he was finding all these frags. He had the supportive utility. Seth was in the same boat where I felt like they were kind of the unsung heroes of this matchup.
I agree. I think that all of the guys there on Goodfellas were doing their job and doing it well. And I think that it goes to show, like you mentioned earlier, the IGLing from T-Dog and how well he is at piloting his team and ensuring that they all are doing what they need to be doing and doing it well. And so very, very just excellent showing here by Goodfellas. And again, that ACS is absolutely disgusting on Fiend. 357. No one even coming close to this man on how much he can impact the game and really be everywhere you need him to be.
To give you guys a quick update, one of our observers is experiencing a power outage. So we're trying to get those technical issues set up and ready to go so our next match can be as good as it can be. But in the meantime, Mimi, JJ, at the end of the first match, I on the fly came up with something called the Sheesh Award. And
Okay.
I want to ask you guys who your picks are. And what I define to be the Sheesh Award is just like, it's a certain mix of being clutch. It's not necessarily just KDA. It's like an in the moment X Factor style play as unique. I'll ask you first, JJ. Who do you have as your Sheesh Award winner?
This one's going to be a hard one, I think, just because I want to give it to so many different players on Goodfellas, simply because of how much individually all of them had to play to really win around for themselves. But if I had to pick one player, just because of how excited I got, almost jumping out of my chair to witness some of the plays he was pulling off, I got to give it to T-Dog. This man really had, just like you said, not even the most spectacular of KDAs, right? But when it mattered the most, when he absolutely needed a round win to just shut off the economy for a second and really cause dominance to have to like reset their mental because of how much of a, oh, this is such a one round. This is easy. And then a player like T-Dog comes in and 1v5 clutches. Like, it's just, it's a sheesh.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm right there with you that I feel like T-Dog had a crazy one. Because not only his individual play, but the way he set the team up for success. His utility usage on the Viper especially was fantastic for me. His calling obviously impactful, but I feel like the Sheesh Award, it's kind of about like, if we really break it down to the roots of what the award should be, it's like, it's very, very high, a high honor. But I feel like it's like who's making the craziest plays. And I gotta give that to my man Fiend. This guy was just having impact every single second of that matchup. Every time he got an op in the hands, it was like a guaranteed 3K. This guy is just insane at the jet. And the way he was using those tailwinds, it's not like he's just spamming it out every second. He was great at conserving them and using it when it mattered most to keep him alive, to find information for the team. The way he was pushing up for info on Haven was so huge for the squad. I mean, this guy, Fiend, he's just, it feels like he's slotting in perfectly with the squad.
Great selections, great. Whether it's Fiend or T-Dog, I was cracking up because in the chat, I guess T-Dog's fans were like, oh, he's taking his clothes off, he's putting his clothes on. If he keeps playing like that, he's going to be putting a Metro Esports jersey on because he's playing out of his mind. For me, though, I got to give it the cheat codes. And the reason is, he's got cooler veins than me. There's no way I could have held that defuse. I would have been sweating bullets the entire time. So to have the conviction to say, I am holding this down and I am stealing this round, I was like, okay, guys, okay. But an amazing second match of the day. If you're just tuning in, this is the PAX Arena Almost Pro Valorant 2021 Open, where our teams are not only playing for a $10,000 prize pool, but they'll get the opportunity to go to Philadelphia, Combine, show their skills for Metro Esports, and at the end of it, 6 players will join their team and go to the facility and begin their professional journey. Thank you guys so much, Metro Esports, also powered by Logitech. We're going to take a short break, though. We'll be back with the third match. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K Open, powered by Logitech G. Metro Esports is on the hunt. In the past 2 matches that we've seen, they're going to have a lot of strong candidates to choose from. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is not just about the $10,000. At the end of this tournament, 12 players will be selected to go to Philadelphia, where they will go into a combine and show their skills in and outside of the game for Metro Esports. At the end of it, at PAX West, 6 players will be selected. They'll be given contracts. They'll join Metro Esports, and they'll go to Philadelphia and move there and begin their journey as professional players. There's a lot on the line, but if you want to hear a little bit more about it, I'm going to pass it over to the Metro Esports CEO themselves. They'll let you know what we're getting into.
Hey everybody, my name is Sean Berry. I'm the CEO and founder of Metro Esports and the owner of the Metro Squad Professional Valorant team. We're so excited to partner with Logitech and PAX to find some of the best gamers in the world. We want to scout you. We want to find out who's the best so that we can bring you onto our Philadelphia Metro Squad team. So what's the process for selection? Well, it starts right here at PAX Online. Play well in this open and give our scouts an opportunity to find you. And then the next step from that is a private invitation to our National Combine in Philadelphia on August 21st. There we'll have a team of representatives on hand to assess your skills, your ability, your communication, your teamwork, all of those intangible assets that make you a great player. If you do well there, you'll be selected to one of the final 12 spots that we take out to PAX West in Seattle, battle on a giant stage, and win one of 6 coveted professional contracts to join the Metro Squad professional sports team. Once selected to that team, you'll be relocated to the great city of Philadelphia, where you'll begin to train for hours on end and compete on the world's biggest stages. The best coaches, the best analysts, and the best brand, Metro Squad, wants you to join us. We look forward to seeing you in Philadelphia as the next step, but you have to do well here first. So I bet you're wondering how to get selected for the Metro Squad. Well, there's some key areas that we look at, like gaming potential, mental toughness, communication ability, in-game awareness, teamwork. All of those things are important criteria to help us select and find the very best pros in the nation. You're going to have a chance to train and compete with the very best in peripherals with Logitech. We're so excited about that partnership, and we want to find those few that can represent that Logitech G on their back. Join our Discord. Go onto our website at metro-squad.com and give yourself a chance to be great. If you want to compete on the best events and the biggest stages in the world, we encourage you to join this team of super duper professionals. We're excited again to meet you and hope to see you again soon.
Metro Esports is doing just amazing things. I think they are setting the future for how esports talent overall gets developed. I'm really excited for what's ahead for the pro Valorant scene and for esports in general. Again, my name is Albert Haloran Haley III, but I will not be doing this alone. We're going to be bringing back JJ and also welcoming back all the TW guys. We have had 2 amazing matches so far. JJ, what do you think about the idea? I haven't had a chance to ask you. What do you think about the idea of this tournament where they are going to be finding a team to turn into a professional squad?
Are you kidding me? When I was a wannabe professional player, I would have loved to have something like this exist or be around. And honestly, it's a phenomenal opportunity for any guy who's grinding day in and day out in the aim labs, right? You're just constantly working on their craft to be able to have an opportunity like this one, thankfully, from someone like Metro Esports to show their stuff and have the opportunity to become a signed professional Valorant athlete. Like, that's a phenomenal experience.
I think also just the almost pro entire aspect of the tournament feeds really well into that idea, right? The chance to get picked up, play for $10,000 at the same time. Who wouldn't want that opportunity? I think it's fantastic, and hopefully we'll, see Metro Squad potentially go far.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any other instance where the scouting aspect is guaranteed in a tournament. Most professional or competitive players that go into a tournament, no matter the size of the prize pool, they hope they get noticed. They know for sure someone is looking to notice them. So I think there's a lot on the line here, and there are a lot of high stakes, especially for the 2 teams that are coming up. Guys, I've seen in chat a lot of folks looking forward to this Virtuoso versus Easy 5 Balla. Tell me a little bit about what we're going to see in this matchup.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the marquee matchup of the day. Easy 5 is definitely one of those teams that have, brought a lot of players in the scene, content creators who are trying to go pro at the same time, but also just been one of these mixed pug teams that have played together forever, mixing in a bunch of different people and also sending some of them off to the even bigger, teams and whatnot. So they're already in that process of bringing up new talent. And then on the other side is Virtuoso, a team of people who have really, really been grinding for about 6 months plus at the beginning of Valorant, and now breaking into the upper echelons as well. They just broke the top 20 on the Viala or the Spike.gg rankings, which is a ranking website for Valorant, and
Wow.
they took down NRG in one of the previous weekends of the VCT, which is again the biggest tournament in Valorant.
And NRG is no slouch either of a team, so that actually speaks volumes for this team. And I agree with Ball. I think that it's going to be a very exciting series. I expect it to be a close one, potentially go the distance and be all 3 games. And so I think that my biggest question remains is going to be the map selection or the map choices. I think that where we decide to go and the maps that are going to be selected today in this series are going to be pivotal, if not even X factors, to which side is going to win. I think that we're probably going to see still those Breeze bans coming out because I know most players just aren't confident, aren't comfortable enough on a map like Breeze just yet. But I want to see more dominance on maps like Icebox, right? I think these are the maps that really define, as even Mimi said earlier, the likes of a team and whether or not they've come prepared. So we'll have to see in just a few moments as we head into map select right now.
JJ, you asked for it, and here it is. The trend of having Ascent be the 3rd map continues here, which is something of a surprise to me as someone that's more of a newcomer towards Valorant. Balla, could you give some insight on why the team seem to be really comfortable with letting that map be the 3rd and final part of the best of 3?
With Ascent, I mean, it's because it's a very basic map. I mean, it has a lot of depth, of course, but what I'm saying is that in TAC FPS, it's kind of, has the 3 lanes, it has the mid that you could really push down and fight for. So it's reminiscent of a lot of other maps in different games like CSGO. And so I think people just feel comfortable on that map in comparison to something like Bind, where, it might seem in that way at a glance, like if you look at the layout like that, but in reality, the lanes that you're taking control are really, really deep up in that defensive area. And then there's the teleports as well. So Ascent is much, much, much more of a map that people are familiar with in terms of layout.
Certainly, and familiarity is oftentimes the name of the game, right? It's all about what you feel the most comfortable and confident on with your team. And, speaking of confidence, the fact that Virtuoso picking Icebox for their first map of the day, to me, speaks volumes just because of how much confidence is required to win on a map like Icebox. You have to really know that map like the inside, like the back of your hand. So I'm really excited to see this be our first map, because this will really be kind of like a determination of who's going to kind of get out to a strong start and potentially utilize that momentum to map 2 and beyond.
That's such a good point, because I do really like and admire the confidence in selecting Icebox as the first map. It can be something of a double-edged sword, though. If Virtuoso's not able to put up a solid performance, that being one of the more polarizing maps in the available pool, that could give Easy 5 a ton of confidence to be able to take a potential 2-0. But in terms of familiarity, not only in regards to the map, earlier we've seen KO show up and have a really good performance, and anytime he showed up, Astra showed up and didn't have the most impact I thought we would potentially see. But Ball, is there an agent that you're hoping to see out of either one of these teams that you think can really showcase what they're capable of?
Well, first off, in the end of Virtuoso, definitely want to see them experiment with the new agent. I'm a big fan of their coach, Anders, who is one of those guys who really thinks about the game in a specific way. And I think KO kind of actually throws a wrench into his framework. So I'm excited to see if he can really, add it right away and figure out ways to use it in really nice ways. On the other side for Easy 5, I actually would like to see them play a little bit of the more explosive agents, people like Reyna. I want to see that. I definitely want to see Calm play a lot of Sova throughout the day too, because he's definitely one of those guys you think about when you think of a Sova agent as well. So not necessarily the new guy, but I want to see that for sure.
And to add to your point, Ball, about KO, I think that Teo is still extremely underused right now. I think he's got so much potential to really break open team comps and really be that extra initiation and engage to get onto site, right? The null command just so strong at doing, as its namesake says, nullifying a lot of what the utility is used for, right? To stave off a push, right? Or even play for retake, right? But when you've got this kind of advantage on your team, this ultimate that really can kind of just ensure the siege, ensure the site take, it really can put a wrench in defensive sides when they don't really know how to respond to that, when they don't really know how to just play the gun game.
I think that's a really good point, and I'm really curious to see what agents get selected, especially for Icebox, because Seth made a believer out of me in Sage, and the Viper Pit had a huge part to play in the last match. But let's jump into the third one. As far as agents being selected, I'm gonna pass it over to JJ and Balla. You guys have fun with this one. It's gonna be a blast.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Halloran. And yeah, I mean, we're about to hop in probably I already said it, marquee matchup. It is in the upper bracket, so whoever wins this one goes to the grand finals. Whoever loses this one has to go on and play the lower bracket finals tomorrow. But either way, I think a lot of stakes riding on this match.
Most certainly. And I love that we have arrived to the teams that have not lost, that are really still very hungry, right? Trying to make it to the grand finals and prove that they're the best team here in this tournament. Because again, this all these players are trying to do, prove themselves, right? Because this is about being signed. It's not just about the 10K, but it's about showcasing your skills. And we've seen players like Fiend earlier today really make a stellar of a showing for themselves. So I'm really excited to see which players are going to come out big today in this series and really just prove themselves.
Yeah, well, you already mentioned Fiend from the previous series. That's somebody who has kind of shown off a little bit, but ended up falling a little bit by the way. He used to be playing on Moon Raccoons and whatnot. And then now we move into Easy 5 and Virtuoso, both unsigned teams entirely. So we'll have to see, who's gonna really put their name out there. I'm thinking of Iconic, I'm thinking of Apotheon on Virtuoso. A lot of these guys really popped off in the recent times and have made memorable performances.
Well, I'm excited because to completely keep it candid with you, I have yet to see some of these players. I do think that now that you've mentioned it, Fiend on Moon Raccoons, I do remember because of course, how much of an impact they had early on in the Valorant scene. But now, as we take a look at the bracket and see how we've gotten here, that is true. Whenever this series concludes, the loser will drop down to the losers final, as we see, and face off against the winner of the Goodfellas Members game. And so I think that it really this match is really important to show that you are the best team here in this tournament, right? Because if you have to get knocked down to losers final, sure, clawing your way back up to the grand final is possible, but then you're going to be in that situation where you might have to rematch against Virtuoso or Easy 5, whoever ends up getting there. And if they already know your style, if they've already downloaded you, right, how much of a taller mountain to climb that is when you have to play against that same team again. We saw recently, the whole Sentinels versus XSET matchup in a previous tournament, right, in VCT, and that was exciting because we saw a team like XSET take down the likes of Sentinel, the best team arguably in the world, but then Sentinel readjusting, climbing back out of losers final, getting the grands and winning all out. So it really kind of can change the dynamic based on what happens and really be a momentum shifter, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this sets the tone for if there is a future rematch, down the line in the grand finals. It definitely sets the tone. If you come out swinging, you really make it hard for the other team to do much, then all of a sudden they have to work so many different things. But as we set up that match, we definitely want to make sure all the players are ready. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll come back with map 1, Icebox.
standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Oops. Spike planted. Enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last.
Hey guys, welcome back to the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K here for Valorant, brought to you by Metro Esports and powered by Logitech G. We want to give you a quick update. We are all as excited as you are to jump into this third match between EZ5 and Virtuoso. Right now, we're sorting out some tournament issues. Once we get those done and out of the way, we'll jump into the third match. But until then, check out some of the replays that we've had, because we've had some ridiculous plays so far today. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. After some deliberation, we have an official statement here from PAX, which I will read for full clarity and transparency. It's an official statement from PAX Arena. Upon being informed that a player was potentially ineligible to compete in the competition, PAX conducted an investigation into the eligibility of that player. On being presented by documentation, legal counsel for PAX determined that the player was ineligible to compete, and a decision to disqualify that player was reached. That team was given the opportunity to continue to participate in the tournament utilizing their registered sub. Both EZ5 and Virtuoso reached the decision that they would forfeit their participation in the tournament. EZ5 and Virtuoso have been officially invited to participate in a show match outside of the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K competition that would take place before the grand finals on Saturday, July 17th, starting at approximately noon. Moving forward with the tournament, the teams Mozzie members and Goodfellas will advance to grand finals of the tournament. Because neither team is coming from the winner side of the bracket, neither team will be given a one-map advantage, and a full best-of-5 will be played. This match will take place on Saturday, July 17th. It will start at the conclusion of the EZ5 versus Virtuoso show match if it is played. We apologize for the inconvenience to players and viewers. End statement. It's been an incredible day. This is my first time hosting Valorant, and it's been eventful, to say the very least. I've had a lot of fun. I would love to thank all the casters, Bala, Evil Cat, Kura Hanako, JJ. You guys have been amazing. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes. We'll pick up the action with the potential show match in the grand finals on Saturday. But until then, take it easy, guys. Stay safe, stay healthy.